So webcam, you gonna work? Where are you, webcam? Come on, you can do it, webcam. Hello, Fred. Sorry, there's a minor malfunction with the webcam. Let's try to get that up. I'm really in a hurry now because the community meeting is supposed to begin any moment for the flat fire, which, as my title suggests, scares the hell out of me. So, webcam, please work. Come on, activate. Activate. Oh, that helps if I plug it in. Okay. All right. Plug in. All right, now is it going to work? Come on now. Webcam. Webcam. I hope I don't have to restart. Oh, goodness. Webcam. You can do it. Maybe if I hide it and show it. You know, turn on now. Aha. We got it. Okay. Okay, guys. Now, here's the other problem. I thought they were going to live stream it on Facebook. So, what? This meeting will not have a virtual component, but intend to have public meetings in the future that are live and recorded. Well, great. I just broke my neck to get home in time. Ironically, I was delayed by fire trucks screaming down the highway. Okay. It doesn't sound like anybody's even recording this. Hey, Nick Bad Sickle says problem solving at its finest. Yes. Hurricane Heather, hi. Hello. Well, I tried, guys. I tried. And then looks like it ain't even here. Well, anyway, let's just wait for a couple of people to join, and I'll tell you what scares me about this fire. I've talking to a couple of experts. They're worried sick, too. When we were talking about major fires, like which one would be our first this year, big candidate. C-Pro, yeah, thanks for being here. He's actually sitting behind me. And he walked in the same time I did. I'm like, C-Pro, help me. He just threw a little lunch snack together for me. I was so hankering for McDonald's French fries. I drove past it to get here in time. Well, woe is me. You know, it's junk food, but woe is me. Hey, big dog, how are you doing? Thank you so much for that kind gift certificate that you gave me. Used it right away. I'm just really behind on my thank yous and correspondences. So please, guys, give me another day. Yesterday, I was so sick. I mean, you can kind of tell by my voice, I kind of am still. But I just wasn't competently doing my stuff online. And then I realized that there's something wrong with me. I had a fever. I went, okay, I'll just take a nap. 14 hours later. But I needed it, man. So how are you guys doing? I hope pretty well. I hope Broken Fish comes back, the moderator. Long time, a very valuable member here on the channel, because as I was speaking with him earlier, he actually worked the biscuit fire. And if you didn't catch the last broadcast, that was pretty nuts. You may want to go back and look at it. I know we, like usual, jump from fire to fire. If you're at all affected by the this fire by Agnes, and you've heard of the Great Biscuit Fire, one of the great fires of the 20th century here, well, 21st, excuse me. This flat fire is burning in the Burns car, and it doesn't look like they salvaged much at all. I've been looking at some YouTube videos that concern me greatly. Yeah, never mind the pagan stuff. I was watching European history. Wow, Fire Photo Girl. I didn't know she had a YouTube channel. She's pretty cool on Twitter. Let's see, what am my watch history here? I just watched it. Go to my watch history. I didn't watch that. Is there something wrong with YouTube? I did not watch Beirut explosion stuff. Oh, it was history of the topic. I get it. That's so dang confusing. You have to go to the library in history. Here it is.
This evening on wildfire season, with Oregon's largest blaze now growing to more than 8,000 acres. That is the flat fire. It's burning about 2 miles east of the community of Agnes, which is in Curry County in southwest Oregon. It's an area that was scorched by wildfires in previous years. Crews there say the terrain is steep, access points are limited. Containment there is at 0%. This evening on wildfire season, with Oregon's largest blaze now growing to more than 8,000 acres. That is the flat fire. It's burning about 2 miles east of the community of Agnes, which is in Curry County in southwest Oregon. It's an area that was scorched by wildfires in previous years. Crews there say the terrain is steep, access points are limited. Containment there is at 0%.
You can even see a little airplane down there. That gives you the scale. That tiny white dot is an airplane. Either one of the intelligence gatherers or possibly a lead plane for the tankers. We're going to go look at the tankers in a minute. I'm just praying they don't get pulled away. This is one of those critical early stages of a potentially huge megafire that is got the potential to wreck the landscape for another 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 years. Perhaps. In this region is still recovering from the 2002 Biscuit Fire, which was enormous. Somewhere at around 500,000 acres, although people I was talking to today speculate it was actually larger than that. And one thing I can tell you about the Biscuit Fire, everything about it, there's big unknowns. It was one of those that you may not be able to trust the official documentation on it, and it probably grew to such an enormous size because of arguments between the different agencies involved. I mean, it spread across the border from California to Oregon, supposedly, although others say it started in Oregon too. But the reason the Biscuit Fire in the first place got large is same old story. Other fires took priority because there weren't enough resources to go around. So this is the big problem with southwestern Oregon, northwest California. Sparsely inhabited, low population, no big population centers at all. Tiny towns only. That's it. You got a couple of towns that might, have a courthouse and a jail, county seats and stuff. Even those pretty tiny. So what's going to happen, like what happened in 2020, 2021, it's going to repeat happening. Other fires threaten big towns, and whatever is burning in northwest California, southwest Oregon, sometimes they pull away resources to the point where these fires are completely unattended, 100% nobody on them doing anything. And that happened in 2020. Kearney, Chill, and some others affected by those. Everything that happened in 2021 as well, 2020 and 2021. Hey, how are you going? How's it going? 2020, 2021, we saw the McCash, the McFarland fires, and others in the town of Hayfork and others completely abandoned to go take care of the, PG&E fires, such as the Dixie Fire and the Fly Fire, which merged into the Dixie Fire. And then when the Caldor started, which was by some humans, either malice or stupidity, you had complete and total abandonment. So these towns are trying to figure out ways that they can protect themselves with their own local people because they expect to be abandoned at this point. Now, yeah, thank you, Tammy Owens. I'm feeling a little bit better, much better than yesterday. I was kind of delirious. Good part of my voice and my whole I'll start sneezing randomly thing. I felt yesterday that like I was impacted by a vehicle. I mean, the joint pain was nuts. It's a little bit better today. I'm running on adrenaline though. Look at this. Are you guys fire educated? Did you listen to the show? You know what we're seeing? Are you scared as I am? Not with just what I've just said, but do you know what you're seeing? Dead trees. Dead trees all over the landscape. I've been talking to Actually, one of our mods, Broken Fish, he actually worked the biscuit fire. Gave me a little bit of information about it. The other sources that I've talked to kind of line up, and a little bit of research, which shocked the hell out of me during last broadcast, about the biscuit fire. I wasn't in the country at the time that it broke out, but it was the big news from home that it had spread into Oregon and burned a gigantic part of Oregon. And I'll get up Count Topo and show you guys this. But there was a lot of environmental extremists that said, please don't salvage log because you'll just hurt the forest more. Well, they seem to not understand that when it's a mega fire, there is no forest. You have to start from scratch and replant. That's a mega fire is hot enough. It's not one of those beneficial ones. It's not one of those natural ones. A mega fire is like the kind of 500,000 acres. Destroys the forest so that there's nothing. The seeds turn to ash. There's nothing to regrow except the things that will quickly colonize within a couple of years are usually invasive species and quickly spreading things like that from bird droppings, right? You know, your Scotch brew and your blackberry and etc. You know, things you don't really necessarily want growing. Their big concern was that tractors and whatnot would crush these little seedlings as they were trying to regrow. And you know what? That's just BS. I care about the environment even more than most people, but it's BS. You have to get dead trees off the landscape, or you're setting up the landscape for a worse fire. So it doesn't matter what you're growing, even if it was natives or something, they will all perish within a couple of years, or maybe give it a little bit longer. In this case, been about 20 because they got lucky. And he managed to put all the other lightning strike fires out. In general, talking about the big picture here, there's been a couple of small ones. But if you leave standing dead trees in the landscape, just as the landscape's trying to recover, you're going to get a mega fire that's worse than the first. First time around, the trees don't burn. Living trees don't. It's because there's thousands of gallons of water in the trunks, so their limbs are burning. As bad as the Dixie and the Caldor, etc. was, that was mostly just tree limbs burning. And that created giant pyrocumulus clouds that look like a volcanic eruption and or a nuclear bomb. That's just with limbs burning and stuff on the ground. You know, a couple of feet thick of compacted pine needles and dead and down logs and such like that, and excessive dead limbs from built up over the years. That's just limbs burning. What happens after several years, about 3 for the dead trees killed by the fire to completely dry out? Well, after that, you have the trunks burning. That's the majority of a tree's wood. In fact, the only thing humans are collect, you know, when we log, the only thing we consider worthwhile, the trunks. Just think about gigantic trees, or fully grown mature trees, and the trunks on fire. Now, what we learned in 1933's Great Tillamook Burn is that it only takes about 3 years, maybe 4, 5-ish, depending, for the brush to grow back up at the base. And what you've done is you stack up kindling against every mature tree, which is going to be a lot more intense than a bonfire is. So it was critical during this crazy 2002 biscuit fire, which is gigantic. Wasn't it Oregon's largest? I think, or largest or second? Certainly, as far as past the 20th century mark, the largest, you know, past the year 1900. So it was really critical that they salvage logged the dead trees off the landscape. Every dead tree, especially the ones at the mountaintops, when it burns, it's going to create a raging inferno. It's going to create those mega fires. It's going to create those hurricane force winds. It's going to create those cyclonic, giant, twisting, 3,000 foot tall cyclones of fire as a massive amount of heat tries to reach the sky. And each one of these standing dead trees is going to break apart into a million pieces. It'll finally weaken to the point where it drops to the ground, shatters, and then those shattered pieces will spread in the high winds, embers, or miles. And that's when it becomes completely unfightable. When you have so many standing dead trees at the top of mountaintops, and then the big high winds pick up, and especially in these, what we have here, rugged mountains and canyons, especially when you have that situation, you're going to have pieces of flaming debris spotting away 10 miles down the canyon, 5 miles. And then the roaring seat of the fire, the big monster coming your way. And it will just, when it's going, you just have to get out of the way. And the firefighters can come in on the flanks, they can come in sort of from behind. But once that gets going, it's going to go where it wants. So, look at this. Look at this entire peach pale section here. Look up here where there's this little spots of green. These little spots of green are where the trees survived the biscuit fire, guys, and other recent small ones. These little spots of green is where they survived before, and they're doomed now because look at all the dead trees right next to them. If these dead trees had been taken down, they had a chance. They no longer do. This is just going to be, even if none of these green trees are on fire, just the heat from all these dead trees burning next to them. The heat from all the dead trees burning next to them is going to kill the green ones. What was incredibly horrifying about the Caldor fire was I found out that a lot of the Caldor fire, the pine needles were still on the trees. The flames didn't touch them, but for miles and miles wide, either direction. As the Caldor fire went to the east, to the north, and to the south of it, there were miles and miles wide of dead trees. That's because the heat of the seat of the fire was so crazy that its heat killed everything, every living thing that wasn't below ground for miles in different directions, even on different mountaintops. This is why this scares the hell out of me. I wanted to get right to the point so everybody knows what the hell I'm talking about. Standing dead trees, which are called snag on a landscape, are the worst thing, the worst nightmare for fires, for forest fire firefighters deal with. And that's what we got. So I'm seeing the fires on both sides of the river too. So my comment is here. Look at all the dead trees on the left side of the river. If the fire reaches them, God help us. This is the gigantic lesson we should have learned from the 1933 Tillamook Burn. Get standing dead trees off the landscape, or your second, third, perhaps fourth fires in the same area are worse than the first. So this is what I have to say about the subject. KDW had 25 seconds to cover the subject because they cover other news. But when they're saying, oh, the fire is burning in the biscuit fire scar, that should send a chill down your spine. It got already to, it started within the biscuit fire scar. You want to know how big the biscuit fire scar is? I missed my last broadcast. Blew my mind. In fact, I thought I was looking at an error. But it's real. You switch on over to fire history. Need some shaded relief and global imagery, blah blah blah. I said, please guys, please tell me that they salvage logged. EnviroNuts prevented it for the most part. With, they have good intentions, but they don't have the knowledge. It doesn't do any good to protect the forest from development, whatever, if you're just going to let the thing burn. It's like having a museum full of rare artifacts, but you don't let anybody inside, even firefighters, and you don't hook it up for sprinklers, which is like precautions, right? So like you don't have fire roads, that's like not having sprinklers. You don't have fire hose hookups within your museum, okay, which would be things like helicopter landing pads and ranger stations and fire lookouts, things that would help the situation. You don't have those things. Well, how are the firefighters supposed to save it from the air? They cannot go in where there's no roads, and there are no roads for most of this area, much of it. Some of the ancient roads haven't been maintained in years. But that's what the horrible Roadless Wilderness Act of the 1960s did. Limited, prevented the maintenance and the building of fire access roads. Laura Cochran said, I'm just learning about this fire. Is it true? It's an hour from Gold Beach? Yep. So it's between Gold Beach and Medford. Yep. Well, look at the fire history right here. So when I was talking about the Biscuit fire, red is recent fire history, like very recent. So you see here the Riverside, the Lion's Head, Beachy Creek. I hope you can see my cursor. The one by Eugene, what was that one called? Holiday Farm. The one that affected, was that places like Roseburg and such. Then you get to the older fires, like the early 2000s and such, is in yellow. So zoom in here. That entire yellow spot, and some others, newer ones on the top. See the giant yellow spot? It goes into California. That's the Biscuit fire. Yeah. I thought it was this at first. I thought it was just like this yellow spot right here. It was labeled Biscuit, and I went, wait a second. And I thought it was just this part right here. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Oh my God. Oh my God. That. It's all that. I had to read a Wikipedia article just to find out a little bit more about it. Now, here's what we have in common with the Raging Inferno that started during the Biscuit Fire. What do we have in common with the climate situation going on at the same time, in 2002? We have El Nino. I looked it up on last podcast. Was it an El Nino year in 2002? Yes, it was. 500,000, Cheryl. It was a 500,000 acre fire. And there was no control. What ended it? I was going to guess that rains of November, because that's what happens with a lot of Oregon's forest fires, especially the Tillamook Burn. You want to see where the Tillamook Burn happened? It was just up here, west of Portland. This entire region like this big, is where the Great Tillamook Burn fire was. And every 3 years, it repeated. And a new fire broke out, lightning or other causes, perhaps even Japanese balloon bombs in the 40s. Every 3 years, a worse fire happened, and just that's where the dead tree trunks burned. And lesson was learned in the 30s that the reason they could not fight the Tillamook Burn. What stopped it? It started out right here. The ocean did. It burned all the way west until it basically hit the ocean. Tillamook was scared for its life. They saved Tillamook, but that was basically, as far as I know, by pretty much putting sprinklers on everybody's roofs, and the local fire department sweating bullets because it was raining hot embers on them. 15 miles out to sea, it was raining hot embers and ashes on the sailing ships, and so they were taking down their sails and putting out little fires on their ships and just fleeing in terror from the Tillamook Burn. What happened in the 30s? They had no ability to fight it because there were no roads. This Wilson River Highway was not complete. It may have half existed, but not as a big highway. Even today, there's few roads in this area, except for a couple of logging roads. This was, logging was done back then with railroads. And so you would think, oh, well, hundreds of firefighters could have just ridden the railroads conveniently up to the fire and fought it, right? Great way to get the equipment there, great way to get the heavy machinery in there, great way to resupply them, right? Great way to quickly get guys from all over the country on the railroads to, boom, fight the fire right in there. Yeah, they had thousands of volunteers and all the king's horses and all the king's men. But the fire chewed through the wooden trestles. Every single little, you see how mountainous this is, every little creek, they had to have a wooden trestle, which means a train's bridge. They were made out of wood, so once they burned up, all the different rail lines are severed. Like you can go a quarter of a mile, then you'd reach a destroyed bridge. If you somehow rebuilt it, you'd probably go a quarter of a mile again and reach another destroyed bridge. So that is when the nation woke up to wildfire. It was one of the It was the first mega fire to ever be captured on color film that I know of. The first to be photographed from the air. The Peshtigo fire, I admit, was deadlier, but that was a turn of the century thing. No witnesses. I mean, witness testimony, but no, no silent films. I know in that era existed. Very few people in the entire United States had a movie camera. The turn of the century. Still photographs of the aftermath in black and white, but Antelope Burn was shown as a giant red glowing monster, totally visible from Portland. So what was the problem? They could not get any of the firefighters to the fire except on the backs of mules. They had to talk to Indians and fur trappers who were still around the 30s that kind of knew the area and ask them to guide them because there were no roads. So could they get any fire trucks? Could they get any heavy machinery in to build lines? No. So what stopped the Tillamook Burn? The rains of November. That was it, and the ocean. Portland got lucky because it was an east wind blowing to the west. But it would have kept going if, the ocean wasn't there. So I thought about the Biscuit Fire, and I thought, well, what stopped it? The rains of November? Because Oregon becomes a soggy, torrential mess. Usually by October, but definitely by November. Nope. The fire was still being fought next to snow, or as I could tell. There wasn't enough rain. It was a El Nino year, like this year. Yeah. Great. So the rains in November didn't really happen, not like they would normally. So the Biscuit Fire burned until the 31st of December. Yeah. So what does El Nino do? For the Pacific Northwest, it's hotter and drier. For the Southwest, like California, especially south of the Bay Area, it's wetter and colder than usual. So California's been enjoying a nice reprieve from their drought and all that, and Oregon and Washington and especially Canada haven't suffered due to El Nino. Hey, Montelot and Lance Lindahl, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to you. And Laura, and did I miss anybody? Tammy Owens, yep. Oh, Angelina Aferenza says, good afternoon, everybody. Glad you're back. Glad for you guys to be here, too. So, thus, the non-clickbait title that I have for the stream, I am very concerned. We've got all the makings of another mega fire because we've got God knows how many millions of trees dead on the landscape who have been in various states of dead and dried out since 2002. And we have the Chetco Bar fire of 2017, if they didn't salvage log that either, which just hearing locals talk about it doesn't seem like that happened much. Look how close it gets to Highway 1 and the communities, which are mostly located on the coast. Yeah, imagine there's a lot of dead trees there. Let's turn on satellite, and if it's at all up to date. Yeah. See how messed up the wilderness got up by these megafires. They are our fault. They are our fault. That means we can fix it. It means we can stop it. If we learn the lessons, we can stop this. But we haven't learned yet. We need to change and just make the environmentalists that have been kind of brainwashed by a bad narrative of extremists for a while, and let them know, look, you need fire access roads. They have this weird narrative being told to them that if you put a road in a wilderness, it's got to get developed. I remember the movie Fern Gully, which was totally awesome, was like that. The road came first, and then all the rainforest got torn down, and that was this, literally a fairy tale about fairies, that like protected the forest. And that might happen, in the third world or where there's no laws about things. But this is the United States, and so if you say you can't develop anything, just fire access roads are the only thing you can do. And, hiking trails and recreational stuff in certain areas that are non-sensitive. then that's the way it's going to be. It's very easy to police the wilderness now. If you have some roads, you just put up trail cams, and if somebody violates it, then you just get a drone, and they've got heat seeking. You can't hide. They were using military aircraft and just regular drones that were equipped with FLIR. You could buy them for $50 off of Amazon, and then put it on your drone. And that's how they were tracking the looters. Everybody who violated the evacuation ban in the Caldor, they pretty much got caught. You can't hide the heat signature of your motorized vehicle. If you ride a horse in, your horse has a heat signature too, and so do you. You might even find Bigfoot, Going back to this topic, though, look at this. And this is more recent. It's funny how older imagery, you zoom in and it's all green. It's not. That's what it really looks like. And there's some green bushes. I mean, green bushes grow back. But this is the true picture. So if we turn back on the layer for fire activity of the past, fire history. We have the 2017 Chetco bar. She burned over part of the biscuit scar. And if I remember right, this part is biscuit too. The Chetco bar might actually be, the labels might be swapped. The 2002 biscuit scar, Broken Fish would know if that was over here, or if the 2017 Chetco bar is yellow and the biscuit is like red. It all overlaps. It may be irrelevant to what we're talking about. The idea is, look, there's dead stuff on the landscape. Iriva says, "Hi, Captain. Happy to see you doing a little better." Me too. Thank you. Chad McDaniel says it's not always used for benevolent purposes. What is it? Right, but here's the idea. You have something valuable, you have to protect it from fire, or fire will take it. Especially when you've got the environment. To protect the environment, you can't have a mega fire. In the future, when we get a bit wiser and when the climate's not doing a crazy thing right now of dryness, we'll be able to slowly over time reintroduce beneficial fire to the landscape. But it's been good. Right now, they've been hard-headed. My bless your hearts, bless their hearts way of saying stupid. Idea that we should just, boom, let lightning strike fires just burn right now. No, not yet. We have like 70 to 150 plus years of dead and down vegetation built up on some of these national parks. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt, remember Teddy Roosevelt, turn of the century guy? He's a veteran of wars from the 1800s. Started the national park system. He was a great conservator. Started the whole conservation movement and made it cool in the United States. I mean, it was already there, but he made it something the government became a part of. Preserved all of our wild lands for us, Some of these forests haven't really been around haven't really burned significantly since he was president. I don't even remember what year that was. That is completely unnatural because there was a dumb policy of suppressing all fires for a long time, not listening to the Indians or the pioneers who learned from the Indians. So we can't just light a match and say, oh yeah, let's start again. Especially not in the climate super drought thing going on right now. Not in an El Nino year. This is going to have to be done delicately. And when you do something like that, you have to guarantee that if it should escape you, you have to have contingency plans to put a stop to it, which is fire access roads. There's no point in saving a forest from development just to have it burn up. Here's my case in point. Picture's worth 1,000 words. Opal Creek Wilderness. Before and after the fire, I walked down this enchanted land. This is the way it looked. This is before the fire. I took pictures of myself on this bridge. That's not my photo. But it was opalescent waters in an old growth, pristine forest that hadn't been logged very much and hadn't seen much fire. So you had 300-year-old trees there. It was amazing. It was just pristine, primeval, amazing. I walked past these trees, took my picture of that one. This is near its parking lot. A human being is tiny. Tiny. There isn't a person for scale in here. And I walked this, trying to reach the town of Jawbone Flats, which was a pristine, in fact, the only preserved ghost town from gold mining. In the Cascades, this was pretty much the last great stand of old growth wilderness. I remember in the 90s donating to different environmental groups, and even though I was a child, to help preserve it. Loggers wanted to exploit it, blah, blah, blah. Places wanted to develop it, blah, blah, blah. And then 2020 in March, when the first opportunity I had to go into the wilderness because of, the COVID stuff, I had already been. Sequestered. I did lockdown before it was cool. I took my mom there, and her knees didn't allow her to go down the entire path. I looked around and went, oh my God. Oh God, this place is going to burn. And my bad feeling just kept getting worse. It just kept getting worse because everywhere I was looking, I had an old map that showed the old mining and the old mining roads. But they had been overgrown by vegetation. There were tinier villages and logging camps, presumably from turn of the century or 1800s. But at some point there had been a fire, maybe 100 years ago, but they didn't salvage logs. They were dead trees on the landscape. And I said, oh God, where are the fire access roads? And there weren't any. That's where the bridge where I took a bunch of pictures. That's it today. Dead. Gone. It's not there anymore. It will never come back. Not within my lifetime. It's gone. The Beachy Creek fire was a lightning strike fire plus a bunch of power lines that went down. Look, it's not there. It's gone. Nothing lived. Not the old growth, not the new growth, not the shrubs. Nothing is alive. It's gone. And that's it. Notice the lack of roads on the landscape. Well, the Beachy Creek could have been extinguished. It was a polite fire, not too long, a couple months after that. That was March. A couple months after that, I said, as soon as lockdown ends, I'm going to go document this for history. This is the last old growth of the Cascades. This is the last ghost town involved with mining, that where the original buildings are preserved and they didn't either burn up in a fire or collapse. And they had turned it into a success story. An environmental success story. They did successfully save it. They did bring in tourists. They did turn a ghost town into a bed and breakfast type of fair where people learned about the forest and learned about the history. And they had little museums and stuff. They restored it, successful, capitalistically in every way. Gone, dead. It's over. Thanks for playing. Sorry, grandchildren. We lost it. We messed up. This is one of the most beautiful places I'd ever seen in my life. And no longer there. There's just wasteland there now. Now, the road to Opal Creek Wilderness was the worst maintained road I'd ever seen in my life. In fact, I filmed a bunch of it. It's me and my mom going boink, 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 boink. The potholes were 2 feet deep. There were people that hit a pothole and would get stuck and have to be pulled out of them. So whatever quick response by firefighting trucks, I knew would be completely impossible. It took me like 2 hours to drive 5 miles so that I wouldn't destroy my alignment and get stuck. There were so many dead trees that some of the dead trees were falling into the road and had shattered onto the road. People were driving around them. And I've got some of my own photographs. You know, right now I want to focus on the flat fire, but this is the point. The people when lightning started, which was over this way, over to the upper right of this. If I'm reading the landscape correctly, it looks real different. If I'm reading it correctly, over where that snow is, it's kind of where the lightning strike started, the Beach Creek fire. The original one, not the power lines that went down by Detroit Lake. That was additional. But it was really small. There wasn't much wind. Oregon is generally soggy and moist. It's actually pretty difficult to get a forest fire going in Oregon, in most places. But you know, 2020. The great wind event that started the Tillamook Burn in 1933 happens once every 75-ish years, and it happened to come back around in 2020. It's like Santa Ana winds, but for Oregon. So that's the big problem, is when you have forest that's been protected from any kind of logging and any kind of development, and they let the forest grow back over to fire access roads and forest service roads and just old ancient roads. Well, we no longer put smoke jumpers in these areas. They wanted to, they considered it. They did a couple of helicopter drops, and then those helicopters got peeled away for other fires that were big and significant. See what I'm saying? With this repeating problem, we have to learn our lesson. We should never, ever have to split resources. The environment is gone. The most pristine old growth environment of the entire West Coast disappeared in 24 hours. This didn't burn over weeks and months. This burned in 24 hours. Everything you can see. Because of the great winds. 75 plus mile an hour winds. I think the wind gauges broke around 125 before they melted in the region. Yeah, this happened in 24 hours. Because not only did the firefighters want to put boots on the ground to control the fire, which is what you really need, but they couldn't access it. So they asked if they could build a road. I don't know if they could have done that in time or if reopening an old one was feasible, but people that were at Jawbone Flats and had, saved the Opal Creek wilderness said, no, you don't. We don't want no roads. In fact, let that thing burn. It's just harmless. I remember reading an article, and it said it was scolding the firefighters for wanting to put out forest fires. They wanted to introduce fire back on the landscape. Well, that's cute. Not now. Like I said, not during 2020 and the crazy La Nina, El Nino cycle that we're in right now the last 4 years. Not when you don't have any fire access roads so that if it gets big, you can actually do something about it. Not after there's been 125 years of buildup of stuff on the forest floor. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of pine needles that I brushed away with my own hand trying to find when I found an old logging camp and I tried to brush it down to the actual dirt, because I found artifacts, I found old bottles, I found all sorts of neat things to photograph for you guys. Remember my original idea with YouTube was to document history. So I looked at my ancient map, I found this logging or mining camp, found a whole bunch of bed springs sticking out of the duff. It's called duff. Bunch of, pine needle, dead sticks, limbs, logs. It's mostly pine needles though. And boy, did I have to dig down. There's a couple of feet of compacted stuff. Like if it wasn't compacted, it'd be like 4 feet. It got compacted. Usually the snow does that. But it was really thick, and I just got the willies. I even filmed myself walking back because I almost said it on my video. I almost said, this place is going to burn down. I feel like I'm never going to see it. Everything in my heart said, go to Jawbone Flats right now. You're never going to see it. But my mom was waiting for me back at my car, and I didn't have a way to tell her I want to walk to Jawbone Flats and just stay the night there. Come get me in the morning. If I'd had a little walkie-talkie or cell phone service, that would have happened. And I would have documented this place, but it's gone now. And people died trying to defend it. A couple people stayed. They did not make it. So what happened? They scolded the firefighters. They said, we don't want your firefighting. And the firefighters had a couple options, and that was to drop in smoke jumpers from, parachute them in. This is extremely rugged, steep terrain stuff. This is like 6,000 feet and stuff. This is the Cascades. Coast range where the flat fire is a lot less high, but it's still rugged enough to be bad. So if I can find this article and back myself up, I will, but you can find it too. It was either Oregon Live, Oregon Statesman Journal, something like that. Could have been the Medford paper. But they said, if we drop in smoke jumpers, they'll probably die if the wind changes and if it blows up. So they didn't do it. Now, last time that America had a policy of putting smoke jumpers on a landscape where they have no way to escape, no quick route to escape, no roads for any vehicles to come pick them up, no helicopter landing pads for a quick, National Guard evacuation by air. We used to lose crews and have fatalities of 12, 24, 30 something of them dying at once. We learned our lesson the hard way to not do that. So there's this big controversy. Should they have put smoke jumpers in? Because for weeks, it burned very politely. Come put me out. Come put me out. I'm just here a couple of acres. Come put me out. I'm not going anywhere. You gonna do something? Well, no. These are the factors that happen, and what do we see? We see them all lining up again. So they need to immediately do something about the flat fire. And they can't. They have the same problem, like 1 or 0 roads where the flat fire is located in the wilderness area because of the crazy 1960-something Roadless Wilderness Act. So we got a Motor Severe's flat fire. If you look at fire history, see how it's burning within the Biscuit Fire burn scar. This is our current perimeter. It was mapped last night by helicopters in fact, I watched it today. They were doing new mapping. When you look at Flight Radar 24, the back and forth zigzag pattern, and any airplane flying, high altitude, 24,000 feet or more, that's mapping this. That's very different than the guys dropping water on it from the ground, which we'll look at in a sec. Look at the fact that there's no roads. Do you see roads? That's a trail, a ridgeline trail. There's no roads. So, can they put smoke jumpers in? No. Not where they need to right here. That'd be a death trap. Hope to God they haven't put anybody in there, because I don't see much in the way of clearings for them to have a quick helicopter evacuation. Maybe this is flat. I don't know. It's a mountain top, though. It may not be flat enough for anybody to land on. It's steep, it's rugged, and it's a death trap. Got like a ridgeline. It's also a trail, as far as I know. We can look at Forest Service maps. I'm trying to be positive, guys. This is me trying to be positive, but I need to give you the straight dope. To borrow a phrase. I have to tell you like it is. I have to tell you the worst case and best case scenario. It has every bit of potential for the best case, for the worst case scenario to occur, and very little percentage chance for the best case scenario to occur. I think we need heavy rains now. Right now, but they're not in the forecast. We need every aircraft in the face of the planet right now trying to retardant rope this thing to buy time. We need to start making roads immediately, but there's political complications. The reason the Biscuit Fire got big, in greatly in part to the fact that the different agencies and the different interest groups were fighting, and hamstrung everything. There's a couple different wilderness areas which I unfortunately closed the window that I had. What was it? It'll be my history. Let's look at the history. Not Netflix and stuff. 124. Is it? Yeah, that's Wildfire. Where is the Road Raider? Yeah, this one. Here it is, friends. Wilderness, designated wilderness area. Sounds great, right? Not in terms of forest fighting. That's what makes them groan and they go, oh God, this is not going to end. Well, we got the, I can't remember, I forgot how to say this. Camryopsis wilderness. I keep trying to make a word big, but every time I zoom it gets smaller. So I was talking to Broken Face, who worked the Biscuit Fire in 2002, and so one of the really stupid, well, it's kind of a cute idea that you can only use hand tools, like you have to party like it's 1899 in a wilderness area, so like unmotorized vehicles, you have to access it by walking or muleback or horseback. That sounds awesome, actually. But you know, when a fire breaks out, they kind of need to make exceptions. You need all the technology you can get for firefighting. But guess what? The rules are so set in stone and so stupid and so inflexible that even though there might be a raging wildfire there, all the firefighters that show up, and they can be from different countries, and they can be, you know, prisoners that are volunteering. They could be from all different walks of life. They could be total safe slickers, whatever they are. They're told, oh, you can't use any chainsaws. And I said, are you kidding me? No, they have to get the whip saws, like they were called misery whips because they're so horrifyingly painful to use. The back is like thrown out and destroyed. The 2-man saws of the 1800s. Those. Like, you have to have a blacksmith make these. They don't really make these anymore. You have to have special talented people that, you know, recreate history, historical reenactor types, sharpen the damn things for you. So, like, loggers are one of the number one sources of volunteer firefighters. They know how to use a chainsaw and they're ready to get to work and be efficient because the fire's coming. You don't have any time for this shenanigan deal. Well, they're given a misery whip and they're told to learn real quick on the fly how to, one guy pushes, one guy pulls, one guy pushes, one guy pulls. And if you screw that up, you tear your leg off, basically. Because they're flexible. These saws are flexible, so they're going to bend. And they're going to, like, cut you in your femoral artery. They got a great chance of doing that. There's a lot of loggers who died from stuff like that. So you have to trust your life. These giant tooth blades with a giant saw. These saws are like 8 feet long. Some of these old growths that might be on fire damage, or the snags that have to come down, they can be 12 feet in diameter. So these saws are like 15 feet long sometimes. And they're called misery whips because you get injured just using them. And it tires you out so much that you have to work in shifts. And you have to oil them, and, you know, one little hiccup and you break them. You know, you don't work correctly and you either injure your friend or your partner or you break the saw. It's flexible steel. They are not allowed to use chainsaws. If a big, gigantic old-growth tree falls on the fire access road, if they even have one, they can't whip out a chainsaw and clear it so the fire truck can go by. Yeah, you have to call for the misery whip team. Or you have to get out a hatchet. An honest-to-God hatchet or an axe. There's a reason why the whip saws were used. Like, it would take a month working every day with an axe to fall the big ones. Oh my God. So you can see why the Biscuit Fire got big. The raging fight over the Camryopsis wilderness thing, that was part of the big messed up situation. That's why it wasn't put out by anything but nature. I'm not at all discounting what the firefighters did. Of course, they saved the day. It would have been worse. But it wasn't them alone that got this under control. It was nature. Just like the Dixie Fire. I mean, this is what typically happens with with mega fires. You just get out of the way. You minimize their damage by coming in from the side and from behind it, and stop it from spreading out once it barrels like a fight train in one direction. I would have thought these lessons would have been learned back then. I was out of the country. I was not really involved in wildfire or anything. Just knew the basics, protect your own property, how to be an intelligent person with fire in California. So I never understood how bad this was. But it looks like millions upon millions of dead trees are still in the landscape because nobody could convince the environmental groups that the loggers are not trying to rape the forest here. They're not trying to make money. There really is no money in salvage logging. This is stupid conspiracy theories. Are like, yeah, loggers start forest fires so they can make money. That's about as dumb as, let's destroy something like that. That's about as dumb as saying the environmentalists are starting the forest fires to prove global warming points. Trust me, they're not. This is BS, bat beep crazy stuff. Let's not hate each other because there's no reason to. Salvage logging is salvaging the situation, and you have to do it before you can replant, before the forest. That's the only way the forest can grow back. If you just leave the dead trees on the landscape, eventually you get worse forest fires that go over, and you start back from zero. Those poor forests have been trying to grow back and recover since 2002. It's going to be reset to zero, unless we get some heavy rains really fast. So, what can humans do at this point? I'd love to hear that community meeting. I'd love to hear what the plan is. We do have a couple things to watch, like some operational update stuff. We haven't had really heavy, serious windstorms. We haven't had really severe, super winds. But it's going to come. It's just a matter of time before the weather turns, and then it's going to explode. So, I really want to know what the plan is. Let's see if there's an interweb already. If there's any planned stuff we can glean from this. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, this is ironic. What we just watched? This is the same landscape of what we just watched, isn't it? Let's look. Oh. It is. So, the aerial footage that was it KTW, excuse me. See how it was over here on this side of the river? I can't tell which way it's flowing. We may be looking north. Tell me about it if anybody knows. See how it climbed up over here? It's way over there. Yeah, I want to look at the forecast to see which way the wind is blowing. I don't know if we are looking to the north. But this is big. And this is bad. Alright. Close that. So let's see, are there any photographs, videos? There was an operational update, which I believe landed on Facebook. We'll check it out. Announcements, community meeting. More will be scheduled in the future with virtual options. Okay. News. Is that it? Information. Okay. Incident overview. On July 15th, the flat fire named for its proximity to Oak Flat Campground near the Illinois River, south of Agnes, Oregon, began on the road River-Siskiyou, caused under investigation. Due to high winds, relatively high winds, in proximity to communities, a robust response of air and ground resources were dispatched to the incident from the Forest Service, Coos Forest Protective Association, Douglas Forest Protective Association, and Curry County Sheriff. On July 16th, Northwest Incident Management Team 6, they may have their own YouTube channel. Let's check it out. The command, implementing fire suppression strategies, minimizing impacts to the values at risk, ensuring firefighter and public safety are the top priority. Now, it'd be interesting to know what values at risk are defined as. Now, the reason why they wanted to make this a wilderness area, the Neopsis, whatever, from what I heard from Broken Fish, was that there are some plants that grow nowhere else in the world. How unfortunate. Or very few other places in the world. So the way that we would protect it is, oh my God, do we have to protect it from fire? But we can't. I'm going to look back at chat for just a second. Blazing Blaze, hello. This person is Garibaldi for the Idaho fire. Oh, Galbandy, excuse me. What is that referencing? I know there's a fire in Idaho too. I'm going to check that one out. It's kind of blowing up ahead. But I didn't want to clickbait anybody. People need to know what the heck is going on. I do not fear promote. You know what fear mongering is getting everybody to be afraid and exaggerating a threat. You know what a warning is? You tell people about a very real threat. I am warning people. You know, by the way, fear mongering is a tool to make people do what you want. I just want to see this the best outcome, and I want to help people. So I feel like giving people the worst case scenario, middle ground scenario, best case scenario, and trying to help people navigate this and give people what to realistically expect is the best thing to do, because now is the time to prepare. And it's going to be bad. Perhaps as bad as possible. And even if it gets as bad as possible, there's so few communities here that they're probably going to deprioritize this fire if other mega fires break out, just like happens again and again. Part of how the Biscuit Fire got so big. History will repeat itself as long as we don't have adequate resources. We do not. We need more firefighting planes. We need more helicopters. We need to recruit a heck of a lot more professional, well-paid firefighters, because you can't just rely on volunteers. And I'm hoping for the day when there's no such thing as a volunteer, unpaid firefighter. Excuse me. That phone call will have to wait. My life's on hold. It has to wait. This is a potential crisis. Right now there's about 516 people that are on the fire. I would hope that that would be 3,000 by tomorrow, but that's just my hope. That's not what's planned. I would have called in, if I were in charge of anything, like, you know, in a movie, I'd say, get me somebody. Who do you want? Everybody. And get me some people while I'm waiting, right? You got, of course, 0% containment. It's only 2 miles southeast of Agnes. And Agnes is in a triple wind tunnel. It's in a very vulnerable spot. It's a confluence of the three rivers and or forks, and every river canyon here, since it's steep and rugged, every canyon's a wind tunnel. So if fire pushes north, it just goes down, and there will be this unholy hell of amber and spark rain all over this town. If this becomes megafire and pyrocumulus. I want to talk to locals about the prospect of saving the town. If I were there, I'd be evacuating the museum immediately. And then mobile home parks and vulnerable, they should be preparing to go. And trying to save as much stuff as possible. Because I'm not sure that this is a place you can defend. But I don't know. Now, small communities, I will say, are sometimes the easiest things to defend, even in some pretty dire situations that look impossible. And usually, if there's water sources that are permanent, look at the three rivers. That's got it going for it. That's a big help to firefighters. If there's enough time, they can put pumpkins, which are like doughboy swimming pools, in people's front yards, set up automatic sprinkling systems, cut down dead vegetation away from people's yards, cut down every tree around everybody's house, do a bunch of prep, and even if they have to leave, perhaps even unattended, the automatic systems could save the structure. That's what I'm hoping for. But is there a time? Can the stuff get there immediately? I don't know. That's what I was hoping this community meeting would talk about, but it's now in progress, and we can't hear it. Nobody's doing it. So I really hope that if anybody does in the crowd film it, hopefully somebody will upload that. What phone? Excuse me. Should have put that on mute. So I don't know. There's a good possibility of saying it was part of the town. There's a possibility too. This is the weirdest comment in chat. It's so unintelligible. Okay. Anyway, there's no time to talk about that. It's hidden from view. I'm gonna keep it that way. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that one's weird, Smitty. It's like bot or something like that. So, I want to tell people the straight dope here. I love that phrase. I'm gonna say that. This looks bad. Agnes is the community that's the most immediate threat, but people are worried about gold beads. So let me turn off global imagery. I'm gonna check the weather. See how rugged it is. And the proximity. So here's Gold Beach, the community. Now, I know Brookings had a massive fire in its past. That was a 1920-ish or so fire, and that really did mess up the coast. And part of what made the Brookings fire really bad was something called gorse, which is a general term for oily bushes that grow in gigantic patches that, eliminate the native plants. I think mostly what constitutes gorse, as people's definitions go, is Scotch burn, a horrible, highly invasive, oily weed that promotes fire, has a colony root system, and so this stupid plant is on fire at the edge of a 5-acre property. It's on the west edge, and you put that plant out, and you go, oh yeah, we're done with it. All right, fire's out. Well, a couple days later, the whole thing is ablaze, or plants on the other side of the 5 acres are ablaze because it went down to the root system and smoldered there. And it wouldn't have enough oxygen to do anything until it, say, met a rabbit hole or something that would feed it a little bit of oxygen down there. So it becomes a nightmare to work with, and I believe there's a lot of gorse, mostly along where old trains used to go, which was Oregon used to be full of trains. But also where old habitations where it was sold as an ornamental plant. Scotch broom is bright yellow. It's bright yellow, so whenever it's in bloom, oh boy, do you understand? Oh boy, do you know that? Yeah, it's like that. It's an invasive, noxious weed from Europe, I guess. And nothing out here will eat it. It's vaguely poisonous. It has little seed pods, which will stick around the soil and up to 8 years later, like still germinate. It's quite hard to control. If you've ever driven around the Pacific Northwest, I-5 has got a ton of it. You just see bright yellow patches on the side of the road. It's an ominous, chilling thing. You see something like this, where it's just one of them, go kill it. Be a citizen and go kill the damn thing. If this is in your neighborhood, be vigilant, because these things promote fire and they burn black. It's like a 5-gallon drum of oil sitting on a landscape right there. And when they take over entire fields and entire areas, especially after disturbed ground like logging or wildfires, all the native plants are dead. It should be full of grass for deer and elk. It's not. The Oregon meadowlark should be frolicking around in other endangered species, but it won't, because this is a toxic, noxious weed. Noxious means poison. That's the main reason for allergy hell in this region too. So don't let it get established. And we need really quickly to ban the damn thing, if you can believe it. It's still being sold. Places like Home Depot in the garden section. Might want to trash them too badly. They may have a policy where they stopped. But I've seen pictures of the Home Depot tag. Ornamental Scotch Burn. Oh, there, I like that label. Highly flammable and invasive species. That says it all. So, the Scotch broom around Brookings is pretty bad, and it may have made the Brookings fire in the 1920s really bad. Go back and look at Gold Beach. Now, if it goes up into the Rogue River to the northwest of its current footprint, then what you have is the nightmare of the wind tunnel or the Rogue River. It's an amazing, rustic, steep canyon. They filmed a lot of movies there. The Rogue River whitewater tours are in boats, and there's lots of whitewater rafting. Looking at this, I don't know that anybody can stop it. This is one fortunate section that seems to at least have some fire access and/or logging roads, but it may be too late if it crests a ridge. If you have fire up here along this ridge line, in the embers from all the standing dead trees in the landscape, into that burn scar, the biscuit fire burn scar. Right there. Let's look and see if we have standing dead trees, because if we have them, then that means the bits and pieces of them as they fall apart and shatter as they're on fire are going to be flying down into the Rogue River. Look at how steep this is. I think every line on this topo map is 100 feet. It's 100 feet up. So you get these dense areas of lines. It's like almost sheer vertical cliffs. 100 feet in elevation. That one says 525. I'm not sure what the gradient is for this particular one, but in general you get the idea. That's the 800. If there's 8 lines, 1, 2. Now it can't be 100 feet. It might be 50 then. So is there 16? 40. Anyway, you get the idea. It's steep. That's not my strong point. But if we turn, the other issue is that even if the standing dead trees were felled and just down, if you have a bunch of dead logs that light on fire up here, then you're going to get rollout. And even pine cones can roll out. It means literally stuff rolling down the hill. And so when rollout happens, say right up here, it says number 6. A dead tree or a dead log, maybe, of course it's a dead log. A log is on fire and it starts rolling down this steep embankment. It's going to go all the way to the bottom. It's got a great potential for at least pieces of the on fire object to go all the way down to the Rogue River. When they do this, there's great potential for, if it's narrow enough, the fire to land on the other side of the river and race to the top of the other side, especially if it's steep. Well, look how steep that is. It's not a wide river. It's not particularly deep either. It's only navigatable by boat for so far. So this is my pretty grim analysis, just looking at the landscape. Now, this is why we need to know what the plan is. And so where there's not providing us much of a plan, talking about the community meeting, but nobody's recording it. I'd make a law in the future that these have to be recorded. Just so things like controversies like over the biscuit fire just to be put to rest. On my own stream, I'm proud to report, has put some controversies to rest. I remember when they tried to blame the victims when Greenville had been evacuated for, I think, more than a week in the Dixie Fire. Then the sheriff said everybody come back. And the sheriff was, I guess, given information by, I'm not sure, actually. And he may have gotten information advice from a bunch of different agencies, including CAL FIRE, the Forest Service, blah, blah, blah. But he told everybody to come back the day before the town burned down. And instead of saving the town, they had to focus on evacuations and let all the fire trucks for the town melt in the street. And instead of like this horrible, oh, I'm so very sorry, super apology that the community needed, because 95% of the town was lost. unnecessarily. And the people who had gotten their stuff to safety had just moved back in and were unpacking, and they lost their stuff. Well, instead of the apology tour I was expecting, I mean, in Japan, they have such a code of honor. They would have been on their knees saying, please forgive us, community. You know, I really respect that about Japan. That wasn't what we had. He was blaming the victims. Oh, you guys should have evacuated when we told you. But on my stream, I recorded. And you can go back and look at it. But they told people to come back. But then they made that public announcement and blamed the victim. You son of a beep. I remember saying something vaguely like that. But that's why I think these things should be recorded. Because, you know, things like this matter. The truth matters, for one thing. Insurance claims and such matter. And I think if, my personal opinion, authorities say to come back. You know how you could sue if you're, like, in prison wrongly? Well, what if your house burns down wrongly? I think you should still be able to sue. Especially in an era where you can't get any insurance anymore. Weather concerns for the flat fire. Red flag conditions with gusty winds and low humidity for the next 2 days. The Haynes index is 6. Wind state northeast. So that's their direction they're going from, meaning the fire would theoretically go southwest. Gusts of 20 miles an hour on the ridges. That's not what I call high winds, but maybe I have a different expectation of what the word high means. It still isn't good. Not great, it's not terrible. It's curable, right? You guys heard of that? Not great, not terrible. I need the soundbite. Not great, not terrible. One that's 6 seconds long.
What does the decimeter say?
3.6 Rontgen, but that's as high as the meter.
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
Yeah, that's after the...
What does the decimeter say?
3.6 Rontgen, but that's as high as the meter.
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
That's as high as the meter goes. It was actually later like 40-something Rontgens, which is the amount of radiation being emitted that these guys are soaking in. These are the guys in the control room after Chernobyl blew up. So that's the meme. It's not great. It's not terrible. That's what I have to say about 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah. Planned actions for the flat fire. Continue direct and indirect line construction. So they're building them somewhere, and I bet to the northwest where those roads are, because that's what I'd be doing, and north of the fire to protect Agnes. It's the only place you can build lines, where you can access the roads. But if you're going to move too fast, you started close to the town. It's ominous. So utilizing aviation and ground resources to hold the fire on the 3318 road. Let's check it out. Where is this road? 3318. Wish they'd kind of give us a clue. If there is another system, I'm unaware of. You guys can educate me. I'm sure there's some sort of a system, like is it in quadrangle or cube 33? How do they name these roads? 1873 is up there. Wait, no, is that elevation site? That's an elevation marker. 3577. It's these red, the red words. Here's the 1170. Don't know if counterclockwise search. There's the 1166. 33. Was it 3388? 3318 road. Yeah, there it is. Okay. The one on the ridge. Like I said, you've got to do it. You can't let it roll down the slope. If it rolls down the slope down here, Gold Beach is in danger. Because these embers will go down the wind tunnel straight towards the town. It won't be immediately in danger like, oh no, it's going to be there within 24 hours, but it really could spread fast. If you say it got a windstorm with, say, 45-mile-an-hour winds or something, and inside of the canyons, which are also wind tunnels, you can have 5-mile spotting. 5 miles ahead of the fire, you could have the potential spotting. Even if it was just 2-mile spotting. Like, let's see, what is the scale here? Let's do the scale. Measure distance. So say the fire was here and roll down the hill. That's 4.1 mile, right? 4.2. So say you had 2 miles spotting, and the wind tunnel effect meant that a burning ember here went beep down 3 miles away, 3 miles spotting. It would be right here. Be no sweat for it to spot over here. It would race up to this ridge here. You know, I'm going with this. That's only a distance of 9 miles. That could happen within an afternoon or an evening. Once on top of a large peak like this, you can have peak-to-peak spotting, or it could continue going down the river. So this peak here, easily, what is this elevation? It's Skookum House Butte. What is the elevation? That's 2,000 feet. Okay, a little bit above 2,000 feet. You can have ridgetop to ridgetop spotting. Say there are dead trees right here, or at least a couple. Or maybe living ones with torch because they're half dead, whatever. It could just, the embers could just fly. Either roll out down here and it races up. The embers could just fly right over here. What is that distance? 3.5 miles. That's easily done. So, embers here, and this elevation is a little bit 2,000 feet still. You can have rollout, roll down this hill, going straight towards a mobile home park. Or you could just have the rain of embers just going to these areas over here. So the nightmare of that, I mean, they'd be trying to get it during the daytime. The little spot fires they could get a hold of with helicopters if they got lucky. They might be able to splash retardant in the general region. But this is the nightmare of working in this terrain. Now, what we should do is see how many dead trees. We know that the biscuit fire edge is right here, and they probably stopped the biscuit fire right here due to the 3318 road, because that's where the edge is. Most broken fish was here. He worked it. So if it gets above this stuff, if it gets beyond this, you can right now aircraft are helping it. This is a big line to hold. This is a lot. I mean, if you were to just drive this real slowly at like, say, 15 miles an hour, that would take a long time. I'm assuming it's a gravel road. And these that are labeled 4-wheel drive they're usually very optimistic. Those are usually like, yeah, there were 4-wheel drive trails in the 60s. Now it's like, get out your mule. A lot of these probably just do not exist, really, as roads. When people update maps, they just take maps from the year before and just draw the same thing. Very infrequently does anybody go and actually explore. You'd think map-making companies would actually explore the things they're mapping. Nah, they just pay other companies, like, well, we use the data from your map, okay, you print out something new. But being a ghost hunter and history explorer, trying to find my way to old ghost towns and old logging camps at the turn of the century and even the 30s, you come up with 75-year-old trees growing in the middle of the road. They're quite tall. But it says road on the map. Sure. You're right. All right. So let's look at the satellite view. And we'll see we'll look at the aircraft first. Look at some aircraft. What are they doing? It's 4:33 in the afternoon. Is the clock working? It is. I've got to log in right off camera. Thank you for your kind donations. I'm surviving by them. So the quality of food I eat depends on your generosity. I have quit the day job, so to speak, to be here. I'm dropping a hat, moment's notice, and sometimes 4 weeks on end. Every single day, most of the day, 24 hours a day, if we have to. What's that? What's just southwest of Eugene? Great. Some other fire obviously is southwest of Eugene. We'll have to check on that. What we don't want is other fires. At all. Don't want. Oh, excuse me. We're in California. We do not want competition for the resources because it's low priority that southwestern Oregon gets because of its low population. The others will get peeled away. Just to repeat it. So, I'm looking back at the chat. See here. This is open question and answer time. Like if you got a fire that concerns you, you got a question, just let me know. I have to be as real as possible with people. It may be our first really big fire. We got a Eurocopter Super Puma. That's been in the area, but I'm really disturbed that sky is clear right now. They're working out of Medford. Is there anything on the ground? There's no eye in the sky right now or nothing. There's the MD-87, the orange fish, one of our favorites. We're ostensibly refilling right now. Erickson's on the scene, but it looks like our aircraft got stolen and went up here by Alma. So let's figure out what now. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. You couldn't even see it. I logged in and I screwed up. My bad. What I was just saying, let me repeat that. Didn't have it going. Look, a Super Puma. Here's Agnes. That's it. The MD-87 is over on the ground at Medford. But that's it. Where's their attack? Where's Eye in the Sky? Where's their command? Where's the tankers? There's something going on though. Southwest of Eugene, also in the coast range. They got stolen. There's some little air tractors. Could just be little local air tractors, but Eye in the Sky got stolen. There's a scooper. Where's our planes? Remember how I said it's critical to get a lot of aircraft on this right away and pray for rain? Yet more bad news. All right, what's going on? I hate Creek Fire. Ugh. They're working it instead. There's no active updates on watch duty. Excuse me, guys, I have to eat. Great. Great. New fire reported by National Interagency Fire Center, right? NIC. I hate it. That means watch duty is tapped into it. We'll get automatic updates, but nobody's actively covering it. So this is all national, blah blah, fire info. InfoWeb. I wouldn't imagine it's on InfoWeb yet. Situation report. It's going to be valuable. General statistics. Yeah, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that useful. U.S. firefighters to support Canada during record-breaking wildfires. That's a nice one. U.S. supports Canada with aviation resources. And that's the thing, you know, I keep saying we should just make a pact, a NATO, NAFTA type pact to protect our countries. Canada, Mexico, United States, and Australia too. We should all make a big agreement that we just crank out, mass produce for firefighting aircraft and help each other. We just have mutual aid. We do Australia because their fire season is opposite to us. Their winter is our summer. And they're super helpful to us. We try to be for them. But there should be no, we should have enough resources for all. And we're constantly getting hit by, you're getting penalized financially and otherwise also by our unpreparedness. Remember how a pound of prevention is worth it? Ounce of prevention with a pound of cure, blah, blah, blah. 3 cents of prevention in the form of aircraft, type of investment will be worth, who knows how much. Can we even calculate how much money it would save us not have the disasters? Can we calculate the damage to the environment we would be preventing? I don't know that we can. All I know is that we should. Does it make you feel good that we're like, our current situation is, well, we're one of the wealthiest countries on earth and such, but if a big fire breaks out and a bunch of them at the same time, we don't have enough aircraft. What? Look at the amount of passenger aircraft right now. If I take the filter off, look what the world can afford in aircraft. Whatever. If I just, where's my custom filter? If I just turn it off. You ever see how much aircraft is in the world right now? Trucking people around, passengers and packages. Look at all this. And an air balloon. And there's a balloon. I don't know what it's doing, but there's a balloon. You ever notice this? A lot of aircraft in the world. But we don't have enough for fighting fires, which damage our country even more than other nations do. When's the last time some other nation physically damaged the country? I think the last time was Japanese World War II balloon bombs. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a military. That's why. A robust military is why other nations have not damaged the country. But the same thing works for giant fires. If we have enough resources to fight it, it won't be capable of damaging the country. Right? The Japanese gave up. We put a whole bunch of facilities. As soon as Pearl Harbor happened, boom, we put in facilities. You guys ever seen burn hangars at Tillamook? One of them's still there. One of them burned, unfortunately. But you can see it from space, from satellite pictures. We had all up and down the West Coast. Giant blimp hangars. And, where is Tillamook real quick? We just monitored, we just patrolled. Had lookouts, just had aircraft looking around. Anytime there was danger, they were dispatched. Now, a lot of these are on the coast. Some of them still survive in other places, but you could see the dang things from space. Gigantic facilities. And they put them up within a year. They just, boom, built some of the world's largest building. They just cranked out the stories. Why? Because it was an emergency. Cranked out Liberty ships. Why? It was an emergency. Lumber company right there. So, wait a second. Where's the museum? That's right, south of town. Excuse me, guys. Airstrip. See this? Giant building? Which one dominates right there? The one that says Air Museum? That's quite a large aircraft to the right there. This thing right here. There's an 4-engine plane. I've been there. That is a blimp hangar, and that protected the West Coast. There's one right here. This is its footprint. It burned, unfortunately. I saw the fire. It did. You can see it from Portland. That's the world's largest freestanding wooden building right there. It was just built in a year. Because there was a will, so there was a way. We built the second one, I think, right next to it at the same time. The Tillamook blimp hangar. Give me some donations and I'll go and film it. I'll see if I can't film live. It's so big that you could. This guy did a stunt and flew right through it. But it housed multiple blimps. Not just one, a whole bunch. And these things patrolled. So Japanese gave up. We wanted to land on the beaches and put a whole bunch of saboteurs, mostly caused forest fires and stuff, on the beaches. And these things were looking for the subs. So they also realized the Japanese had been, because we knew this, taken to camps so they couldn't blend in anymore with the local local population. They also abandoned the idea to land saboteurs. But then they decided balloon bombs would do the trick. And they actually launched a plane, and Brookings, they tried to light Brookings on fire because they knew about the original Brookings fire. They actually bombed Brookings. That was the last time on the West Coast that any foreign power actually did any damage to us that I can recall. Oh yeah, it was the poor thing on fire in the 90s. They stored hay in there, by the way, and that's a terrible idea, because hay will spontaneously combust. The Air Museum run now got sprinklers, so it's got a good chance of survival. Go there if you ever can. Incredible. But the war effort is what destroyed a whole lot of the rest of the forest that was old growth. They wanted to save it. Tillamook Burn had already happened, but when it's war, it's war. Back to the task at hand. The point is, and it stands, if you have the equipment to prevent major damage, you can. If you don't, you can't. All right. Let's try and look at, I'm hoping somebody will upload the fire video. We can look at a little video in a second, which was the morning's operational update from, I believe, yesterday. There's a kind of a Facebook page that the fire has now. Yeah, try to log in. And it may have the community meeting. We may have to go fishing. So Watch Duty did have, yeah, here it is. Here's the video. Let me read you the interweb and then watch that video. So in addition, their planned action is to focus on deliberate communication amongst existing and incoming resources and develop a workable plan. That's a good plan. In the next 12 hours, they expect the fire to stay active overnight in the Lawson Creek drainage and along all the high ridges. Next 24 hours, the fire will continue to burn aggressively towards Wild Horse Bridge and Wild Horse Lookout on the west side, and will continue burning up Lawson Creek. The south and east sides of the fire will continue short uphill runs with flanking fire. Now, when fires are, driven by the wind, they're heading one direction, usually the same direction as the wind. So the flanks are the sides, right? So where the fire is going, you think about it as a train, and the flanks are, the doors to get on the train. I get it. And those, because they're not driven with the wind, they tend to spread out. It spreads out to the side a bit slower. But that's a great place to attack, especially if, say, it was a super monster that you have to get out of the way of the front of anyway. And megafires are like a train. You don't get in front of them and say, "Hey, stop!" Right? Who's ever done that and lived? The weather will make it a barreling monster, and the weather will also slow it down. When it gets slower, you can get in front of it and try to gauge and try to put a barrier to bring it to a halt, but not when it's cooking. For the next 48 hours, the fire will continue to burn aggressively towards Wild Horse Ridge and Wild Horse Lookout. Is that one of those actual fire lookout towers that still exist? Because that's what it means. Wild Horse Lookout must have been at least a historical fire lookout tower. The old ones, we had the binoculars up there. They had really incredible machines that they were really special if they would plot the maps. All right. So it'll burn aggressively towards Wild Horse Ridge and Wild Horse Lookout on the west side of the fire, and it'll continue burning up Blossom Creek. South and east side of the fire will continue with short uphill runs and flanking fire. So let's look. Where's this Wild Horse Ridge? Go back. Let's go back. World War II is an emergency. The current wildfire situations are doing more damage than World War II did to our country. Let's have it just as a robust response. If I have to testify before Congress, I will. Let's make a petition. Let's do it. Okay. Let's go back. Wild Horse Ridge. We turn on activity. Wild Horse Ridge. I guess I could just type that in and say Curry County. It's not spreading across Curry and Justin County. There's Lawson Creek. And it's a north to northwest wind. So it should be being pushed south. Horse sign Butte. Horse something, right? Wild horse. They must be worried about the southern southeast section. Oh, that's right. We need to go on a forest so it's not. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we've got the county lines here too. There we go. Botanical area. Okay. Big craggies. That's cute. That's cute. Wild Horse Ridge. On the fire thing. Wild Horse. Right. Awesome Butte, Gray Butte. Game Lake Butte. Game Lake. Good in wild game. Saddle Mountain. This is not as quite easy. Oh, there it is. Wild Horse Prairie. Wild Horse Campground. Wild Horse Lookout. Alright, so it's trying to go here. Right here. It's the enemy at the gates. It's right up on the doors. So they may be either abandoning or trying to protect it right now, this very spot. We do have Lotus and Veer's images. I haven't read anything about, not that I can remember. Remember yesterday I had a fear about them doing any firing ops. So I would imagine that these hotspots are just the fire's natural progression, instead of them trying to light backfires to protect the area. Wait, is this the same road? Yeah, this is the 3318 road. This will be a linchpin right here. This is the battleground. This is the this is the Thermopylae. You guys know your military history? The Spartans. Yes, it was 300 Spartans, but there were thousands of other Greeks too next to the 300 Spartans. They neglect to show that in the movie. But they held a pass. They held a spot that was critical, and the gigantic Persian army couldn't get past it. Not without, they really couldn't get past it not without heavy loss, right? So that became the critical battle to save the day. And if the Greeks lose the pass, it'll be much, much, much harder to defeat the monster, if not impossible. This little spot might be the Thermopylae, because we got this canyon, and anything on fire here can kind of roll out down or just spray the embers across the landscape, and that would ultimately threaten Gold Beach. That's the site of the Fritchie Cabin. I guess it was something back in the day, history. Well, really wanted to see aircraft right here. What the hell's going on? Put my filter back on. Why was the aircraft taken away? Only if they thought something else, perhaps Perhaps they're thinking they can just quickly extinguish this and put the resources back where they're belonging. I'm hoping that was their thinking. I hope they were like, okay, let's slam this new thing. Bam! Get that under control. Throw everything back at the big firefight. But there's not even helicopters right now. One. It's not the Super Puma anymore. A different style of Sikorsky. And why is it coming all the way from Merlin? You'd think it would just be dropping. There's an airstrip at Agnes. Just be on the road, dropping splash, dropping splash, dropping splash. You'd think that's what it would be doing. Guys, I don't know what to say. Big Dogs is a one-lane dirt road not suitable for fire trucks. Yep. So, Mitty says, what was the name of the Naval Air Station in Tillamook? Was it Tongue Point? No, Tongue Point is in Astoria. It was called Tillamook Naval Air Station. Hey, sister, how you doing? How you doing? This is not looking great. We're gonna have our first megafire over here if something doesn't change. Let's look at the weather. The community meeting I really wanted to listen to. Oh wait, we have a video. I'm sorry, guys. We'll watch the video and look at the weather. Then I have to take a bathroom break. But this is not looking good. It's on the Facebook. Here is the Facebook link. I don't know if I put in the description. Let's set this video up for full screen. It'll take me a second. Share it. Okay.
Section Chief here on the flat fire.
Pause. Excuse me.
Day yesterday we found some.
Let's see. Make it full screen. Okay. Now let me adjust audio just a second. Just a second. Okay. All right.
Successes. I'll kind of come around the horn, and we had some challenges as always. The fire. Section Chief here on the flat fire. Good day yesterday. We found some successes. I'll kind of come around the horn, and we had some challenges as always. The fire, most progression of the fire was over here in Lawson Creek. The good part of it is it kind of paralleled with the 3318 road. So we still think we've got some good options up on this 3318 road. But however, we're just getting in place up there and getting squared away. But we're working off some previous hazard abatement and whatnot that had been done up on that road during some previous fires. So we've got a little bit of an up there starting out. With that, then we're coming back around here over to Division Zulu, and in here we continued trying to secure this, our anchor point, if you will. Utilizing a little bit of ground ignition in there to get some good black line coming on down. Worked late into the night last night securing that. Continuing on today is the intent with that to get that all the way down to the Illinois River, and then along with that get some hose and equipment up there to help secure and support that solid line.
I'm so frustrated by the people talking in the background. I'd be like, quiet on the set! Shut up! What the hell's going on here? I can barely understand it too. I'm sorry, guys.
Going forward, coming across the river into Alpha, working off the good work that was done the previous couple of days and getting this line established in through here and around the structures. And with that, again, a little bit of firing going on out there yesterday.
Okay, so confirmation they were doing some firing ops
to help secure that. Mind
you, this is not today's update. Look at the date on the map up there. Wait, is it today's update? Is it the 19th? Am I that confused? Is it the 19th? Yeah, it is. Okay, sorry, this is today. But the acreage in the map is the 18th. Okay, sorry. Lost my mind. Okay, rewinding.
Utilizing a little bit of ground ignition in there to get some good black line coming on down. Worked late into the night last night securing that. Continuing on today is the intent with that to get that all the way down to the Illinois River, and then along with that get some hose and equipment up there to help secure and support that solid line going forward. Coming across the river into Alpha, working off the good work that was done the previous couple of days and getting this line established in through here and around the structures. And with that, again, a little bit of firing going on out there yesterday to help secure that line as they come around and begin to work this out toward Division Delta and working these improvement lines. In comparison to this side of the fire, minimal growth over here yesterday, so that was a good thing. However, we're gaining on this anchor point. We're just not at that level where we can say it's locked down, but we're gaining on it, and that's the positive. With that, we still have multiple resources in here for structure protection for all the structures up here in the Illinois River Valley and in the community of Agnes. Again, no challenges there around those structures directly. It's just securing this line, and at this time we're seeing good success in that. We've just got a few more shifts to really lock that down. Thank you.
All I could hear is a damn truck. Sorry, I have ADD. Going back. Try to focus on the not noise. What did he say?
More resources in here for structure protection for all the structures up here in the Illinois River Valley and in the community of Agnes. Again,
we are going to put some structure protection stuff around the structures here in the community of Agnes.
No challenges there.
No challenges there. Great. So they got their stuff in position.
Around those structures directly. It's just securing this line, and at this time we're seeing good success in that. We've just got a few more shifts to really lock that down.
But it's going to take a few more shifts to lock down doing that, plus making this line. What you can't see is a bunch of, it's just fuzz because it's a low resolution, but you got a bunch of X's here, and they put on the maps little X's where they're trying to make a line. So it's usually an existing road. They'll clear vegetation on either sides of the road. They'll widen it, sometimes burn a little bit of the vegetation off, like right next to the road, and maybe masticate up some trees and shrubs and such so they can hold it better. Maybe even wet down the landscape, just a variety of stuff in the toolbox. And lay hoses down in strategic spots, et cetera, et cetera. Hazardous trees that look like they can just torch up, get them down. The ones that look sickly, dead, whatnot. When they have a bunch of X's like that together, that means they're working on it. But black line would be when it's a nice thick line. This is not black line. This is like somebody drew the road with a pen. Don't confuse that with containment line. Don't confuse that with black line, which means we're done. Right? It would be really thick, kind of like the thickness of a little one right there. With the X's, like all the X's become a big black thick line when they're done. And what black line is supposed to mean is you shall not pass. Like the fire, we do not expect it to pass it unless there's an extreme freak accident type of condition, like a freak windstorm, something really weird that happens, something unforeseen, something weird, right? Extreme weather, blah blah blah. But mostly black line is supposed to take that into account and mean like snowball's chance in hell the fire gets past it. So they don't have any. If they did, it would say percentage of containment. They don't have any containment, so there's no true black line. It would be nice if they did this in, say, a pink, purple, green color or something to highlight this road. But alas, they didn't. So just don't confuse that with containment black lines. Now, the way they're talking about divisions, they usually, like, say it's around the clock, right? Midnight, 11:50 to midnight would be like Zulu. In this case, there's not that many divisions out, so looks like Division Zulu, which is Z, is like pretty much I don't know, pretty much midnight to what, 9 o'clock ish, 9 o'clock to. In fact, there's nothing at 6 o'clock. There's nobody down there in the south. Nobody attacking this from the south. It looks like. Well, there's not any roads, so what would you do anyway? So they got troopers. If you look at a clock, from about 9 o'clock to 2 in the morning, at 2 o'clock. Don't know what division Frank would be up in the middle of nowhere up there, but I guess they decided that they'll try to hold it way up here. It's hard to understand what they might be thinking about. But this southern area is a complete nightmare because you got the roadless wilderness thing in the southeast area, the 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock area. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. So a couple of nights ago, I speculated that they would do firing ops because they have a lack of options, and defended that, like, even if the fire hadn't reached this particular point right here, which one I can't remember. I keep calling that one. There's no roads there, so they should probably, when it's like the cool of the morning, try to burn off the duff and other stuff that's flammable, and introduce fire there before the main fire gets there, so it's not quite as bad. I mean, you have nothing to lose. It's going to reach it there anyway. So there's just only 510 people. Like I said, I would be happy if there were 3,000 plus there already, but that'll take a long time to get those people there. I don't know if they've called for that amount of people, but that's what I would call for as a newbie. Or just throw everybody at it, because it's got potential for a mega fire, and if you don't do something real soon, what's going to happen with the next big windstorm? So I guess that was today. It was today's morning operational update. Sorry about that. Didn't read that correctly. Now, when I was spacing out a little bit, that's why I had to rewind it, because I identified that the person filming here is using a omnidirectional microphone, so you could hear everything behind the person on the camera, as well as what's in front of the camera. So they chose the wrong microphone out of the toolbox. In my head, I went, like, if I was there and I was filming this, I would try to get my deity microphone, or my different shotgun microphone that I have. I was thinking in my head how I would set that up to clean up this audio, and I went, oh, wait a second, I forgot I was watching something. That's what having ADD is like. Okay, we're not daydreaming. We super focus on every new thought we have. I think people misunderstand it. We're not distractible. It's just that every new thing we look at, we hyper focus on it, and we don't pay attention to everything that we were focused on last. Just one thing at a time. All right, let's look back at the Facebook page for this fire. If there's any goodies we can get out of it. Oh my God, that's some bad smoke. Orange skies. This was updated. That's a 10-hour ago update. He's had about 515-ish people, 17 different crews, 7 helicopters, only 10 fire trucks, 1 engineers, only 4 bulldozers, only 2 water trucks, and only 6 masticators for this giant. Now, I love these maps, but it's very hard to get them. Those are the, what are these maps called?
Thank you.
Shoot. They're the battle plan maps. Now, sometimes InfoWeb will provide them, and generally they're not provided to the public. Incident Management Team 6. IMCT 6. Sometimes you can get lucky and they're on YouTube. So we're not getting anything in India. Incident Management Riverside County Fire. So I was hoping CAL FIRE is Incident Management Team 6, but this wouldn't necessarily be CAL FIRE. Dang it. Caldor Incident Live Stream. Really? Okay, well, I'll see if they put anything for themselves on YouTube. We used to watch that during the Caldor and the Dixie. They had little YouTube streams and they were chattering amongst themselves. All right, let me look back at the chat. Hopefully more aircraft is going to come. Ah, the eye in the sky. Wait, nope. That might be the eye in the sky. If he's going back to Agnes, then the tankers might be. There's Tanker 912. There's Tanker 912. Okay. Maybe they're fueling up, guys. I wish we could hear them, but so far I haven't found a broadcastify for it. How many acres? It's like 8,000-ish right now. Let's, a new thing just happened southwest of Eugene. It was around 40 acres and it peeled away the aircraft. Until tonight's flyover, yeah, it's at almost 13,000. It started on, what, the 15th? There's a Facebook link to the full report 8 hours ago. I will link this in chat right now. Oh, I was already reading it. So, this basically is what we read off of the Instagram. There is some good news there. What? Who is trying to call me? I neglected seeing one of my very ill friends, and I feel like crap putting him on hold right now. But I think I am going to take his call. So I will. He's quite ill. So I will take a break. I'm going to get a bathroom break. I'm gonna get some drink. And we'll come back to this. And then type your questions and such in the chat. I'll try to figure out what's gonna go on here. I think this is a good sign, and we might get the tankers back in action. But I'm really worried that the resources are just not enough right now, and they're not arriving fast enough. But we shall see, right? We shall see. Yeah, there's no roads. It's pretty rough. Okay, let's take a 5 or 10 here. Probably gonna be more like 10. So let me put that up as a little note because I lost access to the thing back at, let's see, what it's 5:10-ish right now. 5:22 p.m. Great. So let me put this big note there. Moderators are in chat. We're going to help you with stuff. Another reminder, we are donation based. So with your kind support, I can keep doing this. PayPal link, I should pin that. I should have pinned that into the chat. Unlike the super chat, super stickers, PayPal won't take 30% like YouTube does. So, we are donation based. Excuse me. I'll get my own PayPal link up. See, if you go to my channel, just click on the K thing. You go to the About page. It's there. So, let me copy the link. It's gone haywire. Hang on. Put that in the chat. There. Okay, I'm grateful for everything. Very sorry, I am, as usual, a bit behind in my correspondence, but this has been one of the busiest July's of my life. So let me put up the text notepad. Okay. And we'll get that back into the correct size. This is a live view of these aircraft. The eye in the sky right there. Okay. See you soon, guys. Okay, we're back. Sort of. Let me get this. Okay, where's the webcam? Look, I was a minute late, but I'm always fashionably late. You know me. Okay. All right. 2 minutes late. Okay, yes. Okay, at least something good going on here. We've got at least somebody looking at the fire from aircraft. Why are they stationary? Must have lost contact with it. I have my own stream on my phone. I was just sharing the link. Hang on a sec. Weird to hear myself on YouTube off my app on my phone. People are like, "Hey, does it ever feel normal?" No. I'm like, to see yourself on YouTube. No, it doesn't. All right. Thanks, friends, for your patience. I did not really eat anything. Dinner's coming up soon, though. I gotta save this salmon. Packing this up. Took a few bites of it earlier. Well, maybe I should take a couple more bites now. All right. What are your guys' questions? What can I try to find for you? What answers? Cheryl says, Smitty says there's a bunch of air assets circling around the Haight Creek fire. 40 acres, 0% containment. Lane County, Oregon. Yeah, Smitty, I was just commenting on that. They got peeled away. Wolfo, hey, how you doing? Talro says, years ago, took a flat-bottom boat down the Rogue River. Had to think all that rugged beauty is in danger of being reduced to ash. Well, reduced to ash again. You know, the giant biscuit fire happened. We're just remarking on that. There was a 500,000 acre fire. So just as it, recovered, this happens. So the biscuit fire is that giant yellow blob that spans 2 different states there. Yeah. It is. Excuse me. Thank you. See Probe sitting behind me saying, "Boss, what about dinner, huh? Gonna get dinner on?" He says kitchen staff is on a mandatory break. Whatever. You can be replaced, chickie baby. No, he's really sweet. He's gonna cook dinner. He's using my Wi-Fi. Help me cover the fires. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Smitty says, didn't you mention their band evacuating a few days ago? What band? What? Cheryl says, the First Nation chief says several homes have been lost in the wildfire near Cranbrook, in Canada. Dang, that's sad. Okay, so unless somebody uploads the community meeting to, say, the Flat Fires Facebook page, red flag is in effect for Southern Oregon because of gusty winds and low humidity. Here's the link to the smoke outlook. Yeah. Flatfire on Twitter, Facebook. Look at the Twitter one. He's reciting it off screen. Come on, sign me in. I just tweeted that I was live because I forget that all the time. You guys have to remind me how to do my job. All right. Thank you, firefighters. That's always sweet to see. Heart, share. Spanish translations in the morning update. That's really cool, then. I wish I knew Spanish and try to do this stuff. Here, I'm retweeting this stuff. These are shaded would be the biggest hotspot areas of where it's really active. It's intense heat. The infrared map of the 18th. Yesterday at what? Just before 11? 10 or 10, 20, 10:30ish. So I'm thinking right there, this thing to the left, Wild Horse Peak and Fire Lookout Tower. When are we going to check out if it Wild Horse Lookout Tower? See if it was still an active wildfire fighting tower. I'll be damned. It's still around. They didn't destroy it. It's closed. Well, yeah, there's a wildfire at the base of it. Activities, camping and cabins and cabin rentals. Wow. Was it active though? Oh yeah, the OregonLookouts.weebly.com. We've used this before to check out the ones. I mean, they keep burning down. Yeah, that's in disrepair. 2008. Did they fix it up? In 1984, it wasn't too bad. 1944, it looked awesome. Like a little hut on stilts. So in 1929, a fireman's cabin was constructed. Might be there in the picture. 1931, it was authorization to construct it. September 1931, we put the log foundation down. The logs are up to a point where we could start building our house. The log section at the base is about 9 feet high. We'll raise the finder high enough to command a view of the lower Rogue River country from Billmore Creek west. The lookout house will show up plainly from Rogue River and will be seen by the tourists as they come up the Rogue River to act. How cute. In 1931, an R1 type lookout cabin was constructed on the tower at Wild Horse. Excuse me. A History of the Siskiyou National Forest, a book written in 1939. I'd love to read that. I bet it's on Google Books. May 1932, while pruning an apple tree the other day, Moritz Fritchie fell, catching by the foot in the crotch of an apple tree. He hung head down for quite some time. Oh, God. He saved himself by swinging back and forth until he could reach a limb and pull himself to an upright position. Oh, God. His leg was badly wrenched, causing him considerable suffering. Moritz Fritsch, I don't know how to say this, Fritchie, was lookout patrolman several years at Wild Horse. He's 70 years of age. That's why on the map it says Fritchie Cabin, the site of it. December 1933, this summer, the lookout fireman at Wild Horse found an old briar pipe carved in the shape of a bulldog's head. In 1908 and 09, a man tried to homestead this area. He smoked such a pipe with an amber stem. Although the amber stem is gone, there's little doubt that the pipe is the same one. He left in the fall of 1909, so the pipe has been lost for at least 24 years. The bowl of the pipe is checked. All the varnish or the finish is gone, but the wood shows no sign of decay. Part of the original cake is still in the bowl. I plan on refurbishing the pipe and putting on a newsstand. 10. Man, what a smoke that should be, says Ranger Vondas Miller of the Agnes District in 1933. 1935, fears that 2 youths were lost in the Curry Forest were dissipated today. We learned the car found at Wild Horse Prairie Lookout Station belonged to a Curry resident. The 2 youths were inquiring concerning trapping possibilities last November, and the car recently located at the lookout was believed to have been left there while they took to the woods. May 1940, good point to pick up potential fires along the Rogue River Valley and towards Lake of the Woods, which is unable to see all of the same. Fuel moistures tend to run a little damper in this section of the district. Oh, it keeps going. I thought that was it. 1941, a lookout manned 95 days there and reported to the Agnes Ranger Station via the Forest Service line to the West Coast Telephone Company. 1947, a 40-foot sawn timber tower with L4 14x4 hip-roofed access, 1936 cab and catwalk was constructed. June 1968, David Christie is returning for his second season as lookout on the Wild Horse. He's a local boy and a student at Southern Oregon College in Ashland. 1969, Edward Branch of Angleton, Texas is with the Forest Service for his first summer, will be stationed there. So that personally lasted a year. September 1972, Bob and Lonnie Devaney were married this spring. They are on the Wild Horse Mountain Lookout in the Gold Beach District. That's cute. Husband and wife at the lookout. 1990, vandalism, including a fire set inside of the lookout's cab. The windows and the doors are also broke. Repairs made in a timely manner, restoring the structure to sound, usable condition. Can we hang them high? 2008, during the winter of 07-08, a heavy snow load caused the cab to collapse. The Sand Mountain Society began restoration during the summer. And there's no current picture of it. You know, it's 2008. So that doesn't look very fireproof. If it's at all like it was, that thing will go up in flames immediately. They would have to take great pains to protect it, and I hope they do. Ironically, when wildfires destroy lookout towers, that drums home the idea that we should make more of them and protect them because the threat is still here. Okay, Smitty says air assets are still at the Hate Creek fire. Yeah. So sorry to hear about the fire near you, Cheryl. Let's just add. I wonder if there's like a map on the site that shows the current lookouts. On the National Register of Historic Places. That doesn't mean it will be given any protection. I've been very, very vocally critical of the Forest Service and their some of them like to preserve history, and some of them are just absolute beep, 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 beep about history. I'd like to beep their stupid beep, beep, beep. People that work for the public should beep for the public beeping good and not decide what should be preserved or not. Mother beep. Anyway. Let's see. Is there a current photo? Oh man, it looks wretched. Who knows how old this photo was though? After the snow collapsed it in 08. Anybody know the status of this thing? I'd like to know. You know, maybe somebody's taking a picture of it, put it on Google Maps. You know, get on Google Maps. Go look at it. There's the Google Maps. When you get to the little gold man, sometimes it shows stuff you don't know about. That's a little gold man. Yeah, it's like tourist photos and stuff. That's too far south. But what's that? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Not only was the biscuit fire not really salvage logged, this is ready to burn again. They didn't replant. I mean, replanting would have been nonsense because all the forest would have just burned up anyway again. But look at this crap. Look at this crap. Manufactured. This is a manufactured disaster that we're facing right now because of mistakes in the past. Look, nothing grew back. There was nothing to save. There's all this argument of, oh, you can't do salvage logging because it'll prevent things from growing back. Nothing grew back. Like I said, megafires burn all the seeds up. Mostly what grows back? Birds crap a bunch of fire-promoting weeds like blackberries. And things like Scotch broom. You got this little thing, this little stuff will grow back. Manzanita and stuff. But this crisis right now, because of this crap on the landscape, and all this wood was left to rot. So all these trees that died for no reason. the same equal amount of trees could have been saved by just saving this wood, and you wouldn't have to chop them down elsewhere. In fact, when you do salvage logging, it helps the environment all over the world because lumber is a commodity. It's got a certain price tag all over the world. So the more, like every commodity, the more you produce, the less it costs, the less value it has because it's not scarce. So that tells other lumber companies that are counting the beams with their accountants, should we log this area? It will be expensive to log it. But since lumber is such a high price right now, it's going to be worth it. This is how capitalism makes decisions, right? If you flood the market with a bunch of salvage log stuff, they go, it'll be expensive to log that area, so we're not going to, because lumber's low right now. You save trees by doing salvage logging. It may be somewhere else in the world, but you're still doing it. But this is waste wood. After 2 to 3 years, it rots and it has no value. It's bug eaten, has holes in it. This is horrible. Didn't even plan. I was trying to look for a fire lookout tower, but that little image right there is extremely valuable to us because it shows the problem. Not only did they not replant it, there's just no forest anymore where there should be. That won't grow back ever. Just like the Tillamook Burn, it was still a wasteland like that. 60 years later, well, 35 years later, then they finally figured out they had to replant it, mostly in the late 60s. Megafires turn all the podcasts to ash and all the seeds. Hey, Broken Fish, you're here. Samson Miller says, young brush, yep. Brush at the base of dead trees, that is the worst thing. I'm on the stage on the Discord channel. Cool. Yeah, as long as you guys let me know, you can rebroadcast my stream. That's usually fine. Just let me know about it. The Fence Ranch. Cool, that looks historical. I was talking a lot about you earlier. Glad you woke up. It's almost my dinner time. So what do you still want to talk about the biscuit fire, Broken Fish? We could do that today, we could do it tomorrow. I'm not sure what else there is to cover right now. I know that there's something going on at the Idaho border. Of course, this is the greatest one that concerns me. With the gold something. Well, that's the Spring Creek. Near Boise. Gold Run. I don't usually cover Idaho, but it does look pretty nasty. The fire grew from 50 to 700 acres overnight due to low humidity and erratic winds, according to Idaho Department of Lands. More growth is expected today. It's 3 miles northeast of Ola in Idaho County, burning in grass and timber. Indirect lines should hold the fire in place, but the weather conditions could cause it to move beyond. Structures are threatened, but there are no evacuations. Command has ordered a Great Basin Type 2 incident management team due to the possibility of more fire growth. Fire from the Department of Lands. What the hell is the Department of Lands? Is that like Idaho's Fish and Game? Did they rename it or something? All right. Let's see if there crashed over it. All right. Broken Fish is a local down there by where the flat is, and he actually fought the biscuit fire in 2002. He's got lots of experience firefighting, did it as a career. I'm really lucky to have him. Spoke with me a little bit today, like I said earlier. And okay, we got more helicopters coming to the flat fire. Good. We've been unable to hear any pilot chatter. Look at that cute little K-Max. Oh God, I was hoping it was big, but we'll take what we can get. Are they over there in Idaho? That's United Airlines, excuse me. Yeah. There's that lead plane. Airbus helicopter over by Ola. which is pretty sparsely inhabited. Is this the Blue Mountains? I don't think so. Possibly be. The Snake River runs through the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon, but I think it's a little bit too far south of there. So they don't have a lot of water sources. They're dipping out of what? Are they dipping out of a snake? Payette, whatever that is. Sorry, I've never been to Idaho. So they haven't taken too many resources either. Do I have my filter back on? No, I don't. That's why United Airlines is showing up. Point. There we go. Now this shows things below a certain altitude. Huh. A warplane. Aero Votachoti Albatross. Votachoti. Whatever the hell that is. Okay. Now, what's going on southwest of Eugene over by Alma? Hoping that since they took some resources away from the flat fire, that they would just slam it, get it in the bag as a scooper, and then deploy everything else back to the flat fire. But that's what happens. Just west of Eugene is a lake, and the scoopers are working it and heading to that Haight something fire, whatever that is. H-A-I-G-H-T. Lucky's girl, hey, how you doing? Doesn't it seem like the fires? Does it seem like the fires are in Oregon now? Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, because it's El Nino. What does El Nino do? El Nino effects. USA. I need one of these good things. Yeah. What does El Nino do? Climate.gov. Just give me that map. What do El Nino, well, it's showing their time, but patterns do. Wet, windy, more than usual southwest of the United States. Drier, hotter, Pacific Northwest and Canada. Warmer and drier. Showing winter time. Let's see if we get a good summertime graphic. What? There's no summertime graphic. So I looked up the Biscuit Fire and see if it wasn't El Nino during 2002. It was. It was. So, whatever this is, let's get a better graphic. Let's see the day. El Nino is back. Seasonal temperature outlook. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that. This is a good graphic. Major, hey, how you doing? It's very breezy in Josephine County. Yep, it's red flag day. Josephine, Kearney County is where the flat fire is. How long have you been here, Major? I just went over the flat fire and how it's quite concerning. Like, you definitely should watch the beginning of the broadcast. Major says, I didn't know that nature couldn't overcome the injury. I mean, I didn't understand the importance of replanting. I got a lot to learn. Yeah, I mean, it's nobody really knew that nature wouldn't replant back then. That's because there weren't that many megafires. Everybody learned this in the 1930s through the 60s, and mostly just, foresters and people involved. It's not like the public's ever educated about this at all. I think that should change. I think everybody should take a wildfire learning class in high school now. Ability to protect yourself, understand the basics. It's just more important to learn about practical things than y equals mx plus b, which for some reason I still remember as slope in my good algebra class. But have I ever used algebra in my entire life? No. like it's still curriculum, because back in the day, you know, the United States needed everybody to know that so you could be a good soldier. You could launch mortars, you know, by penciling it out, by using surveying equipment and finding, you know, the slope of the rocket we're going to launch versus the slope of the hill over there, and we're going to hit the enemy. Oh my God, that's why algebra was like part of your basic diploma, but it shouldn't be. It should be whatever the hell is relevant in the modern era, such as how to balance your checkbook, how not to go into debt, what the hell is compound interest, how to protect yourself from wildfires, basic educations like that. And if you want to go into computing and mathematics, you go ahead and do that. But the rest of us, who the hell cares? Geometry is fine. Good enough. Yeah, it's because we're in the El Nino. That's just the same thing that's happening to Canada. Now, El Ninos are bad for Oregon. I mean, we had some pretty amazing weather, but it wasn't amazing for the environment. It was just like months of not very much rain. I know Cipro was rejoicing. He's like, oh, it feels like the Bay Area. I'm like, dude, it's not funny. It's not cool. Watch what happens during fire season. Thank you. Yeah, I think that is a great visual. Now, the omega pattern is the other thing you have to understand. The new heat dome thing, at least it's a new word for the public. The omega pattern, Canada 2023. This is what people have to understand about the heat dome. What happened throughout 2020, 2021, since 2020, this has been happening around the year, around the world. This is not a permanent situation. It's a phenomenon that's mostly the jet stream gone wild. Okay, I feel sad for the youngsters right now just believing propaganda that outlets that should know better, like National Geographic, are putting out. But National Geographic got bought by Disney. Disney is not a news outlet, nor do they care about real info to the public. In fact, they gutted National Geographic. I don't even think they have any editorial staff on the payroll anymore. I was reading about that. National Geographic is dead. It's not what it used to be. It's a name. It's like any mommy blog now. When stupid ass articles started coming out like, oh, beaver butts smell like vanilla, you know that National Geographic has gone downhill. No, they don't smell like vanilla, you dumbass. They actually smell really highly acidic, and they have a sort of a musky smell. And beavers don't even have a butt. They don't have an anus either. So, no, it doesn't smell good. What the hell are you talking about? And don't ask me how I know that, but I do. I wanted to be a biologist. That's all you need to know. But no, you can smell beaver castor. It's for sale. It's in the perfume industry. It's in all kinds of lures to attract animals for photography. And it smells chocolatey, nutty, and a bit offensive. But anyway, the point is, no, beavers don't smell like vanilla. When National Geographic came out with that, I went, oh my fucking God. Now National Geographic comes out with crap like, orange skies are the future. Everybody get used to the new megafires because of climate change. Wake up! It's not the future. Only if we sit down and drink and whine about it instead of taking action. You know, the orange skies that happened because of the Dixie Fire, for example, happened because of a power company. And we can stop that. But this is what happens in the El Nino and La Nina. Temperatures of the Pacific Ocean either too hot or too cold, and outside the norm. Change the jet stream. The jet stream is what controls our weather for most of the northern hemisphere of the globe. Everything from China, Japan, Russia, Siberia, Canada, England, Mediterranean. The jet stream is a giant wall of you shall not pass. It is the Great Wall of China thing in the sky. And whatever the jet stream is doing, your weather is going to drastically change. Jet stream is what causes wintertime California fires to be so insane, like the Paradise Fire, because it will push the hot, dry winds of Nevada into California at hurricane speed. It's like winter is California's worst fire season. Paradise happened November 18th. And the Oakland firestorms in November too, if I remember right. Santa Rosa burning down was October through January. So we've been in La Nina, which is a colder than normal Pacific, for 3 years. And then we thought we'd go back to normal, but there was a surprise for 2023. We went to El Nino, which is a hotter than normal Pacific Ocean waters. And until climatologists can explain to me why this happens, I don't want to hear explanations about where they think the climate is headed. Like, if you don't understand today and why this happened, why are you telling me you can predict the future? Just buckle up, admit that we don't know jack about how the climate works. It's a science in its infancy. And just prepare for anything. I don't even know how people are explaining how we can stop the climate from changing if you don't understand why it changed in the first place. Nobody's explained the medieval warm period to me either. Don't know why that happened. I'm just kind of like a hands-off. I don't think humans should be that proud, that hubristic thing to say that we have the power to change it the way we want when we don't even really understand it yet. Of course, climate change is happening, but I'm just going to sit back and wait till I get more data. I do not think taxing cow parts is going to do a damn thing, for example, but that's just me. It's my personal opinion. But no, I don't climate deny. Climate change has wrecked more civilizations than anything else on Earth. It's a very serious problem. We have to be prepared for it. Instead of blaming each other and saying, I hate you, you caused it. Just get ready. Just everybody help each other. It's chaos. It's still chaos. So, but a lot of it we can stop. Desertification causes climate change. That's proven. We cannot let our forests become deserts. And that is exactly what this was. I was just showing you. This former forest became a desert. Tillamook Burn was too. Unless you replant. That's a desert where a forest used to be, guys. That look lush? That look like habitat? We gotta stop it. This is fighting climate change right now. Firefighters are on the front lines of it. We need to give them all the support we can. Money, emotional, medical, and of course, emotional the most. This is working in health. They're doing it to save us in our environment. Now, the heat dome thing, they call it omega because it looks like the omega, the Greek letter, right? Such thing as you shall not pass. So any of the tropical moisture from the south, which would be the Gulf of Mexico, can't get up there to Canada right now. In fact, this is backwards. A little backwards. Anyway, might be a little bit behind the times here. So, a lot of the moisture, a high pressure ridge that formed because of the jet stream doing that, means it's a shield. Where it says H on the weather patterns, it's a shield. High pressure means air is stagnant. There's not much going on there. It's going to bounce off any storms coming towards it that have moisture. So when we get the Pineapple Express storms going to Oregon, that's because there's a ridge of high pressure shield over Hawaii, and it bounces off all that tropical stuff, and you get flooding in California and Oregon with those massive Pineapple Express storms, right? Now called atmospheric rivers. Now, there's a lot of moisture from the Gulf supposed to head to Canada and cool it off, rain on it, blah, blah, blah. It's bouncing off that high. So what do you get? Wherever there's this omega type pattern here, you get a heat dome in that section. And the heat dome is higher and higher and higher pressure, and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter because fewer and fewer and fewer of those wet storms that are cool are able to go there. There's cool stuff supposed to come down from the Arctic Circle, but can it? Cannot. It'll get funneled towards on the open ocean like Pacific, so that robs Canada of its rain. And the stuff, the cool, moist Arctic air over by like Greenland and stuff, will go out to the Atlantic, or right there. On either side, you can get the potential for torrential rain because it can't pass the jet stream. These storms get stuck. What just happened out here where the low is? Low means high winds, water, and storms. Low is hurricane food. Low pressure, high water temperature fuels the hurricane. Well, where we just get a hurricane that formed right over here, headed for Hawaii. Did it land already? I don't know. I was sick yesterday. I was dead to the world. So what do we have over here in Tennessee and Kentucky? We had torrential floods and rain because the jet stream is doing its weird ass thing, its weirdo pattern, and it means you shall not pass. The jet stream produces fast moving air. Very fast moving air. That's why Idaho right now, I don't know if that's what the jet stream looks like right now. That's why Idaho might be having a high winds, but over here, slight breeze in Portland, right? Yeah. So this is what the heat dome thing is. We've been experiencing it. It happened during La Niñas as it was 2020, 2021, 2022. Wherever you have the high pressure and fires are breaking out and it's baking under the heat dome and its record-breaking temperature is like 120 degrees or 45 whatever degrees in Celsius. Right next to it, on either side, are usually torrential floods and record-breaking rain because the jet stream blocked it, and the heat dome bounced them off. So you have the two extremes right next to each other, and that's why they call it climate change rather than just global warming. I mean, if global warming does not mean the world heats up a little bit more each year, that's BS. It's like complete BS. And climatologists want you to know this. They're in agreement with me. I'm agreeing with them. It's complicated. That's why it's changed climate change, because it affects the poles worse. They're melting at the poles. They're the ones warming up the center of the equator and areas where we live. Not affected that much, but oh boy, the Alaskan natives can tell you about how it's affecting them. So not all sections of the planet will experience warming, period. Some will experience cooling. And like there's a glacier now reforming on Mount St. Helens. It's melting off in other parts of the world, but it's growing bigger on Mount St. Helens. It's complicated. So what we could do the best to try not to have the planet just vacillate wildly between swinging, just try to not alter things. That I think is the most common sense plan. Like, don't make new deserts. In the past, North Africa was a lush rainforest, much like Oregon, kind of. They had elephants living in it, lions eating the elephants were eating stuff in the forest. Very different place. It wasn't the land of camels, it was the land of hippos. But I mean, some of it was natural climate change, but a lot of it was humans cutting down a lot of those trees, over harvesting, blah, blah, blah. Don't make a desert out of forests, because you won't know what the impact will be, but it will be bad somewhere else. And right now, current theory is that dried out the Middle East. Forests produce a lot of its own moisture. When they lose it, they can't make it, but when they get it, they perpetuate it. Every night, every plant starts to make oxygen. They don't make much during the day, it's weird, but at night, they go into a different mode. Instead of eating the sunlight to make its own sugars, photosynthesis, right? That's not going on at night, so it switches into breathing, really, and manufacturing oxygen. And every time they do that, they're releasing a lot of their own moisture that they got from the dew, ambient humidity, and from rain, blah, blah, blah. So all this moisture release is why the rainforest is so damn humid. And all of it will condense, float up, drift away, and rain somewhere else. So that used to make the Fertile Crescent fertile. Most of the Middle East used to be really dang lush, especially around the rivers. But when they first described the Fertile Crescent to me in school, I'm like, that's not really damn fertile. In fact, it's a damn desert with a couple of rivers. But it was different. So one people's overharvesting of wood in one country can completely desertify and screw up another country. So, for example, the United States being such a huge country, if we desertify the West, if we get rid of our big lush forests in the West, what the hell's going to happen to Kentucky, Texas, Illinois, Maine? Who knows? But it won't be good. It'll be a drastic change. Because that's where all that moisture and stuff goes. It drifts over that way. The wind, the jet stream, the trade wind, west to east. So we need to not have this change. This is what bothers me and keeps me up at night. Other people worry about CO2 emissions at night. I worry about desertification at night and how that will affect, perhaps have a permanent effect and permanent negative effect on our nation's climate, and who knows what other nations too. Like I said, we don't have to agree about why we think climate change is occurring. Nobody has to agree. There's not enough data in for a concrete thing to whack somebody over the head and say, hey, you know, like I said, please explain to Younger Dryas and Medieval Warm Period and a couple other things, and it's crickets. Nobody can explain it. Oh well, we'll come back to me when you do. Either way, we have the same goal. Let's not F up the planet, right? Whatever we change, we can't predict. Just try to make it back the way it was. Let's restore. Let's enjoy the way it was. I really liked having the Opal Creek Wilderness. It's never going to come back in my lifetime. It's going to be like that for most of my lifetime. Perhaps it'll just be stubby at the end of my lifetime, but one day it'll be like that again if we make it. But we have to make it. There's no survival of any plants at all in a megafire. There's no seed survival. And 30 years later, after the Tillamook Burn, when nothing grew back in the way of trees, they realized, oh, that's right, fire turned the pine cones into ash. What they did is they did something, and they asked people to collect pine cones and to start growing little trees for replanting. And that started Oregon's entire nursery business, which is now what, #3 economic producer of the state. So phoenixes, they do rise from the ash, right? What's the plural of phoenix? Phoenixi? Phoenixes? Is it just phoenix? Anyway, something good can rise out of the ashes. So once again, we're going to roll up our sleeves, ask Oregon to, you know, get pine cones from elsewhere and collect seeds. They'll have to be, with this amount of forest to replant, first you gotta salvage log it somehow if they allow it, then replant. But we could choose the plants that are native instead of the ones that were replanted in the past that just produce timber. That's part of why these megafires are happening. They're this monoculture. Let's only replant Douglas fir. They dominate Oregon now, and it's unnatural. And they promote fire. Pine needle dropping trees promote fire. It's supposed to be diversity. It's supposed to have your scaly branch trees, your older, more primitive trees, right? Ones with scales, your cedars and trees like that, cypress. One day this will come back. I just won't be alive to see it, unless there's some crazy medical advances and I get to be 200. But hey, we can dream. Right now my generation is poised to probably live to be about 125 to 150. I mean, there's a lot of people that were still lie that were born in the 1800s till just recently. They never realized they'd be 100. I mean, life expectancy was in the late 60s back then. This is what I never got to see. Joplin Flats, the perfectly preserved gold mining town. It's all burned down. But I got within 3 miles. This is the start of that fire, the Beach Creek fire. It just wasn't very big. But no fire access roads meant they couldn't put in smoke jumpers and guarantee their survival, because there's no quick escape route. This is the result. But hey, we can rebuild. At least whatever it is we know about we lost. Well, there's somebody who filmed their hike. Maybe we should look at that one day. Yeah, Cheryl says they plant for the industries, and that's part of why the fires are so bad. Jonathan Gibson says Milankovitch cycles. Let me look up what that is. Milankovitch cycles. The shape of Earth's orbit. Oh, right. Yeah, that's one of the factors. People want to dismiss space factors, but okay. How long does that have? There's a button here that's invisible. It's just tapping the side. Okay. All right. So I was saying, yeah, I have to laugh at the stupidity of what was supposed to be mainstream theory of the 20th century, applying 20th century problems to the ancient past. They were saying that, you know what the explanation was for like the megafauna all going extinct, the mammoths. Yeah, can you put this back in the fridge, please? Oh, thank you. You're awesome kitchen staff, guys. Everybody get a food serve a hand. Thank you. Yeah, I hate these headphones. I need to get something better. I can do stuff like lean my shoulder or have this collar hit it and it mutes it. Let's see. Make sure everything's all set up. Mostly is. So the 20th century is so ridiculous, but without any evidence whatsoever, they said, oh, well, human beings probably just killed off all of the mammoths. Yeah, we've been living in perfect harmony with them in nature for 250,000 years, and all of a sudden we all contracted rabies and wanted to kill everything in sight. Yeah, right. Anyway, mammoth ivory, like as if we killed them for their ivory with no refrigeration. If we just went after mammoth herds and tried to kill them all, the meat would be wasted in about 3 hours. You'd have to butcher an animal that quickly within 3 hours. It would take a crew of 40 people to butcher a mammoth, but that would feed probably 600 people all winter if you did it right. There's no reason for it. The Younger Dryas was almost certainly some sort of an asteroid comet strike. All the animals were adapting to warmer temperatures, and so many ice age came back with a vengeance. And the best thing they could come up with is, we humans were such bad, terrible beings that we destroyed the ecosystem and just suddenly contracted rabies, and we became killing machines for no goddamn reason. Yeah, right. We suffered as much. There were probably 3, 5, 10 years in a row that didn't have a summer. And mammoths were dependent upon migration. If they couldn't migrate south or north because it's too much snow or something. Lucky's girl. Okay, hit the live button. If you have no sound, it's because you're in the past minutes behind in the broadcast. And I hope the chat isn't minutes behind. By the volume area, hit 5. Alright, guys. We're still trying to track fires, but this is another reason for my skepticism about mainstream crap. Because you live long enough, and there's just so much crap that comes out. We humans are not bad. We've always been concerned with the environment. We've always been trying to help animals and our environment. If you look at the species that survived, it's those we domesticated. We went into desperation mode and started trying to save everything we could because we depended upon the environment. The species that survived were our successful domestications. The aurochs became cows. The horses became, horses, but they died out in the wild completely. All camels on the face of the planet died out except those domesticated. There used to be a lot more camels. People in South America domesticated the guanaco, the llama, and what was the other camelid species? The alpaca. Those are the ones that survived. In North America, where people may not have survived very well, none of the camels survived. North American camels did not live. All the predators went down just because the prey went down. It's easy to explain. And no, we weren't trying to domesticate predators except those who helped us hunt. Wolves, right? But even the wolves that became our dogs are completely extinct, different species. They're not related to the gray wolves that are running around the woods today. It's not really possible to domesticate those. They can kind of be good pets, but not really until they get frustrated and they try to rip your face off. Their little bites can rip our face off. It's just a little nip to another wolf, but yeah, deer aren't megafauna. Moose are the only mega deer that two have survived. I mean, elk questionably. I mean, yeah, elk weigh a couple thousand pounds. They're the only two, though. There used to be a lot more cervids. Deer actually weren't that big of an ice age species. They're actually warm adapted. So deer proliferated, the ones that survived after the ice age ended. But if you look at what else survived, the only two camels on our true camel species we domesticated, and they're gone in the wild, except for a couple of the two-humped camels, the Bactrian. But there's now more speculation that they aren't wild. They're just escaped domestic ones. Przewalski's horse, the one that's supposed to be a true wild horse, the Reports. I can't spell that, so I can't say it either. But what's it called? It's an unpronounceable P. Where is it? Yeah, Przewalski's, whatever this is. They're actually not wild either. They're feral, so they're probably domesticated by Indo-Europeans at the dawn of our language family. Let's see, the Copper Age, something like that. Copper to Bronze Age. And some of them escaped. But the only place megafauna really survived, muskox survived in, was it Alaska? Died out though in Asia. Africa. Africa is the only place that resembles the Ice Age of Europe and North America. It was big grassy plains. Big grassy plains support the most life on Earth. Biggest life forms. Why we need to preserve the prairie and the grasslands. But we actually tried to domesticate gazelle, just didn't work or didn't last very long in the Middle East. There's all sorts of things we try to do. They now found foxes. Foxes potentially did become domesticated, or we were fur farming them in Stone Age. I think they found that around Spain. Charles says, how are animals affected by the huge fires in Canada? Zero reports. Well, they're either running for their lives, digging underground, or they're perishing. What I think is being hurt the most in Canada are the birds. A bird can build a nest. A bird can take a lot of its energy. Basically, the entirety of its life effort is to producing offspring, and the entirety of the year is the female having the egg, the pair, the male two, building the nest, and all of their hunting, all their activity, and they're fighting other eagles and such, other birds for their territory. All that activity is to raise some chicks, and we can't evacuate them. You'd think maybe an eagle could save a chick or something, but to bring it where? They don't have another nest. It would take months to build it. They don't. They just leave. Unfortunately, think about all the songbirds. And when I saw the piles and piles and piles of bones on the Caldor fire, I found an animal graveyard, a massive animal Holocaust graveyard. A Holocaust means to die in fire. That's what the word is, lowercase h. So the animal Holocaust I found when I went and interviewed survivors and such of the Caldor fire. A bunch of animals had run up a hill, but the fire overtook them just as they crested the hill. So every couple of feet was another pile of super white animal bones. Some of it had been baked to a powder, but the thicker bones, usually knuckle bones and little things like that, had completely gone. But sometimes you saw the bigger ones, deer, thighs, and such. A lot of them were little squirrels and stuff, little things, lots of little raccoons and such. Now that was in the summer too. I think when did the Caldor start? Let's ask the internets. When did the Caldor start? August 14th. Jeez, look at that image. Lake Tahoe in the scale of this image gives you an idea of how bad it was. So the place I found the animal graveyard was approximately here. Actually, right here. Slightly more salt on mine, please, but that's damn good. Thank you. I taught C-Probe how to make chicken tacos. He just made my own recipe for me. And so he just gave me a taster with this delighted look on his face, like, taste it. That was really cute. Yeah, I was right on this hill, actually, because there's Grizzly Flats, and the fire first got out of control, went due north and hit Grizzly Flats. So right here on this specific hill, right here, is the animal graveyard, and the sad thing is that if animals could think, you can't outrun fire uphill. But if they had gone east, parallel to the river here, the Consumers River, if they had just gone due east, they'd had a chance of survival. I was surprised at how many small animals they made up the majority of the little bone piles, and some of them were at the base of trees, where the trees are still these giant blackened things. Maybe I can even get these pictures up. That would be the. I never sorted them completely. Caldor and the. Yeah. It's from my external drive. Filed videos. Yep, I never got to completely fixing those, but that'll be for a different day. Maybe I named the videos phones. Seems like I would have named that video something like bones. Dark. Nope. All right. But until I find these videos, just take my word for it. And a lot of people wouldn't want to see it actually. So I should probably make it a video where it says, you know, if you're, this may cause great sadness. In my car, I've got one of the deer thigh bones. I was showing that to somebody. It's really hard to tell the difference between a human thigh bone and a deer. At the time, I didn't quite know. But I could tell from other bones there was not a human. But every once in a while, I got a little anxious because I was finding so many. Once you see the little white bone piles in landscape, you could tell them apart from the white rock. You know, there's a lot of quartz gold mining in the area, so I kind of just had to learn to see it on landscape and separate it out from, say, quartz. But because they're at the base of trees, and some of these trees were still alive, they were burned black. The branches had burned off, but you could tell they were alive because bark beetles were still boring into the dang things and still killing them. So they were bleeding sap out of these fresh little wounds. Bark beetles are evil. A lot of these creatures went inside of trees and just hunkered down in them as the wildfire approached. Died up there and then fell out. And some of these were birds. Owls and such. The instinct to go home for animals is insanely powerful. So that's why if you rescue horses from a barn, you have to tie them up outside the barn because they'll run back into the burning barn. Dead bug. Because of the homing instinct. Home equals safety, and when animals panic, they panic just like you or me. So, my experience was looking at what happened with the Caldor here. You see how... Yeah, I guess he wasn't dead. Little fruit fly. It starts right down here. Just right down here. I don't know if you can see my cursor very well. Where the yellow is. By the time the purple and blue stuff is out here, it's all the way to the Nevada border. You see how South Lake Tahoe could have easily just been obliterated had the wind not changed. This is why I'm so worried for Gold Beach. People might say, well, why? That's pretty far away right now. Not really. There's Brookings. But there's Gold Beach right there. It's just down canyon from the... Not that far away. So Agnes is right there in the confluence of the three little rivers here. And the two. Well, you know what I'm saying. Fork. There's a fork there. That's an immediate danger, but they're optimistic. So they made good control lines like right here by Tom Fry Creek, right here. However, there's a high wind event. They just need to be stationed at every single building in town to save it. There's just a trail there. Perhaps they're building it into a road, at least on this Forest Service map. So we'll go with what they say. Let's look back at our crap. Just I wasn't watching it. Did we have any more tankers? It's 6:30. Plenty of daylight. I know that in the canyons, dusk comes early because the shadows will make it really difficult to fly in there and be safe. So I don't know if they have earlier timeouts, but they have several hours until several twilight to do more drops. There's still activity southwest of Eugene with a scooper. Oh boy. Why, thank you. Okay, guys, give me money so I can tip cheaper. Wait, why did you bring me a second drink? Okay. 2 drinks now. Subtracted from my tab. Yeah. Anyway, birds do perish in the fires. You know, they could fly away. A lot of them don't. They go back up in the trees, hunker down, and the smoke gets them. And birds, there's a reason why this might happen. Birds' lungs are something like 30 times more efficient than humans. They need a huge oxygen supply for flight. They're burning a lot of oxygen out of their bloodstream when they're flying. It's constant flapping. So that's why you put a canary in a coal mine. Is since bird lungs are so much more efficient, they absorb a lot more of poisonous gases faster than a human can. So if a bird kills over any kind of bird in a coal mine, that's how you know to evacuate. So if wildfire smoke comes to them, even if it's not knocking them out of the tree, sort of like super thick, there's still a lot of what they can't smell or detect, and it's carbon monoxide. So carbon monoxide starts bonding with your red blood cells. It can't give you any oxygen, but it prevents oxygen. It takes up a little slot on your blood cell where oxygen would be. So as it builds up and builds up in your bloodstream, just all of a sudden you just pass out. Nope. Friends. Any specific fire info that you need or want? I'm going to look at watch duty and read. I do have to eat here, so I'll be right here with you. I do have more tests to do tonight. The Bonefire, Skamania County. Updated 5 days ago, 7 days ago. Glad the rabbit fire was winding down. The fire, updated an hour ago. 296 acres. Near Idria. Is that a mine and a ghost town? Southeast of Salinas. 2 oil tankers released. 200 acres, hopefully it's taken care of. The Man Lake, MANN in Harney County. That's gotta be. Well, it is a bit mountainous. Thinking tumbleweed stuff. This is some remote. Harney County is so remote. Yeah, it's sparsely forested. What is this altitude? It's in the Steens. Guatemala National Wildlife Refuge. Dang. Now that's politically charged. That's where the standoff with the government was, the armed standoff. I actually know some people involved. I can't contact them now. I got a very different story than the media portrayed. The BLM or whoever wanted to make a wildlife refuge out of some cattle ranching land. My family was holding out. It was happened a couple of years ago or whatever, 2015 or 16, something like that. And they said, no, thanks. Kids didn't like it. So we really want to make this wildlife refuge, get off your land. I said, no. You don't understand. The reason there's so many birds here and there's a lush area is because our ancestors dug a bunch of wells and created a little oasis out of the desert. We created this wetland habitat. We allow the birds and stuff, they benefit, but it's really for cattle. We turned the desert into an oasis. We're happy where we live. Thanks a lot. Go away. Feds didn't like it. Here comes a lightning storm, right? This family has an animosity with the feds. They feel targeted. The feds trying to pressure them. Wildfire starts due to lightning. They see that the wildfire is coming towards them, so in order to stop it, they light a backfire in front of the fire, and the fire comes to them and stops. The same method to stop forest fires and wildfires that have been used for centuries by the Indians here, and it's a known basic thing. If you burn the grass and stuff off in front of a rampaging grass fire, when it reaches the area you already burned, it stops. There's no more grass to burn. So what the feds do? You are under arrest. Yeah, no joke. You are under arrest. I'm under arrest? Yeah. Hook 'em, Dano. So they took the father and son of this ranching family and put them in jail. Charge them with, guess what? Arson. Now that's right. Arson on their own land to defend their own property and cattle. And they have gone to adjacent federal land or whatever, but they were the heroes of the day and they're treated like criminals. So what happens next? A bunch of city slickers are on the jury. Don't know anything about cattle ranching or being in the wilderness or what to do if a sudden wildfire starts barreling towards property and how you can defend it. The city slicker jury is told a whole bunch of stuff, such as here's witnesses in their own admission of starting this fire and caught red-handed, man. And so they hear, yes, they started the fire. What they're not allowed to hear? The defense, which would explain why they did it, and witnesses that could back them up. That, yeah, that's pretty normal to fight fires that way. Happens all the time. In fact, daily, all over the world. Jury never got to hear it. Who knows? That stinks of bad corruptions now. So, what do? They get convicted, and for the elder gentleman, you'd never really see the light of day. He was older. What would this have make the family do? It would make them sell their land out to the feds. So I hear the story, and I'm like, no way. Feds just can't be that evil, man. But then I struggled to try to figure out why they would commit arson. What is their possible motivation to endanger their own lives, their own cattle, their own property? Nothing about that makes sense. The fact that the fire was stopped, it had a good result. So makes a lot of sense why they did it. And so I said, does the Fed really do this? Do they really force people off their land whenever they want to make a little wildlife refuge or a park? And I found out, yeah, there's a long history of federal agencies doing that, of totally obliterating people and their livelihood and ruining them financially, and basically arm twisting them to seize their land for whatever goal they have in mind. It happened at Mount Lassen, this beloved place to me, where as a kid I just thought it was so cool. The Forest Service's National Forest was there and protecting Mount Lassen. I didn't know that there was a guy who already owned a lot of the land, had a hot springs resort there, and a sanitarium to help the sick, and people with physical therapy and therapeutic mud baths before it was cool. And he had improved the land by putting some cabins there, built a road up to it, and had a really awesome thing going. And the feds walked in and said, "Get the hell out. There's long legal battles. He got crushed, stomped under the boot heel of the government, thrown off his land." And they took a torch and they burned all of the improved stuff to make it natural. But then the feds made their own roads, made their own little gift shop and their own little things, and destroyed the history of the place. So that stuff was started in the 1800s, turn century. So I just found that out by happenstance, just trying to research historical things about Lassen near the Dixie Fire, and it just broke my heart. So what the locals had felt was a lot of pressure by the feds to sell out and get out. There was this animosity that the rest of the world didn't know about, that they felt not only the pressure from people like vegans and everybody who want to make a cattle rancher into some sort of a global climate changing asshole, excuse my language, make them out to be jerks, make them out to be earth rapers and whatever, demonize them. Not only do they have that kind of pressure where, people are saying milk is bad for you and all that kind of BS, but it's getting harder and harder to survive working off the land. It's just harder and harder to have a job in the countryside. Almost every single economic pillar outside of the Willamette Valley has collapsed. There used to be logging, and there used to be a lot of mining, and there used to be ranching, and there used to be horse herding and such, and it's just pretty much gone. There used to be agriculture, but it's now monoculture. It's giant corporations buying up all the land, and people having no jobs and no employment. And most of these counties are struggling to survive. They're struggling to maintain their population, and their populations are declining. When you think about urban sprawl and stuff, well, that's just the big cities are getting bigger, and almost all the small towns in America are getting smaller. So, why did they convict the father and son? Only needed to. Without the father and son, those are the two most able and experienced cattle hands with the family on the ranch. It takes man strength. I mean, yeah, girl power. Okay. Yeah, we can sort of repair a fence. We can sort of lift heavy objects. But let's face it. You need to lift heavy objects and do man work. A man's best than a man's work. You're good auxiliary, and we can do the same things, but we'll need a bigger team, right? More women to do the same thing a couple of men can do. It's just life, just fact. I am 5'2" and I weigh 90 pounds. Can I do the exact same thing as a 5'6", 6'3" man? Hell no. Physical reality. But the women were going to struggle on, but eventually be forced to sell out. So that's when the locals said, I've had it, and I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm not justifying what they did. They took arms up and protested. That's not legal. I think they could have accomplished more with a lot less threat of violence. But hey, that's just my opinion, ma'am. And they decided that they would take over the nearby Muller refuge and do an arms protest so that they couldn't be moved off, they couldn't be ignored. Well, country folk are different. But the way the media portrayed everything and failed to mention the wrongful conviction and the fact that the jury was completely ignorant of what the family did to protect their own land, cattle, and the environment, that's just crooked and wrong. And it's really sad that it took an armed protest to bring the world's attention to the damn thing. Even though they tried to bring attention to it, the only thing the world decided was happening was they were terrorists. Very unfortunate. But the media, can you really trust what's going on? The reason that I became so aware of this is I just happened to be at a party in Portland, man. And I had just come from that standoff, and he was involved in it. He was on the side of the family. Was it the Bundy family? He was not part of that family, but he lived nearby. So he said, the feds have an interest, man. And I just really didn't believe him at first. He goes, look, they try to burn our land and try to burn us out. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, watch this. And he rips out his cell phone. Not only did he have a lot of personal pictures and video, I asked him, can you send this to me? Holy crap, the world sees this. And he shied away. He goes, no, they'll try to convict me of a crime of being involved, because he had pictures from within the wildlife refuge. They said they were appalled. It was supposed to be a museum for Indian artifacts, and they found that rats had been eating them all. And they told the local Indians that they were pissed. Angry. The Indians were on their side because guess what? Indians don't like the feds. Oh, yeah. Smitty, do Indians like the feds? Has the federal government of the United States treated the Indians well in general? The Indians are on their side, and we're like, yeah, we don't want the feds to take your land. They did the same thing to us. They were appalled by the condition their artifacts, their sacred artifacts, were allowed to deteriorate to. I saw it. I saw it on that cell phone. I swear to God. I saw it on that cell phone, and I was appalled. Because I love history. I respect Native peoples. I respect people in general. And the fact our government's doing this is just sick. So they did their best they could. Smitty goes, well, how would you feel about them? Right? Yeah. Lucky's girl says, that was sad. I'm really sorry what happened to your friends, Catherine. People are waking up to the tyranny. I barely knew this person. And I wouldn't call him a friend. I never seen him again. He was kind of on the lam. It's pure coincidence of fate or whatever it is that I met him at a party. It was kind of like a cowboy party. I don't drink or anything, but I just had a mutual friend. He goes, come to this cowboy party, man. Real cowboys from Eastern Oregon are here. And they're wearing boots and everything. I was like, okay. Have you never seen a cowboy before? He's city slicker, and I take it for granted that I'm a half city slicker and a half cowgirl, right? Country girl, because I live in the foothills of California, but it's hardly home on the range, But he showed me these pictures and said the Indians were pissed and they were about to make noises about how they were opposed now to the formation of this refuge, expansion of this bird refuge. Because, come on, it is a wetland created artificially by man. Sure, the birds are not using it, but the family had no intention of stopping the birds from using it. They loved it. They were environmentalists. They were conservationists. Yeah, it was a chance meeting, and Cheryl said you were good to listen to them. Yeah, I have an open mind. I actually like to form an opinion when I've heard both sides. I try to discipline myself. If I instantly react bad to something, like I hear terrorists are taking over a wildlife refuge and threatening people or something, didn't threaten anybody. They just took over an abandoned building that the feds neglected. And the way the feds will let history rot on the wilderness, there's a cabin right now that a whole bunch of people, including me, wanted to restore near the Columbia River. It's a log cabin, and it's historical, and the feds won't allow us because they want that area to return to nature. What the hell are you talking about? It's a historic cabin. It's a log cabin. It symbiotically belongs in nature. And so the roof caved in because of a snow thing. So people were ready, carpenters and everything, ready to pitch in and restore it. And the local park ranger was like, screw you, we'll arrest you. It's rotting away. They're letting the old cabins and fire lookout towers rot away, letting them burn down. Now, there's a whole bunch of rangers that are awesome and they're good. But boy, there's bad apples. Same thing with the BLM and just general federal agencies. Doesn't mean that all the feds are bad. It's not one of those anti-fed things. As I didn't know. When people had this bad, they remembered Ruby Ridge and, hated the feds for atrocities like Waco. I thought those were real one-off incidences. And traumatic as they are. But what he showed me on YouTube, which I may have bookmarked, I may be able to show you too later, is, let's go back to the aircraft, sorry, on this page. I said, what do you mean that they're trying to burn you out? The feds are trying to burn you out? What does that mean? He goes, well, our property was, or maybe it was his neighbor's so I don't know, was involved with a wildfire, and he goes, the feds came with the drip torches, and there was a trailer that we hadn't lived in it for a while. It was on our property, and they lit the grass on fire when the wind was blowing in the direction of the trailer and our property, and so that structure was lost. And it melted the trailer, caused a whole bunch of damage that we had to clean up. It melted up plastic and vinyl, so it contaminated the soil with dioxins. They had to rope it off so if the cattle and nothing grazed there, they'd get cancer. And it littered cancer-causing dioxins all over the landscape because you can't burn plastic. And they did that on purpose, like right in front of us. And I said, no way. I was skeptical and like, whatever, man. And he goes, look. He showed me the video. It happened. I don't know who was with the drip torch, but it was a team. And then he said that the way they reported it to the media was, this outbuilding was unfortunately lost. Unfortunately, you burned it down. And as far as I could see in the video, I did not think they had to do that. It was on the opposite side of the road from a wildfire that was slowly moving, kind of a done deal. So I could see no necessity for it. And I said, I'll be damned. And it was the first time I'd ever just seen evidence. He goes, what they want us is to sell out and get out. I don't know why. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I would never support an armed protest. I think if you have to bring arms to whatever you're protesting, your message isn't good enough. If you have to threaten violence or whatever, your message isn't good enough. I do not support riots, chaos, unlawfulness, right? The pen's mightier than the sword. They could have made a video about all this and a small documentary with all this video evidence and actually convinced people. I think they all shot themselves in the foot by making an armed protest, but that's just my personal opinion. But that was the first time I saw evidence where it's not all as it seems. So eventually the way that this standoff ended was I think they commuted the sentences or somebody got pardoned. I don't know if it was Trump who did it. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Even when people I don't like do something right, you're going to pat them on the head. Although I don't think Trump gave a damn if he did this. I think it is to pander to his base. Anyway, but it was a miscarriage of justice for sure. And so when I look now here and it says fire near the Mullarat National Refuge, I was like, what? Tamarack fire, that's different. Over here in Justine's, Harney County. Man, that is the middle of nowhere. So I never met him again because what he had done was he had evacuated some of the people from that refuge, from the, what was that? The Mulher National Wildlife Refuge. Yeah, by French Glen. This is that building where the standoff happened. That area. And it was kind of comical. He was telling the story to the party. And he said that the way that they actually ditched the cops. It's like a manhunt, car chase, and everything. They split off in different directions, and the cops eventually, or FBI or somebody, caught up to one of their vehicles, caravans, and somebody in that vehicle got out in the snow, and he pulled a gun. He got gunned down by the FBI, I think. His own stupid fault, you know. But unfortunate, he apparently wanted to die for the cause and was some sort of a diehard extremist or something. Stupid if you ask me, but whatever. The rest of them escaped. And the way that this gentleman who I'd spoken to said that they made their escape was he shows up in a pickup truck, and there's a whole lot of dust around, like, you know, it's a desert. It's an oasis in the desert, you know. And he kicked up as much dust as he could by doing something with the gear of his truck and just slipping his wheels a lot or whatever. And he went back and forth and zigzagged. And he made not a smoke screen, but a dust screen. Left all the FBI like choking in the dust and covered the getaway of the undergrounds. And he told it was a very funny story. I have to remind myself it's a little sad because the other ones didn't make it. Well, one of them got gunned down. But like I said, don't pull a weapon on authorities, man. You're gonna get it. And if you're white, nobody's gonna make a gigantic protest for you because we white people don't feel like we should protect idiots. You know, you pulled a weapon on the cops. Well, you deserve to get gunned down. Cry me a river. Nevertheless, a sad state of affairs. I found it really interesting, though. If you go to any of the mainstream media sources, they don't talk about the land grab. The arson was a BS thing. They don't talk about what is the real issue in that, because that this family just about got obliterated by a wildfire. And this is one of the major things that they face. And cities wake up to this every so often. You know, Oakland burned down. Santa Rosa burned down. And what happened in Southern California. They wake up to it every once in a while, but it's a daily threat every single summer. It's just something you got to deal with. You got to be prepared. Yeah. So, Lucky's girl, were you once B girl? B word girl? I can't remember. Did you have to change your name? I don't care how politically incorrect anything is. I'm just telling the story like I heard it. Like I said, I'm not going to endorse any sort of violent protest. In fact, I would have scolded them. You want to really mess up your message and make it make yourself look awful. Go ahead. See how far this gets you, but I am sympathetic to, well, what I witnessed. And a lot of these things make sense now. When, like during the other wildfires, when country people would refuse to leave, ding, 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 ding. Understand why now? They're afraid the feds are going to burn their own homes down on purpose and blame the wildfire. That's one of the reasons. Sad state of affairs. Now, firefighters have no reason to do this, but they wouldn't do this. But they're getting guns pulled on them and stuff. And this is a new endangered reality. You know, if we have political corruption like this, or some entities would do this kind of thing, you have mistrust for all of them. And these firefighters are just innocent victims where they're trying to do their job and they get guns pulled on them now. Get off my land. Well, crap. So I think it's very important for people to understand the dynamics. Lucky's girl says Clinton's had something to do with it. That was important. Oh, I don't go to conspiracy type thing. The Clintons did oversee Waco and did not fire, what was her name? Waco was a massacre. The stupidity with fire there is just criminal. Tear gas is flammable. And then they shot into a building with full of tear gas. And what did you think was going to happen? There were children in the building. That's a criminal negligence thing right there. First of all, tear gas is for riots and stuff. Why you throw it into our buildings? It's only safe uses outdoors because it's flammable. Yeah, that's reckless to the extreme. Janet Reno, that's it. Janet Reno wasn't fired. She didn't retire. She didn't retire in shame. She didn't get her ass in handcuffs. You know what? When people are holed up in a building, you wait. It's not glamorous, and it ties up resources, and it drains public funds, but you wait. They're going to come out eventually because they're going to run out of food. And you cut them off from their water supply, and you wait, and you negotiate like you do in every other hostage situation in the world. But, you know, the world's watching. They don't want to look incompetent. There's pressure, or just prove they're incompetent. There's a lot that's messed up, but we can fix it. It begins with awareness. All is not right. Every government, every entity makes mistakes. You learn from it by being real. You gotta be real. And you have to learn what you don't want to tolerate as a society. And you say never again. We're not. It's a type of social progress. Progress starts when you look at injustice in all of its forms and then you demand change. Nothing will happen until you demand it. Lucky's girl says it's weird. I use real LG. It's normal in chat. I'm not. Wait a second. Not sure what that means. Yeah, it's quite concerning though when the Clintons just kept Janet Reno in her job. She was pretty dang incompetent, and you know you could say all kinds of bad words. But she was the first female, right? The first female, whatever she was. And it's like Janet Reno. Attorney General, right? Can't remember that for some reason. An American lawyer and public official, 70th United States Attorney General. Yeah, sometimes I wish it was like Japan, where there was a sense of honor, and they would just get down on their knees and say, "I'm sorry," beg forgiveness to the families. That's what happens in Japan, even for much more minor offenses. Like there was a bunch of CEOs and corporate guys of a failed corporation that was like had a long storied history. It may have been Minolta camera company. They were cooking the books, pumping up their stock price when they were hemorrhaging money. And it may not have really been to enrich themselves like you would think about normal capitalism. It might have been to save face and try to recover the company in other ways on the secret, you know. And then when the whistleblower, which I think was an American who worked for them and saw the books weren't adding up, blew the whistle, they begged the public for forgiveness for the shame. And I'm sorry if you were a stockholder, we affected you negatively in your economics, you know. I just wish America had a sense of shame like that, you know. There's something useful for human shame, and that is it prevents you feel so bad, it prevents you from doing that thing again that you regret. It's how society heals. And when you lose it, you have an injured society. Yeah, former Attorney General. Hey, Julie, how are you doing? But these are all the factors. Is this relevant to wildfires? Yeah, it is, as I explained. Now you can understand the mistrust. Why some people won't evacuate is totally different than what we speculated about before. You know, I would have normally thought, they must have a drug grow operation. They're hesitant to leave it. Or maybe they have a meth lab in the back and they're hesitant to have people find it. Maybe there's $300,000 stored in the fridge or in the walls of their building, so they really, really want to save their building. Or, you know, some criminal reason. Or maybe they're nutcases and they're mentally ill and they don't want to leave their home. Or maybe they're just old and stupid and senile and, oh, World War II didn't kill me, and so this ain't gonna kill me. No, sometimes they're really afraid of local law enforcement and the feds. Sometimes it's perfectly rational. And looting, you know. Lucky's Girl says, my handle went from Lucky's Girl to Real Lucky's Girl in chat. It's my original handle. Remember, YouTube said we had to ask for our usernames. Ask for our usernames. No? I don't remember. Janet Reno's dance party, what? Okay. Is that like a meme thing? Oh, God. But to me, you know, I really wish they would just picked anybody else, somebody competent. You know, that's okay if a few years later the first female attorney general happens, but that's politics for you. Let's get any female and shove her in there. And we'll look so progressive. Ugh. Oh, you know what? More and more I'm thinking we just need to take over, friends. Vote me for Empress. I'll never have to vote again. I'll make sure of that because, man, what drag, huh? So annoying to have to go vote. But I'll set everything right. Working on my political. Where's a baby? I need to go kiss it. Julie says, do you remember Saturday Night Live, Janet Reno's dance party? I think Dan Aykroyd played Janet. Oh, God. No, I don't remember this. That sounds awesome, though. That sounds awesome. I remember a couple of things I can't quote right now until after midnight. Jane, you ignorant. Remember that? Remember whoever played Sean Connery, and they had the fake, that was most hilarious to me, fake, I'll buy no alligators for 500, Alex. What was that show? The Jeopardy, whatever, fake Jeopardy. That was the funny stuff. All right, let's look at other aircraft in the sky. Tanker 162. Antelope. Oh God, is there a fire near Antelope? That's a ghost town. A really interesting ghost town. Wild Wild Country on Netflix. I still haven't seen that documentary. That was the ghost town that a cult took over. Now, when I was riding through doing an Eastern Oregon ghost town tour thing, which would have been around 2013 or 14, something like that. 16. I went to Shaniko. I skipped Bay Cove and I went north. I went where we drive. Went through the Dells. Went south of Biggs Junction. Went through Wasco, Morrow, Erskine. I forgot Grass Valley. I think the first place we stopped after driving south was Kent, which is an awesome little ghost town. And then Shaniko, which we stayed in, and then night was falling. I had to quickly get all the way to John Day because I had a historical thing to go to John Day for. So you can drive all the way to John Day from Portland in a single day, but boy, did we kind of arrive in the middle of the night, sort of thing. Pitched a tent in the tree, fell asleep. That's because I spent so much time at Shaniko, the living ghost town. And I think we took the wrong road, but I skipped Antelope somehow. On accident. I'm not sure how. Like, maybe it was that tiny, you know, but how could I have not noticed it if I was still going south on 218? I don't know, but what the hell's going on? If there's a wildfire near my ghost town, I'm scared. Watch D doesn't show one, does it? Wait. Antelope Creek fire? Updated an hour ago. 50 to 100 acre grass fire with structures threatened. Air attack and single engine air tanker is ordered. Oh God, not my ghost town. Ah. Not, oh man, this farm, this homestead is threatened. The problem with ghost towning and trying to preserve them on film before they all rot away is a lot of them are being taken by wildfire. Cheryl Simpson says there's now a Canadian version being made on CBC. A what? It's like Saturday Night Live. Cheryl says the July fire siege report on conditions. This week we're at base camp for the rabbit fire and we'll take you to several large vegetation fires that have occurred in the past week. Really? A version of what? Something on YouTube? Whoa. Oh, Riverside County. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that link. Whoa. Riverside County fire. So this should be not copyrighted. You can watch this, friends, and I need to refill on my taco. Oh my God, who's that? Who's that? Okay, guys, let's watch this.
I'm Firefighter Thies, and you're watching Report on Conditions.
This week, we're at base camp for the rabbit fire, and we will take you to several large vegetation fires that have occurred in the past week.
Engine 1 with report on conditions.
Hi, I'm Maggie Klein De La Rosa. Thank you for joining CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department's Report on Conditions. For the past week, from July 10th to July 16th, our firefighters responded to 3,892 calls for service, including 2,897 medical emergencies and 199 fire-related calls. Of the fire calls, 87 were vegetation fires and 25 were structure fires. Let's check out a few highlighted incidents from last week. On Friday, July 14th, around 1 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a fire in the 9400 block of Retchie Canyon Road, north of Moreno Valley. The first engine responding had visual on a large column of smoke and immediately requested a large augmentation of resources. Once they arrived on scene, the engine company officer advised 5 to 7 acres of flashy fuels were burning with the potential of several hundred more acres. The first arriving battalion chief requested an additional 10 engines due to an immediate structure threat and requested to start evacuations. Fire resources went into unified command with Riverside County Sheriff's Office, and the forward spread of the fire was stopped at 7:24 p.m. Firefighters remained on scene for several days, strengthening the containment line. In total, the fire burned 437 acres and destroyed 1 structure. On Friday, July 14th, around 3 in the afternoon, firefighters responded to multiple reports of grass on fire near the intersection of South Highland Springs Avenue and Breckenridge at the boundary of Beaumont and Banning. The first on-scene engine reported 5 acres of grass and thick brush burning at a critical rate with potential for 500 acres and requested multiple additional engines and aircraft to assist. Due to the immediate life safety threat of a large retirement community, multiple air tankers were ordered while the Banning Police Department worked to evacuate residents. Southern California Edison responded and shut off the power to the high voltage lines in the area. Thankfully, firefighters in the air and on the ground were able to stop the forward progression of the fire at 6:42 p.m. Evacuations were lifted as of 9 p.m. 2 firefighters were transported to a local area hospital for evaluation of minor injuries that they sustained. 105 acres total were burned, and firefighters remained on scene overnight to finish putting in containment lines and do heavy overhaul. Also on Friday, July 14th at 3:30 in the afternoon, firefighters were dispatched to multiple reports of a hillside on fire near the intersection of Gilman Springs Road and Jackrabbit Trail in Lakeview. The first on-scene engine reported several acres of heavy brush burning in steep terrain and requested multiple additional air and ground resources, including an immediate need for 25 fire engines. Over the course of the next several days, the Rabbit Fire burned in a northeast direction towards the city of Beaumont. Evacuation orders and warnings were put in place for several neighborhoods, including the Aspen Creek community. Fire engines and crews from across the state and several cooperating agencies came to assist in the firefight. As of this airing, the fire is 8,283 acres. Our firefighters remain committed to the incident, mopping up and strengthening containment lines. Thankfully, no structures or critical infrastructure have been destroyed. 1 civilian suffered moderate injuries and was transported to a hospital via ground ambulance for treatment. No other injuries were reported. Our last highlighted incident of the week occurred on Saturday, July 15th around 3:30 p.m. Firefighters responded to multiple 911 calls reporting grass on fire in the area of Gavilan Road and Ida Leona Road at unincorporated Paris. The first engine to arrive on scene reported 1 acre of light flashy fuels burning with a potential for 500 acres. A large evacuation order area was set up for multiple neighborhoods around the fire. The incident commander requested 20 additional engines, while the air resources asked for a very large air tanker and additional water-dropping helicopters. By 7:15 p.m., the fire had reached 250 acres and was 25% contained. The evacuation order was reduced to an evacuation warning at around 8 p.m. as the firefighters got the forward rate of the fire stopped. The fire is 338 acres and resources remain on scene tying in containment lines. 1 firefighter with a minor injury was transported to an area hospital for treatment.
Engine 9, set up for structure protection at Deep Peak Road. I'm Bill Weiser. I'm the fire chief here at Riverside County Fire Department and the CAL FIRE Riverside unit. I'm here to remind all of our homeowners that we had a bit of rain this year, and that means our annual grass crop is thicker than we've seen over the last few. Please, let's work early at getting clearances around our home so your family's safe, my firefighters are safe. And for questions or instructions on being able to do that, visit our website at rvcfire.org.
Yeah, safety first. Julia's saying, your channel has more subs than theirs. I used to have 9,000-ish. But, you know, a lot of it dropped off because a lot of people, after their wildfire experience is over, like the Calder and Dixie and stuff, they don't want to hear anymore about wildfires, so they just turn up. It's totally understandable. But yeah, it really sucks that people that sell makeup and have advice about doing their hair have more subs than me. That's cute and everything. They could tell you how to apply mascara. I could tell you how to live through a disaster. The heck, maybe we'll grow, you know. All of this was my doing. You know, the way to grow your channel is like actually be online every day. I had every intention of doing that, like almost daily, even if it's just for a little bit. My health problems got all messed up. So cool. This is a cool video to watch. What is this, a cougar? There's Smokey the Bear, and there's Captain Cougar of CAL FIRE. That's cute. I like it. It's cool propaganda, just like Smokey the Bear. Polar Vortex says, thank you. Your dedication to tracking is commendable. Nope. The real heroes are what I'm grateful for. Broken Fish, are you here? Broken Fish dedicated much of his life to wildland firefighting. He was on the Biscuit Fire in 2002, and we were in Discord together chatting vocally, and I said if he felt better later, that I should have him as a guest, and that'd be pretty awesome. Brad P says I should sell silver and gold. Guess what? I'm a metal recycler for, you know, saving the planet and making money at the same time. Okay, that's the old Pepsi that was hot. Yeah. I actually wanted to, I've already shot hundreds of videos during COVID and before, literally hundreds. I actually wanted to make an urban gold mining channel. Cougar urine Smitty. To show how profitable it can be to save the planet, especially recycle electronics. By processing them yourself with little hand tools, you can pick the gold-bearing pieces off, and it's quite profitable. Pound for pound, electronics and circuit boards have the same gold yield as high-grade pay dirt. I mean, some circuit boards are higher than others, but literally circuit boards are like having gold ore. And if you know how to process it, you have your own gold mine. So I know better than to actually sell gold and silver. Okay, I mean, I gotta get better Pepsi here. I know how to mine the miners. I mean, show you guys how to mine by suggesting which tools I use, you know, through things like Amazon. And so make instructional videos, wind people up and let them go, and they can start, a new generation can start urban gold mining, and we'll pat them on the head for helping save the planet. There's nothing quite tears up the planet like copper and gold mining. There are a few deposits of those in the world, basically, I mean, compared to iron and other metals. So wherever these deposits are, those are the places on Earth that have to be mined. You just can't really get them anywhere else. You can pick and choose where you want to mine iron, aluminum, minerals, common minerals on the planet. So if you have a sensitive species that happens to live near, say, copper ore deposits, that species is screwed. As long as world demand exceeds concern for the species. Eventually, copper will just be so valuable that that species will just be kicked to the curb. It's also, you know, one of those metals for strategic, shall we say, defense, blah, blah, blah. And electronics have a lot of rare earths. So rare earths are, well, rare. So you can't pick and choose where you mine them. If there's an endangered species next to a rare earth metal, well, what's going to happen? So when you recycle circuit boards and get the gold and rare earths off of them, you are really doing a lot more to save the planet than any other thing that you can do in your life. And spreading the word about that is going to be a lot more important than you doing your, oh, I put my Pepsi can in the recycle bin. You know? People are throwing away gold every day. They go, oh, this USB cord, it's bad. You know, it doesn't charge right. Well, they're throwing away copper and gold. There's gold in every single USB cord. So every bit of gold that's thrown away has to be replaced through mining. Get my drift? Every ounce of copper that you recycle is an ounce that doesn't have to be mined. And recycling keeps the prices lower than they would be, because it's a commodity. Worldwide, there's one copper price. Worldwide, there's one gold price. You flood the market with recycling stuff, the price goes down, and any mines too expensive to operate will not be opened. They can only be opened when the price assumes a certain level. So everybody has a vested interest in keeping the levels of it low through recycling. Broken Fish, are you still here? Hey, Urban, how you doing? Let's watch a video. I'll try to get into contact with Broken Fish and see if we can interview him about the flat fire and his take on the biscuit and the flat fire. You may be sleeping again, though. He had a nap earlier, but he was monitoring the fires all night, and I don't know anybody who does that. Yeah, how you doing, Urban? Let's watch this a little bit more.
We understand the urgency in getting timely and accurate information on emergency incidents and disasters to our residents and visitors. Riverside County Public Safety agencies have several methods of dispersing information on a targeted or broad scale through our call centers, social media platforms, and the Alert Rivco emergency messaging system. Let's learn more about the Alert Rivco messaging system and evacuations from our partners at the Riverside County Emergency Management Department and the Riverside County Sheriff's Office.
An important step for your preparedness for fires, floods, or really any emergency is to sign up for your local alerting system. In Riverside County, we use Alert Rivco. The Alert Rivco system is used by public safety agencies to let the public know as quickly as possible that there's something going on that requires action. That may be evacuating, it could be sheltering in place, or even notifying people that evacuations may become necessary so that they can prepare in advance.
The River
Well, I wish they'd explain that, what they just showed. See, as a wannabe filmmaker and a former director of some really minor projects, I can tell you right now, don't ever do this when you make a movie or a documentary. Don't ever show something you're not going to explain. There's this trend where dialogue, blah, 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 it's going, people are talking, right? And, oh, I'm going to edit a video so that I just take filler, random, semi-random, but somewhat on the subject shots. And I can just show any of this random stuff while somebody's talking. That's the wrong way to do something. You should only use visual things to support what people are saying. It should be exactly what you're talking about. It should illuminate what you're talking about. Otherwise, you have done something bad for people's learning ability. People can focus on audio, dialogue, or they can focus on what they're seeing, and one is in competition with the other. If you close your eyes and listen to this video, you'll understand a hell of a lot more of what they're saying, because you didn't see anything else that distracted you. Your attention is not split between two things. So if what you're saying is the most important thing, only show visual things that support exactly what you're saying and explain them better than what the speaker is doing. Otherwise, just show somebody talking. So here they're talking about getting information to the public. Boom. Here's the FEMA app. I want everybody to get this app on their phone. FEMA, Red Cross Emergency, Watch Duty, and a couple of weather ones like My Radar. It'll save your life, right? A couple of earthquake monitoring apps. Those are the big five. So here they are. Let's get information out to the public. No, that's cute to mention. Please take the moment to explain what this is. That's the actual FEMA app on a cell phone. I mean, it looks like an actual Palm Pilot or something. Back in the day, it's really weird and misshapen, and it has like imaginary buttons down here. They're not supposed to be a cell. I don't know why they're Xing out a TV and no radio. I like those things. Whatever. But don't split people's attention. Don't just randomly have a bunch of random visuals. Or so people are usually more attracted to looking at what's visually going on, and audio usually takes a back seat. So if you quickly switch from one random little video thing to another, okay, here when she was speaking, we understood what she was saying. He's speaking, there's some distracting crap in the back. Better explain that. You know, because we're looking past him now. What is that? I don't even know what the heck that is. It's a screen with a bunch of dots. My curiosity about it means I don't know what the hell he just said. Right? So if you show mysterious stuff in the background that I'm trying to focus on and try to identify what the hell it is, what's this? This making a custom map. The way I would do it if I were a director to be more effective is I would explain what these visuals are. We're getting information quickly out to the public via apps like FEMA. And then I cut to this and say, by encouraging the public to make their own evacuation maps with this Google Maps tool, or whatever, whatever the hell is actually occurring here. Why is this monitor vertical? I see that very infrequently, but that's a monitor on its side. That's super distracting. I would have just zoomed in on the damn map. I'm just critiquing this stuff, and also somebody typing with a weird black wedding ring. Okay, I'm not listening to what the hell you're saying. I'm looking at this weird ass black wedding ring. Is that tungsten carbide 3D printed? Is it silicone? Why would you have a black wedding ring? You know what I'm saying? Don't just randomly shoot B-roll of really super distracting crap. When your message is super important for people to understand. I mean, it's all good lighting and generally good shots, good audio, editing, right? It's about editing. Ooh, these are, wow, amazing shots. Try not to show a lot of stuff like that that can be, well, PTSD triggering. But that's just a dump on fire and some practice shots. So I think we'll film it. I guess that's a dump. Cycling silly things. But having ADD, made me understand, and taking a lot of classes on filmmaking and stuff, is you want your visual to support your audio, and you want your audio to support your visuals. And if they can't do that, figure out something else. And this is kind of a rapid fire shot thing. We're not going into too many details, but what you can do is do really simple shots like this, like a nice drop of retardant. This sort of stuff is so simple for eye candy enjoyment that you can still listen and hear and understand what the hell's going on. But just as a filmmaker, this kind of stuff is what I noticed. And it's our goal, like they just said, was to give clear, concise info to the public. It's a better way to go about filming. All right, so where were we? Yeah, I totally spaced out on this, just thinking about how they could film better.
On a targeted or broad scale through our call centers, social media platforms, and the Alert Rivco emergency messaging system. Let's learn more about the Alert Rivco messaging system and evacuations from our partners at the Riverside County Emergency Management Department and the Riverside County Sheriff's Office.
An important step for your preparedness for fires, floods, or really any emergency is to sign up for your local alerting system. In Riverside County, we use Alert Rivco. The Alert Rivco system is used by public safety agencies to let the public know as quickly as possible that there's something going on that requires action. That may be evacuating, it could be sheltering in place, or even notifying people that evacuations may become necessary so that they can prepare in advance.
The Riverside County Sheriff's Department wanted to share the differences in evacuation warnings and evacuation orders so you can be better prepared in case there's a fire, flood, or other emergency in your area. An evacuation warning means that there's potential threat to life and or property. If you require additional time to evacuate because of medical needs, pets, or livestock, this would be the time for you to leave. Residents at Main Street and First Street,
this is a lawful evacuation order.
An evacuation order means there's an immediate threat to life and you must go now. The area will be lawfully closed to public access, so take everything with you, such as medication, important papers, and pet needs, as you won't be allowed back into the area until the order is lifted. A shelter-in-place order means for you to go inside and to shut all your doors and all your windows and to remain inside until further direction from emergency personnel. We think it's important for residents to heed all evacuation warnings and orders.
What? Oh, God. Okay. I'm going to tell you guys right now, don't do that. In a fire situation, a shelter-in-place order for a fire situation means you don't have a way out by vehicle. Not one that's a good option. But your home is usually the worst place to shelter. It's probably the toughest thing to defend. This is what the importance is go look at maps. Go look at maps wherever you are. Like, say, Agnes right now. That's relevant right now. So let's go to Agnes right here. Now, say the fire just unexpectedly shifted and came right to your doorstep, and you couldn't really understand where it was. It's maybe the middle of the night. There's a huge amount of smoke in the area. It's like a thick fog. You can only see 5 feet in front of your bumper. Do not drive through smoke and flames, and do not expect that you can outrun a fire, especially in terrain like this, in any direction, really. Especially not downwind, because the fire will be going past your vehicle and lighting fires in front of you. There may come to be a point where a fallen tree or power line or road blockage or somebody's wreck from panic driving blocks your way forward, and you try to back up, and you try to go back, and fire has caught up with you behind you. This is the number one way to get killed. Or you just sit in your house not knowing what to do and try to defend it with a fire hose. That's number 2 way to get killed. You just understand in a calm way that sometimes there's no window of opportunity to escape by vehicle. Sometimes it closes really quickly. And if you can't be certain the fire is not in front of you, don't go that direction. There's plenty of places like, say, in Agnes and just around most people's places that you could shelter in place, but it's not going to be in your house. And that, my number 1 choice would be right here. Right here on this landing strip. Actually, I'd drive out here, park my car, and I'd just read the newspaper. What's going to burn there? Nothing. It's just some short grass and stuff. I'd bring children's books and whatever and read them to the kids. My wool blanket, my cell phone charger, and all that stuff. I just chill here. I'd have my N95 masks. I'd turn off the engine, say it might be uncomfortably hot here, but we can't let the smoke in. But I would just chill here. This is a way better option. Look at these sandbars and stuff. Park there. Wait it out. Is this a recently plowed field? I don't know. But if it is, and then there's just short grass, so it's just an empty field right there, is a great option. Right here. Drive there and chill. If you get caught going somewhere and you're already trying to evacuate, flip to a different view whenever you're making your 3 evacuation routes. And everybody should have one. 3 different main roads in 3 different directions. Paved. And what? Quick to travel on. Well, there's only one road here, really. And, since fire's to the south, there's due west, which probably wouldn't be very good if the fire came up from the south, because it can go up over these ridges and potentially catch it. While the fire is up on the ridge, stuff like dead logs and dead trees can fall apart, and logs can roll downhill and block the escape. So when you make your evacuation plan, what you should do, look for where does the road cross water. That's either a culvert, which is a pipe, a big round pipe under a street, or it's a bridge, one or the other. So make your evacuation plan like this and then do it when the fire's not there. Just draw these little circles on your paper map. You should keep this in your glove box. Potential culverts and bridges to get under. But say you were driving to the west and boom, right here, you encountered a roadblock. Look back at your map real calmly and go back to the place where you know that there are culverts and bridges that you can fit underneath, where blackberries and weeds aren't choking it, you know, where there's no beaver barriers or bars, you know, place you can access. It's not too steep and you won't, like, say, fall down a ravine and break your neck. Place something large enough to admit you and your family. Longer the better, you know. Go back, drive your car, say, like, right here, and between these, say these are two good places, right? You don't know where the fire is quite behind you. You don't know if you can make it back here, all the way back to Agnes, right? Don't go here. It's too steep to get down to the river. Don't go there. Don't be here. It says wild and scenic, that part of the road. Don't be there. Chances are the fires and roadblocks are already back there, or you're going to head-on collide with maybe some people driving like a bat out of hell or something. Say these two you had identified as good options. Park right here next to one of them. And sit in your car, wait, if you have to, leave your vehicle, take your wool blanket, your N95 mask, and your drinkable water and your cell phone, and tuck up under there and wait it out. Do not leave a place of known safety or a good option for a big question mark. Escape route. That's how people do perish. But if you're calm, level-headed about it, and you know your area, and you've actually driven the escape route before, what you do is time yourself. Make it a family fun event. Instead of like a big serious, oh God, children, we need to be worried about this, and it's got to be dead serious. And we've got to be super afraid. The mind of a teenager, and actually most people, is to ignore such dire warnings and maintain a level of contented happiness, right? Your subconscious mind's going to reject doomsayer stuff, right? That's why when you see a teenager, drive careful now, they go, and they roll their eyes. It's because they're trying to still be happy and jolly in the moment, right? But when you tell them, I trust you, I trust your judgment, I know you'll drive safe. Teenagers are like, listen to you, right? So you make this a matter of fact thing, like, we're not going to be scrubs. We're not going to be those unprepared scrubs, panicky scrubs when the thing comes. We're pros. Not only are we going to practice our evacuation route and just time ourselves and see how long it takes us to get somewhere, we're gonna make it a game. And if you guys tell each child what to do, what their role is, we're gonna go ready, set, go. Say we had to evacuate right now. Go get your go bags. Get the clothing on that's, fire resistant. Your natural fibers. Get everything in there. Let a little bit of air out of the tires. So tires don't explode over hot pavement. Everybody get to your stations, go now, and drill. Do this a couple of times throughout the year with your family, and write down your little paper map which one of these culverts, which one of these bridges, and which one of these baseball diamonds, which one of these landing strips, rate them for like stars or 1 through 5 ratings, something like that. This landing strip area, 5 stars. Looks awesome. That's assuming it's not overgrown weeds and joint stuff, right? This bridge here might not be good. I don't know about it. I'm not from here. It may be too tall to be in shelter, right? But then again, it may have like one of those tucked up areas where you can shelter under real good. I don't know. Some bridges are great little shelters like that. Check it out. Check out what you've got access to, and then verify it. Be that weirdo that stops by the side of the road, looks at a culvert, whatever. Who cares? And what you should do is reward your kids and reward your family for their participation. It's going to be pizza night then. It's going to be ice cream you want, whatever. We'll go to Looking Glass and we'll go to that wildlife safari park or whatever. Make it a treat. And if you can shave off 1 minute every single time you drill, that's a win. And so you can get it to 15 minutes, you can get it to 10 minutes. Can you get it to 5? That's an extreme challenge. So, Eric Warner says I would drive down to the river. Yeah, like those sandbars look great. Yet the landing strip would be hot and smoky. It would. It looks like the bars are pretty much on the south side of the river. So if you were on the north already, heck, the boat ramp might be a good spot. Let's see. Let's go back into the. Yeah, this boat ramp. You know, the river course is changing and stuff. That would be an awesome little spot. But it just depends on what you can access. Like, is there a gate? You know, golf courses are awesome. Baseball diamonds, big store parking lots, big box store parking lots, big high school parking lots, library parking lots, that sort of thing. That's where most people in Paradise survived and took shelter. When firefighters are responding to these areas, they would set up at golf courses. They love a golf course. They got big elaborate sprinkler systems. They got lots of water there. They just say, everybody meet here. That's called staging, right? So if you show up at a golf course, you'll probably be their first fire truck to show up too, and you'll be like, yeah. They'll probably pat you on the head and be like, good job, citizen. Great place. Like, and don't forget your neighbors. Tell yourself, how long does it take you to walk over your neighbors and try to get them in your vehicle, right? I know I'm not supposed to, like, endorse illegal things. I do sometimes, though, because I don't give a damn. If the little old lady or man who's senile, cognitively declined, the new political way to say that, has any cognitive problems, has any lack of awareness, the old Southern thing, World War II didn't kill me, so this won't either. If it's safe to do so, pick them up, throw them over your shoulder and take it. I know that's not technically legal, but nobody is going to prosecute you for kidnapping, something like that. One of the worst things I ever witnessed when in a dire flood evacuation, or the flood of the river, when all those emergency sounds were going, and it looked like the levees were about to breach. And it did, a little bit further south. I was riding a car when I was a youth, right? I couldn't do anything, but I was riding with a man whose mother refused to evacuate. She was in a little bit of cognitive impairment. And a few years later, it became just how clear. But she was starting to slip, starting to say weird things. And she declared that because she survived World War II's Blitz, she wasn't going to die. Okay, Julie, thank you for letting me know that. This is the bad headset. Yeah, you're right, Cheryl. Okay, is this improved at all? I could switch to the other one. I think it's done charging. But thank you for alerting me to that. I do have a good microphone, but I have to rearrange this room, which will probably occur in the next 3 days, to make room for the microphone stand. Has it improved? Yep. So just let me know about that. But what I saw was this big burly guy fretting and just trying and pleading with his mom. There was no time. Pleading with his mom to go. The levees were about to breach. They really, really were going to give somewhere. But she declared that she had a 2-story apartment or condo or something, and so the water wasn't going to get her. Yeah, it would have. Her apartment would have been knocked down by the tidal wave of a levee breach. I mean, let's be real. I explained that. She didn't listen. She laughed. She was actually laughing and just in this jolly mood and laughing at our panic, right? Downstream, nobody laughed. The levees did breach. So he had this idea and he whispers to me, "Should I pick her up, put her over my shoulder and take her?" And yeah. You gonna live with yourself if she dies? So she's found neck deep and trapped in wreckage and pulled out by first responders. I mean, they're going door to door right now. It's a mandatory evacuation. Thank you, Julie, for letting me know. They're going door to door. It's mandatory. Either you're going to pick her up and take her out by over your shoulder, or the cops are. But he wavered. Didn't want to get his mom angry with him. Nothing I could do to convince him. So he was ready to bite his fingernails off. He gets in a vehicle. We start driving away. And as soon as we left town, we realized we just went past the road block and we can't go back. And he goes, "What did I do?" Because right outside of town, the levee was moving around like a snake. It was so water saturated. The levee itself was shifting around like a snake. Like a wall of earth, kind of moving, bringing little leaks. He goes, "What have I done?" And didn't sleep a wink for like 2 days. Didn't know where she was. The cops did kick down her door. They carried her out over their shoulder and made her go to an evacuation site, where she ended up having a damaged front door. All the looters could have just walked in, but thank goodness they didn't. She was in her nightgown, you know. She goes to the Red Cross Center with her nightgown and no medication and all this because she didn't prepare. The cops had a handful of a time with her. But my advice is make a decision you can live with. As long as it's safe. I mean, if somebody pulls a gun on you or something, don't, you know. But sometimes that's what you got to do. I don't give a damn if this is giving illegal advice. You gotta consider our law, our legal system makes allowances for doing good deeds. Is your local law enforcement or your local judges, especially in a small town, really going to charge you with kidnapping for saving somebody's life? The old person who refused to leave, because they would probably just pat you on the head and say, "Well, at least we didn't have to do it. The sheriff didn't have to do it." If wildfire is really coming, can you live with yourself leaving somebody behind? Just think about it that way. Instead of putting luggage in your car and your computers in your car, be sure to always leave an empty space as you can. Somebody you encounter. In Paradise, there's a sad, sad video that I didn't believe until I saw it. There was a guy in his scooter, his power chair. As people were leaving Paradise and evacuating, nobody pulled over, except somebody did eventually, to help him out. He was evacuating in a scooter. He was on his way south from Paradise, and it was going to take way more miles than his scooter could have handled. It was pretty steep grade. His scooter was going to run out of batteries, and by God, it's evacuating wildfire in a scooter. Oh yeah, the wildfire's not going to be so polite as to run you over that slowly, right? Oh yeah, I'll give you some time, just evacuate real slowly. Finally, somebody just snaps out of it and pulls over and puts the guy in the back of the pickup. I noticed a lot of the cars that drove by in the video. There's all these suitcases and stuff in the front seat, no space for a human being. Kick him to the curb. He'll probably be there when you get back. There's a lot of times people that can't evacuate a lot of stuff, like photo albums and whatever, you see them at the end of the driveway. And oftentimes they're saved there. Like on a curb, right? Literally on a curb, like a gutter, like sidewalk, the curb, driveway. Unless some flaming debris rolls directly on them, oftentimes they'll be fine. All right, am I still good with audio? Because I'm now shifting my shoulder. This particular headset has one little hole for a microphone. So I can't remember if it's on the left side or the right, but if I turn my head left or right, the audio changes and it gets weird. So do alert me if that happens. Just shifting, my position is what's happening there. And so that's why I don't recommend this Bang & Olufsen headset. Overrated. Seriously overrated. Pretty poor audio quality. I can't wait to show you guys what I've done with some donation money. I've got a really nice microphone. Just need to set up this room now. Get it all going. Urban says I can hear you fine. Thanks, Urban. So, what I was saying earlier is make it a fun game. You know, fire drills are boring as snot at school, right? They serve a purpose. When you drill and you have a plan already, you're going to be more like the first responders when a disaster happens, just as calm as they are. I mean, you saw the September 11th videos where the first responders have a grim look on their face, but they walk into the Twin Towers while everybody else is running away and screaming. They don't get the weird surge of adrenaline and the fight or flight stuff happening. It's because they've trained. There's a difference that training and practicing what you're doing does. Julie says it still sounds a little iffy from time to time, but better overall. Okay. You know what? I think I should set up the other headset. As broken and bad as it is, I don't think it's as bad as what I'm wearing. I charged it a bit earlier. Let me make sure that it connects with the computer. Here I'm criticizing other people's videos, but audio is the number one thing that you should have for your ducks in a row. People can forgive bad video. God, hope Antelope doesn't burn down. People can forgive bad video a lot better than they can tolerate bad audio. Most people are listening to the stream, so where the heck did my audio... Why is it not... Excuse me. A special... There it is. Since the headset wasn't connected, the software wasn't... But I'm about to fix all that. Good lighting, good audio. We'll see as soon as I set this up. So what I've had to do is totally remodel / rearrange this entire living situation. Alright, hang on. Come on, connect via Wi-Fi. Come on. Come on. I'm leaning over and pressing a button with the Bluetooth connection thing. Come on. Make sure your device is connected to a USB port. It is connected to a USB port. Alright, I'll plug it back in. Because for some reason that fixes everything on Windows. Hang on. One moment. There. I don't know, sometimes I am going to sit in the dark, so I can't promise good webcam stuff all the time. I get light-induced headache, so sometimes it'll always be kind of dark. All right, press the button, connect. And if I can get a lot of subtle lighting around here, I think that'll help. Come on, connect. This might be Windows' fault. Okay, hold it down for a second. Okay, light is blinking. It's now in Bluetooth pairing mode. Come on now. Whoa. Somehow, for some reason, the battery backup just tripped. What I did spend around $300 of the donation money on was a battery backup for the computer. Because sometimes wildfires and power outages go hand in hand. They'll have at least 20, if not more, minutes to maintain the broadcast and hope that the power comes back on. Oh, for God's sake. Make sure your device is connected to a USB port. Of course it's in a USB port. That's why it's blinking. It worked fine yesterday. Okay. USB port number 2. How about that fixes it? Hold down the button for a second. I'm maybe stuck with this really crappy pair on my head. Sorry, friends. So, I wish I already had some better lighting equipment and stuff But I figured being online at all was the first priority. So the first $300 went to the battery backup. The next 350 went, was it 400, went to a better processor so I could actually cover the fires better. So I got a Ryzen 9 processor. Then I realized the dang thing is so hot that I need to buy a water cooler, which has an actual radiator for the processor. That I purchased. It's nearly $200, but I waited for Black Friday to do it, and it was a little bit less. Okay, for God's sake, the software is now screwing up and saying that there's no USB port connection. If I wanted to throw a dramatic tantrum right now, I'd just film myself running over these with the car. I mean, it might be a good way to recycle these. I dropped them on the floor. Okay, JBL Quantum Engine. Let's try it one more time. I'm gonna give you one more time. Your device is not connected to a USB port. Oh. That's just bizarre. Device is not found. Alright, you're stuck with this crap. It's Tech Revolt Day. Ever had this crap all day? That's what C-Probe says. When technology just doesn't want to work one day, it's Tech Revolt Day. Yeah. So Julie says you probably learned in film school audio is hugely important. Oh yeah. That's why I got this, Julie. I got a Shure Super 55 microphone. The Shure Super 55. The mic of Elvis Presley. And that ain't cheap. I think I got it for $200 though. The other day it was on sale for like $184 during my Prime Day broadcast. Probably should have bought it just to make profit and sell it. So I have that plus in order to run it and connect it with a computer, I purchased the Go XR. This stuff is not cheap. It retails $450, but I waited for a good sale. So it has your audio mixing, blah, 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 blah. So we'll have a dramatic increase in the quality of the stream, but it takes a microphone stand, takes extra desk area to put the stuff up on the desk, takes extra desk area to put the ring lights up so you can see my face better and all that. So in order to do that, I have to purchase, and set up a way to have either an L-shaped desk scenario, because I have to have 3 monitors to monitor wildfires. Right now I have 2 and it's not working too well. One screen is monitoring the broadcast. I can see the chat or see what I'm recording. Second screen is now split in between what I'm filming and what, I got a mixer. Now my second screen, my really big, the funny thing is I don't own a computer monitor, can you believe me? These are just TVs because they're cheaper. I spent all the money on the actual hardware of the PC. Now this is a 42-inch TV that I'm gesturing and looking at in front. So on one side I have a window where you're seeing this window. The second window to the left, which I have to keep flipping back and forth to, is the chat. This is why I don't see chat half the time. One window's in front of the other. But if I had 3 monitors that I could just quickly look at and glance like this, I'd have what I'm filming. I had the filming equipment control panel on this side. I'd have what I'm filming here. Just a big monitor dedicated to tracking the fires, and to the right I'd have my monitor with the chat. And that will be the way that I don't talk for 15 minutes and forget chat. I don't see it for a bit. So sometimes I keep checking it, nobody said anything. And I'll just go 15 more minutes and realize, people were trying to talk to me for 15 minutes. So yeah, it's been a more troubled setup than I thought. My place is not really conducive to turning a living room and a dining room into a streaming setup, but I'm doing it. If I had an additional bedroom, that worked pretty well. But, and you need a producer, that's what some streamers do. Some streamers like Ryan Hollyall, I really respect. He's in his living room, but he's got a producer and a second set of computers. I'm trying to set up that as well. So like when Pro's been coming over, he's been looking at my stream and he's got noise canceling headphones on because he hears a delay between what I talk in the room and what's coming out of the YouTube, and it drives me insane. So he solved that by getting noise canceling AirPods, right? So I have to scream at him over my shoulder, "Hey!" when he's trying to co-host with me, you know? So, but this is a really weird, awkward room. So I've got a huge window here that didn't have any curtains. So I just purchased a whole bunch of curtains. Now I hung them up and they make an awesome backdrop, but that means since the curtains are to the right, I gotta face this way so that the webcam faces that way and the curtains are behind me. But now I've solved the issue where there'd be too much bright backlighting behind me. But it brings a whole bunch of new issues, such as how do I get an L-shaped desk into this area? The desks I had didn't fit, so I had to contact family members and friends and say, "Hey, you want to buy my old desks? Or you have a use for them?" I had to find a way to get rid of them, and I was hoping to sell them to buy another desk, right? So thankfully, my mom was switching offices, and she had desks that were way more better, right? And so at first I was like delighted. It was a regular L-shaped desk, the kind that office people used to sell, called the Zentra. The Zentra Dept, right? And they're dedicated L-shapes, right? That seemed to be an awesome idea. Actually, that's the Vista, but the Zentra is no longer available, but it's very similar, right? And then I got very gung-ho on this idea, but I wasted a lot of time. I found out that my keyboard doesn't fit on the dang keyboard tray. This is a mega keyboard with lights on it and stuff. It's full size. It's got the 10 key, pad. Can I switch keyboards? No. Do I want to? Hell no. This was my birthday present to myself years ago. $250 keyboard. Because I can macro program it. I can do any lights I want so that it doesn't bother me in my headache stuff. And since it's lit, I can see all the keys in the dark in whatever environment I'm at. So I want the number pad thing. That really helps me in other things that I use the computer for. Now, I'd have to buy an entire, well, there's a special thing about it. It's called the Cherry MX Brown keys. Now, if you ever heard clickety-clackety annoying sounds from streamers, especially game streamers, as they're gaming, they go I spent $200 on this keyboard so that you wouldn't hear anything of the sorts. You don't hear my typing. There's a lot of expenses that go into this crap. Hey, Penguin Sea Lancer, so glad to see you back for the fire season. Glad to be here. Thanks for your work. My favorite weather person, Daniel, is also working out the bugs in his weather blog. No sweat, it'll all work out. Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't quite prepared, but I almost died. This winter, I almost died. And it looked like I had cancer. Thank God I don't. But holy crap, did I have a serious illness. And then my brother did die, and then family friends died. So it was a winter of my div content. It's been rough. I'm trying really, really hard to quickly get back on my feet and groom this area. The bad thing about this right now is each one of the desks has a keyboard tray, but they're both too small. So I tried to find out, is there a version, what Cherry MX Brown keys are, is they're the silent keys. There's rubber O-rings underneath every single key to make it silent. So I'm gonna show you something right now. Can you hear any of this? Maybe you heard once when I kind of slammed the space bar there. That sound of silence is for your benefit. the streamer's keyboard, they don't make it anymore, and they don't make a shortened condensed version without a number pad. In fact, I don't think you can get any cherry and brown keys at all. Every once in a while I'll slam it just out of enthusiasm, but I think what I'd have to do is buy a different keyboard, and I'd have to buy cherry MX brown switches and customize my keyboard by ripping them all off with a butter knife and installing new ones. But just buying I don't like the cherry MX brown keys keyboard. HyperX, Ally Core, whatever. It has to be Corsair because I already have a Corsair mouse, Corsair RAM, and all of them are all coordinated to work together. And if I buy Corsair lighting system for this thing, it'll be just one stupid program that controls it all. So if I go with other brands, I have to install multiple softwares for controlling just lights and keyboard stuff. And I don't want to do that. I'm already juggling multiple softwares for like the headset and blah, blah, blah. It just complicates stuff. So, but there's a lot. Steam is complicated. What happened with this is I decided to go with one of these desks, even though I wanted the whole L-shaped complement. And I tried to figure out the best way to take the desk I currently have and put its keyboard tray on the glass desk, and I found no actual way. It does not seem possible without me drilling into the desk. I don't know how to drill into metal, but I'm pretty sure I'd be bad at that. And this Real Space Vista Glass desk is not compatible with the Mesa desk that I have. So if I go to Mesa, they discontinued my little one. What I ended up doing was swapping this, because it also has a very shortened keyboard tray, with my mother to get the pure glass one. I have a discontinued Mesa desk that wasn't L-shaped. That's what I'm on right now. It's great. It's got a hugely wide, expansive keyboard tray. This sucker is like, I think it's 28 inches wide. But the reason I can't do the smaller ones is the mouse doesn't fit. So it's ergonomically bad to put your hand on one surface and put your mouse and keyboard below. Like, why would I do that? The desk is where I put my food, my drink, the monitor. Nothing else works. And then the journals where I continuously jot down fire notes. There's no room for a mouse up there too. And it's just weird. So don't ask me why all these furniture store type things at an office are selling crap that's not very good for an office. They really actually, just look at this. There's a mouse on top of the desk and the keyboards below. It's like, let's advertise the fact a keyboard tray is too damn small. If anybody knows how to drill metal and can give me some advice, I could get this back from my mom, give her back the Zentra, and maybe modify it. But I've spent actual months trying to find an L-shaped desk with a large keyboard tray in glass. There is not one on the face of the planet. Show me one under $500 right now, or even $500, I'll buy it right now. Have not found one. I'm searching all the time. Penguin Cement says, Daniel Swain weather blog covers our West Coast climate. Yes. Okay, cool. Let me Google this person then. And we'll go back to firefighting stuff. Whatever. So is he on the YouTube? That would be cool. Is it Weather West? Sweet. Never heard of him. Thank you for the idea. I'm Daniel Slade, a climate scientist, UCLA. National Center for Atmospheric Research, Nature Conservancy. I study how climate change affects extreme events like floods, droughts, storms, wildfires. How the societal environmental impact. Whoops, I clicked it. Impact of these events is changing. Okay, read more such as changing is changing in a warming climate. Okay. Please stay tuned for a soft launch of the channel late 22, formal launch in early 2023. When present, I envision a mix of content. Ask me anything, question and answer sessions, occasional info, interviews, and fellow scientists. Cool. Alright, so I'll just go like on that. Good. Awesome. Ooh, climate weather wildfire full interview. Oh, the lookout interviewed him. That's great. Yeah, I watched a couple of the lookout things and participated in one of those live streams, and that was interesting. Since I was one of the biggest promoters of the lookout, I was like, "Yo, what's up?" And he goes, that's Catherine. She has a channel." Okay, thanks. Guess I'll chop liver. Anyway. A lot of people are completely unaware that I promote them, like, all the time. Like, Watch Duty. What do you think? Watch Duty on the map. Okay. Smitty says, in Wasco County, the Antelope Creek fire is 0% contained. Yeah, that's what we're monitoring by air, Smitty. Level 2 evacuation warning is placed for the entire city of Antelope. Yeah. So, Tanker 911 is there. So they called in the VLATs. Let's look at it on CalFire, or CalTopo, excuse me. Now, if you want me to talk about I already did it for the rest of the day, talk about the flat fire. Anybody who wants information on that needs to go back to the start of my stream, to the very start, watch an hour. That's my very grim assessment of what's going on. I think it has a great potential to be a mega fire, and it probably will be. If it isn't buttoned up within a week, we won't have heavy rains within a week. If all the tankers and the world don't rope it up within a week and get full containment in like a week, we have a serious potential for this to be a mega fire. And there's more bad news. There's more bad signs there than good. I do believe Gold Beach is. People should highly think about how they might have to leave, prepare for their properties and such to be potentially threatened. Agnes, I'm hoping they'll be able to save it. They have a jolly outlook, but I've just seen too much stuff before where they start giving people hope and it's just a false sense of security. Like with the Bear Fire, it was like 70-something% contained, 78. A lot of people went, "Oh, I don't have to evacuate," and then we have a mass fatality event there. I've just seen too much of that stuff. Now, what sucks about Southwest Washington, Southwest Oregon, Northwest California, is any other fire that threatens property, they're going to peel away the resources. You're going to see the aircraft divert. You're going to see crews leave. And if there's other really big fires, this one will get neglected. They'll say, "Oh, there's been another fire there previously. Nothing really grew back," and they got a point about that. Why do we have to defend this? Gold Beach can fend for itself. We'll protect Agnes and let this go to hell. And they got a point about some of it, but I don't want them to resort to that. Just surrender. The Biscuit Fire is one of the worst fires Oregon ever had, and has every potential to be just the same size and more because they left the dead trees in the landscape. Look at all this fuel. If the dead trees were down, would this be any factor? No, it'd just be a bunch of bushes on fire you could easily stop. What the hell are people thinking? I have to leave some dead trees in the landscape for animal habitat. Yes, a couple. But many is just a disaster waiting to happen again. And for God's sake, replant. What the hell? All right. Let's look at. Let's see. What does Antelope look like? Let's duplicate this tab. I was talking about the ghost town of Antelope in Wild Wild Country, which is supposedly the Netflix documentary about it, which people say is good. But it's just one of those weird things happen in Oregon. You know, whenever Oregon makes headlines and the rest of the world understands Oregon exists, everybody forgets from time to time. It's because Oregon makes the headlines for something really weird, way weirder than Florida Man usually. I remember when nobody had ever heard of the town of Beaverton, which is such a cute place. I just love the fact it's named Beaverton. Until Tanya Harding whacked Nancy Kerrigan in the knee, and she was from Beaverton, and all of a sudden Oregon's on the map for that weird. That was just weird. Let's break the leg of a fellow Olympian so that I can get gold, like ice skater. Like, what the hell? Oregon is way weirder than Florida Man stuff. So, honest to God, most of the towns that have ever existed in Oregon are gone. They're ghost towns. There's very, compared to the total that there have ever been, most of the counties in Oregon have more ghost towns than living ones. Sparsely populated state. I mean, almost everybody lives in Portland, Eugene, Corvallis, and the culture outside of those three cities is completely different than those in the city. You got it's very conservative in the rural areas. And most of the state used to kind of be conservative. Then the California migration, which I'm part of, we kind of took over, and the cities happened. And, well, they're not that happy about it. That's why the Greater Idaho movement started, that most of Eastern Oregon wants to join Idaho. It's because the city people they're not sympathetic to the needs of the country folks. There's just animosity there. This sucks. So, if you look at most of these towns on this map right now, especially east of the Cascades, most of the towns that were ever in existence disappeared almost entirely. I mean, you find a couple. I mean, I went driving around to many of them with my ghost town books from the 70s, expecting saloon doors to be swinging in the wind and tumbling tumbleweeds to go past these abandoned gold rush towns and homesteaded towns and stuff. And unfortunately, wildfire and time has already destroyed most of them. So a lot of these places on the map don't even actually exist. I mean, you go to them and there's like a half collapsed cabin. Like, it's really depressing. The ghost town books of the 70s and 80s and his history books show all this cool history abandoned but ready to be saved, and very little of it has ever been saved. In the last 5 years, we lost so many historical buildings and towns out here to fire. It's unimaginable. I'm in a race against time, and I'd really like somebody else to do fire streams so that I can just all summer be ghost towning and documenting the history of these places. Mind you, there's nothing to do with the paranormal. Ghost towns mean the town died. There's nothing to do with ghosts and crap. Settlements that were abandoned. So I'm an expert on those. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Exactly, Debbie makes the abandoned stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate your work. So Antelope was one I accidentally missed. I actually accidentally somehow drove through it once I was in Shaniko. And I think the reason is I spent so much time in Shaniko and Kent because there was so much to film that I drove through Antelope and didn't even know it. It's that small of a place. There it is, Shaniko. Shaniko's a living tourist ghost town called a Class E ghost town. Class E ghost towns are those that reinvent themselves for the tourist trade. But they're still considered ghost towns because they've lost more than 65% of their population from its heyday, and their economy is completely different from the heyday, such as just trying to get tourists to come, antique stores. So most of the gold rush towns of California that survived were these Class E ghost towns. Now, Class F is something got turned into a state park, like Bodie in California. But here's Shaniko. Just a marvelous place, super awesome, and they really know that preserving your history means your town survives. It draws the tourists. They have events, they have Shaniko days and blah 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 blah. And they also have a fire department to protect their town from fire. I think it was after dusk, and so when I drove through Antelope, I had no freaking idea. So, unfortunately, if you look at the old books on ghost towns, there's all kinds of buildings, and what is there now? A house or two? This was a town with a main street and a post office, you know? But they start to look like this. And there's a big high school, and that was one of its, two-story high school. You know you're a big town when you've got a two-story high school. Wow, the Google car was here in October 2009. This is the imagery from 2009. But the weirdest thing happened in this place. Antelope Market, does it have a business? Ooh. But just a general Facebook link. It says at the campground. Okay, community center, was that the old high school? Yes. Hopefully this building has been saved, but I heard that it might have burned. When was this photo taken? August 2012, I think it burned. So you got a couple of old buildings. Apparently what happened to this place, and I didn't watch Wild Wild Country yet, and I should know this being a self-proclaimed ghost town expert. There's a lot to learn about Oregon. Apparently a cult bought the town and moved right in. Apparently the whole thing was for sale and a cult bought it. And so in the highly conservative rural Oregon, they were none too happy about that a bunch of hippies and dirt-worshipping heathen types, people smearing mud on their faces from the sacred Ganges River kind of thing, Hare Krishna kind of thing, but not exactly. He walked in and there was some guru from India or something who was their leader and was kind of worshipped like a living god. And so the locals were like, oh, okay. I don't know the history of what happened there. I just know the aftermath. Because you can't make this up. I stopped writing horror fiction a long time ago because real-life horror, there's so many real-life horror examples that are better than what you can make up out there that haven't been told. One of which, what the hell happened to Antelope, but Wild Wild Country on Netflix already did it, so I gotta go find a different ghost town to cover to bring weird stories to the world. All of a sudden, these cult members, they get deeper and deeper in the cult. They're, the typical youngsters, impressionable, runaway types, J-Cat says, oh, hey, by the way, and people think us goths are strange, right? I'm a Victorian Gothic person. You see, I'm wearing black. I mean, I don't dress up like a weirdo, but in my heart, I'm like Edgar Allan Poe in a female version, Life is sad, so why don't we just celebrate that and romance it? Right? Quote the Raven, nevermore, right? So these impressionable youth types and the typical people that get sucked into a cult that want a sense of belonging and get pampered with it and get seduced by it. Well, just like all cults, the message is cute and it's supportive and it's nice, and then it gets dark. The evil cults. And I'm not saying cult like the general word. I mean capital C, bad, evil cult, as in brainwashing, as in murder. Debbie Meek says, in Oregon is the 33rd state, but it's so beautiful. Yeah, Smitty says, was that the bog one? Rajneesh? Yes, exactly. From Wild Wild Country Netflix thing. There's some speculation that the cult leader wasn't actually the leader, that he was a propped up straw man, like a Wizard of Oz, don't pay attention, the man behind the curtain, that he was actually an old man with dementia. And that's a strange idea. Let's see if they're fighting the fire. I just don't want this town to be affected. I don't want anybody around here to be affected. They've gone through so much crap already. It's always been on my to-do list to go back and document what's left and interview the old-timers who knew what this town was like before the cult. And I don't want to tell this story wrong. I really hope Tinker 9/11 is going to help the situation. I can't tell you what's in this town now because I bypassed it, like I said, in the middle of the night without even knowing it. And God, this makes me want to go out there in Ghost Town. I swear to God. See, the PayPal link is pinned, isn't it? Pinned. Donate me some gas money right now, and I will go out there really fast. I'll go find out for you guys. I will go ghost towning. You just give me enough gas money, I'm there. I'll live stream from there, or I'll film it and upload it the next day. I'll go to Eastern Oregon. I'll do whatever you want. But please, just finance me, and I'll go there. Tell you exactly what's there. I'll tell you the stories. I know hundreds of stories. And we can interview people and with my real camera now. But thank you, everybody. I can't watch PayPal. I don't hear a ding or anything every time I get coverage, but even $5 right now helps. And I'm so grateful for you guys who have done this. But let me tell the story right. Antelope Oregon. Maybe a little bit of it is on the wiki. The rest, of course, this will just be a rundown. Oh yeah, they changed its name. The cult changed its name to Rajneesh. Right? And like I said, nobody's quite sure if the quote cult leader, because he was sequestered. Like, you know, you could see him doing he had a car, a special car. His chauffeurs drove him around in, and he'd wave out the window, but that's about all that happened. Most of the cult leaders never got access to him. Insert more money. Insert coin, and maybe will, kind of a thing. So there was like a hierarchy of people that you could talk to. Yeah, Debbie Leak says, thank you, Catherine, new subscriber. I want to uncover all this too. Kindred Spirit, I can see it. I got it. I really wish these wildfires and crap weren't happening. This is what I'd be doing. I'd be doing stuff that excites me and is fun. All the wildfire stuff just it gives me agita. It kind of hurts to do it, you know? Nevertheless. So, Antelope, which was a town known as Rajneesh from 1984 to 1986, before my time here, is a town in rural Wasco County, Oregon. Antelope had an estimated population of 47 people in 2012. Yeah. Like I said, most of these towns in Eastern Oregon cling to existence. There are no jobs. People don't live where it's beautiful, or where their homeland is, or where they love, or where their grandpappy lived, or where they want to live. People live where there's employment. And a town is not a place where people live. That's not its definition. It is a place of commerce and trade, and thus people live there. When people, when say there's 47 residents or something, and somebody goes, it's not a ghost town, people are living there. Well, you have no idea what a ghost town is. A ghost town is a town that died. And I've tried to make it easy with a cool system of points. Like if you still haven't, is there a way to buy and sell anything in the town that's different than just person to person? Like is there a store? I would be points toward it not being a ghost town. Like, can you still buy and sell things? Now, if it's just a post office, then you technically could buy a postcard there or something. That doesn't count for much. But having a post office at all is points toward it being a living town, right? Now, if your post office closed, that's, points taken away. Have all stores closed. That sort of thing. You put it on a scale. If it at all is in question. If it's on the cusp of being considered a ghost town. Now, Gary B. Speck, who I'd love to work with, and I couldn't because of COVID, I made contact with him, but he's the godfather of Ghost County, and he wrote Ghost of Times Past, I believe. He was the first person to kind of explain to the public most towns die a very slow death. Doesn't happen overnight. Davey Meek says, I went arrowhead searching in Antelope. Whereabouts are you from? Where you live? magical place. Speaking of that, my last broadcast I explained it. 18,000 years ago. We now have evidence of people living in Oregon 18,000 years ago. That is the final nail in the coffin for the stupid land bridge theory. It's dead. Long live the land bridge theory. Did you know it was bull? Beep. Did you know it was BS? And the other thing about the Ice Age that people don't get. People were here long before the land bridge existed, and there's no evidence anybody used it because glaciers blocked the way. Sure, there was like a land bridge, but glaciers were sitting on the damn top of the thing, and all in the Yukon. So there's no way to get to North America by foot unless you crossed on top of a glacier, and people were supposed to have survived all those crevasses. You know how tough it is to survive walking across glaciers and not falling into crevasses? Like just for small ice fields like at Mount Everest? Yeah. And so people were supposed to have traveled, like 600, 700, 800 miles, more than 1,000 miles over solid crevasse, ridden, shattered ice and glaciers without anything to eat or drink, and there's no wood to burn to even make a fire and melt the ice. It just wasn't possible. So 18,000 years ago is before the land bridge. Oh yeah, there's so much we don't know. But Oregon is the most exciting thing in archaeology right now. Because the original inhabitants in North America, now we have the oldest evidence. There's people that are pre-Clovis now living they lived in Oregon. And it's been dated, without a doubt. Underneath a volcanic ash layer from Mount St. Helens eruption that was 15,000 years ago. Just carbon dated different teeth and tools and stuff. Surprising result 18,000 years ago. So, incredible. So, when you find stuff like arrowheads and spearheads in Oregon, I would encourage you to not remove it from the soil at all, because you could be making history. It could be you that proves stuff like the land bridge is completely fake. Do not remove it from the soil. You can't carbon date or date in any way a rock, which is what these arrowheads are. It's obsidian. So they can only figure out how old they are by the layer in the soil. So if you find anything like that, you get out your phone, you find out the GPS location, and you call nearest archaeology, because you may have made the biggest breakthrough of all time in North America. It could be you that they're talking about, your find. But not if you dig it up and take it out of the soil layer. They have to carefully figure out how many different volcanic eruption layers are in between that to figure it out. Plus, it's being respectful to the natives too. Because when you may have found more than one arrowhead, or spearhead actually, you may have found a little area where they manufactured it year after year after year, like an Indian ghost town. So you may have found a lost settlement, almost like a lost city, So that's another reason to alert the authorities and the experts. Okay. So Antelope, back to this funny. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Kind of funny. Antelope was originally a stage and freight wagon road stop on the old Dallas to Canyon City Trail. So the type of town it was, you can classify towns by type, is a crossroads town. A town that exists because it's strategic. There's a lot of people coming and going through other towns. And so there's a crossroads, so therefore your town should exist to accommodate the trade. So the problem is if the route changes between those bigger towns, then your town's going to become a ghost town. It's going to become a bypassed ghost. There's a lot of that in Oregon. Even on the coast, when they built Highway 101, they bypassed a bunch and went away, like Dolph. So a lot of Eastern Oregon ghost towns are like this. Even though the main highway still goes through it, nobody uses that dang highway. I remember I was in Kent and I was in the middle of the road filming some stuff, photographing really. And I could have laid down and taken a suntan in the middle of the highway. I think like the entire afternoon there were like 5 cars that went by. So, I mean, there has to be population centers in a major, for anybody to even be on the road. So it was originally a stage and freight wagon stop on the old Dallas to Canyon City Trail. Howard Muffin came to Antelope in 1863 to operate a horse ranch, becoming the caretaker of the stage station. And that was established by Henry Wheeler. Henry Wheeler, I wonder if that's associated with the Tillamook Burn area, the Cochrane ghost town, C.H. Wheeler, and the timber tycoon. I'll have to look that up. Muffin began raising cattle to provide meat for travelers, because for some reason Americans don't like horse meat. But Oregon has had for a long time an out-of-control feral horse population of Mustangs. In the place we were talking about earlier, the Steens Mountain has got some unique Mustangs, very much worthy of preservation because they could be related to the Spanish barb horse, the extinct breed that was so amazing. A legend, really. They released Spanish barbs into the American West, and apparently the ones in the Steens Mountains are genetically distinct, but the rest of Oregon, the Mustangs got completely out of control, and so they were rounded up to prevent them from stripping the land bare, which happens if you don't round a lot of them up. And so the horse trade of Eastern Oregon was doing the roundup and then selling them, en masse. And usually they went to Asia. Oh, sometimes they became beasts of burden, etc. Sometimes they became dog food. Or human food, because Asians eat a lot more acceptable variety in their diet. So eventually that stopped, and that was the last straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of these communities, that rounding up the horses for sale to Asia was pretty much the way they survived still. And once you couldn't do that anymore, horses became a pest, and they said federal government deal with them, and that's the current problem we have right now with the controversy of having them rounded up to be euthanized or shipped to Mexico for slaughter, right? But alas, that's just some background. So it sounds like Antelope was pretty much the only thing secondary, the second pillar of the economy was A. First one was being a crossroads town, B, being a horse roundup town. So Nathan Wallace, who is sometimes credited with being Antelope's first postmaster, acquired the Antelope stage station from Maupin in 1870. I wonder if the original building is still there. Oh yeah, the ones in the Steens Mountains are incredibly beautiful. They're the most pure of the Mustangs, people say. The most like the incredible Spanish barbs. They have these amazing, gigantically huge shoulders with just massive muscle attachment, just like the Spanish barb had, really forward thrusting shoulder blades that stick out to the chest. Beautiful arching necks. They're an incredible treasure. So, records indicate the community was considered to have been established in 1872. The town was incorporated into the city of Antelope in 1901. So, if you think about how large it once was versus the 47 to maybe 25 people that live there now, I don't know why they don't have the new census data. We could look that up. Anyway, we're talking about this because there's a fire there. 8:43. I bet the planes have probably gone home by now. Tanker 911 is headed back to Medford, and I doubt it'll take off again from Medford. It might take up to an hour to refill it with retardant. Now here's something unfortunate that we saw. We saw the air assets that should have been today on the flat fire down in southwestern Oregon get peeled away for other fires. Now, that may be just because of priorities, but it could be because maybe it got too smoky to fight it over here by Agnes. If it gets too smoky, you can't do nothing. Let's watch duty and see if we got an update to the flat fire real quick before we babble on about Antelope. I think you're on watch duty. Okay. So I hope the air assets that just slammed everything at Antelope were successful. It always gives me a bit of anxiety though. But they even got the VLANs, so it was serious. And it seemed to be south of the town, so maybe they used the road as a way to fight it. But I know that there's no fire station here. Not for a long way off. And this is what's terrible about having a small town where most of your population lives, is where's the nearest fire station? Clarno doesn't particularly exist. It's a campground now. It was probably once just... I haven't done too much research on it, but it was probably just a ferry back in the day with no stagecoach stop. It's not really a town, these are place names. Shaniko, like I said, is a ghost town. I think it has a fire station. I remember seeing the old fire equipment they had, which was the horse wagons. With the little steam engine on the horse wagon. That was in the museum. Come to think of it, I don't know if they actually truly have a modern fire department. If there's any fire station anywhere around here. Anyway, let's go back to reading about Antelope. Or Rajneesh. So, in the early 80s, wow, it just jumps from 1901 to the 80s. Like, can you please explain how the town declined? I guess it's the intro, okay. In the early 80s, hundreds of members of the Rajneesh movement moved in and built a small city in the previously unoccupied land they purchased. The Rajneeshs effectively took over the government of the city by outnumbering the original residents with new voter registrations. So on September 18, 1984, a vote was held and the city was renamed Rajneesh, Oregon. By 1985, after several of the Rajneesh movement leaders were discovered to have been involved in criminal behavior, the leader left the country as part of a plea deal for federal immigration fraud charges, and the Rajneesh commune collapsed. On November 6, 1985, the city voted to revert to the name Antelope. Now, what they did, you can't make this up. So, what was it in Bend? A bunch of people go to a salad bar. People start getting sick. Wasn't it Bend? And the bioterror attack, right? And people are like, oh, it must be mass food poisoning. Yeah, 4 different restaurants. It was in the Dalles, north of the town, in the Dalles, pretty far away. Burgerville, the Skippers, whatever, Taco Time, whatever that is. All of a sudden, people just fall ill, like deadly ill. 751 people contracted salmonella, 45 of which were hospitalized, but they were saved. I mean, they nearly died, but initial investigation by the Oregon Health Authority and the Centers for Disease Control did not rule out deliberate contamination. And the agents and contamination were confirmed 1 year later, on February 28, 1985. Congressman James H. Weaver gave a speech in the House of Representatives in which he accused the Rajneeshs of sprinkling salmonella culture on the salad bar ingredients in 8 different restaurants. Nope, you can't make this up. Yeah, thanks, Dave. This is why I stopped writing fictional horror, there's enough out there. So at a post-conference in September 1985, Rajneesh accused several of his followers of participation in this and other crimes, including an aborted plan in 1985 to assassinate a United States attorney He asked the state and federal authorities to investigate his own cult. Okay. Like I said, he could have been an innocent person who was pretty much a hostage of his own hierarchy, like inner circle types. He could have been an old man with dementia. He could have been a consummate liar, a perfect chameleon in society, a con artist. Who knows? Oregon Attorney General David B. Von Meyer set up an interagency task force composed of Oregon State Police and the FBI. They executed search warrants in Rajneeshpuram. I guess that was the town name. A sample of bacteria, though, was found in a Rajneeshpuram medical laboratory. They had a medical laboratory which matched the contaminant that had sickened the town residents of the Dalles. 2 leading Rajneeshpuram officials were convicted on charges of attempted murder and served 29 months of 20-year sentences in minimum security federal prison. 29 months. They could have killed like 800 people if they chose like a bacterium that mattered. Planning. In 1981, several thousand of Rajneesh's followers had moved onto the Big Muddy Ranch in rural Wasco County, where they later incorporated as an intentional community called Rajneeshpuram. They had taken political control of the small town near Antelope, then population 75. The name which they changed to Rajneesh. The group had started on friendly terms with the locals, but relations soon degraded because of land use conflicts and the commune's dramatic expansion of, unwashed hippies. I mean, yeah. You know it's a cult when you all wear the same outfit. And eventually the same haircut. Or eventually you're not allowed to have hair, This is them all lining up to see their guru. After being denied building permits for their Rajneeshpuram, the commune leadership sought to gain political control of the rest of the county by influencing a county election in 1984. Can't make this up. Their goal was to win 2 of the 3 seats on Wasco County's commission, as well as the sheriff's office. Can you imagine? Cult leading sheriff. There's a new sheriff in town. Oh. Record scratch. The attempts to influence the election included a Share a Home program in which they transported thousands of homeless people to Rajneeshpuram. I forgot about that. And attempted to register them to vote to inflate the constituency of voters for the group's candidate. The Wasco County Clerk countered this attempt at voter suppression by enforcing a regulation that required all new voters to submit their qualifications when registering to vote. Can't make this up. There you go, saved by the need for documents, right? License, registration. Yeah, the unit for the sheriff's uniform, that would have been hilarious. The commune leadership planned to sicken and incapacitate voters in the Dalles, where most of the county's voters resided. Oh, that was their motivation. I never knew why they wanted to do that. They wanted to make everybody have diarrhea and perhaps not be able to get off the pot so they couldn't vote. Guys, we're going to be defeated in the next election, but I have a plan. What's that, Larry? Diarrhea. You just can't make this up. She probably can't make this up. You can't make this up. Are you still listening? You're missing the funniest story of all time, C-Probe. He's going out. What's the plan? Okay, the next part of this is, yeah, the plan is diarrhea. What kind of diarrhea? Explosive diarrhea. Brilliant! All in favor of the plan, say aye. I thought it was try to kill people. That's why they chose salmonella. They just wanted to be incapacitated so they couldn't vote. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think it's funny too. Yeah, wow, okay. I didn't know this. I thought they were a doomsday cult. They were trying to kill everybody. This is just Plan B. Plan A failed. Plan B failed. Plan A was moving in and just overwhelming the locals, right? Oh no, we forgot about the Dells. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have made enemies of everybody we saw and run roughshod over their town, taken away their heritage and renamed it after our goofy cult. Oh, okay, Plan B was let's try to drive the locals out by being a-holes. Okay, that didn't work. Plan C, let's try to replace the city council. But oh no, the county. We didn't think about the county. Let's go to Plan B. Oh, Plan diarrhea. Okay. They watched too much Bullwinkle and Rocky. I guess so. Okay. So the commune leadership planned to sicken and incapacitate voters in the Dells, where most of the county's voters resided, to sway the election. It's got a reference. It's got a citation. We could click on it and learn more about the diarrhea plot here. Apparently, 12 people were involved in that plot to employ biological agents. Oh yeah, volunteers to carry out Plan B. You're the 12 apostles of diarrhea. Go and spread the good news. Okay. Go forth and heal the sick. Heal the sick sounds great. No. Sicken people. Scratch that. Sicken people. Okay. So at least 11 were involved in planning it. It took 11 people to... Okay. No more than 4 appear to have been involved in development at Rajneeshpuram Medical Lab, and not all of these were necessarily aware of the objectives of their work, but at least 8 individuals helped spread the bacteria. Oh God, I don't even want to know. First of all, how did they get it? Did they just go swab a toilet bowl or something? I mean, how do you go get salmonella? Ugh. I'm sorry. I can't see. Tears in my eyes. Desiree Buck says that would be a serious case of IBS. Yeah. The bank citation, we're going to click on that. We're going to look. Okay. It is the story of a truly contaminated election. Columbia Journalism Review. This is almost as good as the barrier. Plan D is the new name of the channel. Okay, I want to know, where was this lab? Was it in the high school? Like, where did they have a lab? Like, did they build a shed? I mean, this would be a tourist attraction thing. Like, here's the lab from which Plan D was concocted. But it really should have been preserved. It's one of the major bioterrorism attacks in the country. Debbie says, hard to be serious reading this stuff. I know. Okay, I'd be fired right now if I was like if I was a news reporter. Cut to commercial. No, okay. Cheryl says, here, have a chocolate. You don't want to know how we made this chocolate. What is that movie? Like Water for Chocolate? It's toilet water. Oh, Desiree says it's kind of like how the CIA wanted to make Fidel Castro a raving lunatic in front of his people by sneaking LSD into his water. I'd pay to see that, man. Lab at the daycare. Oh, God. Desi says, or it's actually irritable Bhagwan syndrome. Desi. Knuckles. Okay, I feel like I have a fever again, but it's too good to stop. Okay, I wanted to wrap it up by 9 because I'm supposed to like be in bed in ordinary times, but this is too good. Okay. The main planners of the attack included Sheila Silverman. Ma Anand Sheila was her cult name, I guess. Rye's niece's chief lieutenant, and Diane Yvonne Onang, who was Ma Anand Puja, cult name. I want a cult name. Guys, what should my cult name be? Let's start a cult. We can all have cult names. Dude. Desi says I could not resist. Yeah, it's redunculous. Brad P says I want to know about the lab leak theory. Yes, Brad. Oh. Out they were doing it before it was cool. Okay. Okay, so Diane Yvonne Onang, or Onang, who was Ma Anand Puja, a nurse practitioner and secretary treasurer. Now that's covering all your bases. Oh, I studied to be a nurse practitioner, but I also studied to be a secretary treasurer, just in case that fell through, She was the secretary treasurer of the Rogers Medical Corporation. What the? They purchased salmonella. Oh, here it is, from a medical supply company in Seattle. What? The staff cultured in labs within the colony. Oh, how thoughtful of them. I guess they wanted to be sure that they didn't accidentally maybe kill, because salmonella usually doesn't kill. Sometimes it kills. It usually just gives you a bad day. A couple of bad days. A couple of very bad days. Unless, you're medically fragile. So maybe I can appreciate that they didn't want to kill people, because if you just swab a toilet and then put that in place, God knows what you could be culturing that. But shouldn't that raise red flags? And shouldn't the FBI kind of understand, like, a cult just bought a bunch of salmonella? Maybe they just didn't track stuff like that. They contaminated the produce at the salad bars as a trial run. Oh, that wasn't even their main attack? Holy crap. The group also tried to induce pathogens into the Dowling water system. Oh my God. If successful, they plan to use the same techniques closer to an election day. This wasn't even their election day. Plan B was like a plan A, and then there was like a big super plan. They never carried out the second part of the plan. The Cumming decided to boycott the election, and it became clear that those brought in through the Share a Home program would not be allowed to vote. Now here's my question. Did they kick them all out? Say, get out? Oh man, never mind, get out. Or were they like gonna feed these mouths, 2 visiting Moscow County commissioners were infected via glasses of water containing salmonella during their visit to Rajanishpuram on August 29th. Both men fell ill and one was hospitalized. How dumb is that? Afterwards, members of Sheila's team spread salmonella on produce and grocery stores, on doorknobs and urinal handles in the county courthouse. What's a urinal handle, C-Probe? Urinals have handles? He's looking at me with the biggest puzzled expression on his face, like, what the beep are you talking about? Yes. Okay, take him out. You really needed to have listened to this. This is hilarious. Yes. This is comedy gold. This is barrier and S. What? Yes, I would. But not right now. Oh, did you get cookie dough ice cream? Did you get my message for cookie dough ice cream? Did you procure it? Ah, Dude, he's the best grocery shopper helper. Looking back at chat, Desi says it's better known as the incontinence line. Cheryl says it's hard to believe that 1981 is considered history. I know. We're old. Red flag went a little bit. Desiree says you sound like you're reciting the Shabbat prayers. Hey, I could be a cult leader. In fact, anybody can. Just keep a straight face when you're spouting your nonsense. That's all you have to do. And just kind of my advice for becoming a cult leader is just figure out what your people want to believe and tell them that. Okay. Always a straight face, though. Okay. So they poisoned 2 people. 2 visiting Wasco County commissioners. Can you put that in a Ziploc, please? And can you preserve that in a Ziploc, please? The rest of the tacos, thank you. Okay. That is just dumb. You ever heard my advice to criminals is you don't beep where you sleep? Right? No matter how tempting robbing your next door neighbor is because she's got expensive stuff in her house and leaves her garage door open all the time and leaves the keys in her car and the windows down. If you're a den of thieves, you don't touch the neighbor's house. Okay. Both men fell ill when they visited, and afterwards members of Sheila's team spread salmonella on produce and grocery stores and on doorknobs and urinal handles in a county courthouse. Why is urinal a mouse over? Ah! Oh, why? Who edited the wiki to make that picture pop up? Why did we need urinal to be a mouse over? Usually that's for things that people are not familiar with, such as the word salmonella enterica and gastroenteritis. Why? And the Dalles, so you understand what the Dalles is. It's a big city. Well, Columbia. Brad Peace if we need a cult drink, but not Kool-Aid. Yeah, that's been done. Nobody will trust it. And not salmonella water. You know what? We already have one. It's bear urine. It's the bear urine shot. Okay. But we could diversify because not everybody drinks, right? So what else? What are we going to do that's non-alcoholic? But Big Al already, seriously, he's a bartender, and he said right after the bonfire, and that chick, that alleged arsonist chick said, you know what? I lit the fire to purify the water. It had bear urine in it, and I needed to drink it, even though I'm right next to Lake Shasta because I'm a spacey weirdo. And I'm just messing with you, cops. Ha 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 ha. I'll get out because I'm not crazy, but I'm going to pretend like it. Whatever happened there, right? Allegedly. He actually made the bear urine special, which was a flaming whiskey shot, right? Because it started the bonfire. And he said that people stampeded to go get it. TMI. Why? All right. And so I still want to know from you, males, what is a urinal handle? I wasn't aware they flushed. I thought it was like a bowl and it has a drain in it. And that just goes to show that the people who don't touch surfaces, the OCD, without immediately washing their hands, there's something to that. All right. In September and October of 1984, they contaminated the salad bars of 10 local restaurants with salmonella, affecting 751 people. 45 were gravely ill, but all survived. The primary delivery tactic involved one member concealing a plastic bag containing light brown liquid. A light brown liquid with the salmonella bacteria, referred to by the perpetrators as salsa. And either spreading it over the food at a salad bar or pouring it into salad dressing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I remember when I worked at a low wage job and we had a salad bar at the restaurant, and I remember taking the Thousand Island and it's a giant tub and it's open and you just have a ladle. So they were in there squirting it. Oh God. By September 24th, 1984, more than 150 people were violently ill. By the end of September, 751 cases of acute gastroenteritis were documented. Lab testing determined all of them infected with Salmonella enterica typhimurium. Symptoms include diarrhea, fever, chills, nausea, vomiting, headaches, abdominal pain, and bloody stools, also known as dysentery. A bad time. Victims ranged in age from an infant born 2 days after his mother's infection, initially given a 5% chance of survival, to an 87-year-old. This is why it's called bioterror, you know. These people have just been like, collateral damage. We need to get elected to the city council so we can have our way. Local residents suspected that Rajneesh's followers were behind the poisonings. They turned out in droves on election day to prevent the cult from winning anything. No county position. This rendered the plot unsuccessful. The Rajneeshs eventually withdrew their candidate from the November 84 ballot. Only 239 of the commune's 7,000 residents voted. Most were not U.S. citizens and couldn't vote anyway. The outbreak, like I said, they imported people, from this cult. The outbreak cost local restaurants hundreds of thousands of dollars, and health officials shut down the salad bars of the affected establishment. Some residents feared further attacks and stayed at home. One resident said people were so horrified and scared they wouldn't go out. They would go out alone. People were becoming prisoners. Yeah. Officials and investigators from a number of different state and federal agencies investigated It was the largest food-related outbreak in 1984. The investigation identified the bacteria, and initially concluded it had been due to food handlers' poor personal hygiene. Yeah, right. At all of the 8 or 12 restaurants. I'd like to know who those people are, and you're fired. That's just beyond stupid. But you know what? We have examples of that happening all the time now. We're just beyond stupid theories. They're actually taken seriously and put forth to the public. Like, remember when the salad E. coli outbreak happened and they said, it must be those filthy, they're dirty, poor hygiene, migrant farm workers from Central and South America just taking dumps in the field on the salad, on the lettuce. What? Yeah, hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of people sickened? No. It was wild pigs. They'd gotten into lettuce fields, feral pigs, and they were spreading their filth everywhere. Pigs like to eat their own crap, and then whatever they touch with their nose spreads fecal contamination over everything, and they were eating the lettuce. All the bad E. coli comes from animals anyway. And they tried to blame those dirty Mexicans. Just racist, stupid crap. You're fired. Just how stupid do you have to be, right? Remember that, though? And whenever you scapegoat people, you're not going to look for the real problem. That's the problem. If you're an investigator, you should go with what makes freaking sense. Never assume anything. Assume it's the worst thing. Rule that out. It's like every suicide, assume that it was murder. And if you can't find evidence of murder, then assume it's a suicide. But if you don't look for any evidence, you're not going to solve that case. But yeah, we're still in the period of that kind of stupidity and stuff. Oregon Democratic Congressman James H. Weaver, blah, 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 I read this part. continued to investigate. Because he believed the officials' conclusions did not adequately explain the facts. Okay, hero. He contacted physicians at CDC and other agencies and urged them to investigate because the local yokels were doing a crap job. When I read into that. Cool. According to Lewis F. Carter's book, Charisma and Control, and Rajneesh Puram, many treated his concern as paranoia or an example of Rajneeshi bashing. Yeah, they'd already done so many hostile acts. Yeah. So on February 28, 1985, Weaver gave a speech at the House of Reps in which he accused them of contaminating caliber ingredients at 8 restaurants. As events later showed, he had presented a well-reasoned, if only circumstantial case. These circumstantial elements were confirmed by evidence later found after investigators gained access to the commune several months later. Hero and took risk for his people. As a heroic act there. Months later, starting on September 16, 1985, Rajneesh had been recently emerged from a 4-year period of public silence, self-imposed isolation. You see what I mean? He may have been a prisoner of his own cult or had dementia because everybody was like, oh, let's talk to the guru. Let's hear it from the guru. And all of his lieutenants were like, oh, no. Oh, he's doing self-imposed isolation. BS. Oh, he continued to meet with his assistant at the commune. He convened press conferences. He stated that Sheila and 19 other commune leaders, including Pooja, had left the commune over the weekend for Europe. He said that he had received information from commune residents that Sheila and her team had committed a number of serious crimes, calling them a gang of fascists. He said they had tried to poison his doctor and his own female companion, as well as Jefferson County District Attorney, and the water supply system of the Dalles. Rajneesh voiced suspicions that they had poisoned the county commissioner and Judge William Holt, and that they may have been responsible for the outbreak of salmonella. He invited state federal law enforcement to the commune to investigate. His allegations were initially greeted with skepticism by outside observers. Okay, how many facts have to hit you upside the head before you... Deep probe. Deep probe. Deep probe. One moment. Deep probe. Where's my ice cream?
Said later.
No. I didn't say later.
What you did?
Sorry.
All right, well,
Oh, finish yours. Finish yours. That's okay. I'm not one of those me types. Okay. He deserves to have a nice ice cream break, even if he didn't bring me mine. Okay, look back at the chat. Desiree says, I remember reading an article about the romaine contamination outbreak, and it was that they were rinsing the rolls. Oh, God, yeah. Debbie says, always makes sense is the number one rule. I'm going to quote you on that. Can I write that down? Always makes sense. I'm going to do that. Always make sense is the number one rule. You forgot that, son. I'm going to use that against you. Thank you. Desi says, tools in between harvesting each head of romaine lettuce, but because the nature of the way it is shaped, there was still dirt down inside of it. Desi says, pigs walk on 2 legs. 4 legs good, 2 legs. No, 2 legs bad. 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. Animal farm. Because he says, I cannot eat romaine. I get sick every time. It may be because I had typhoid as a child. Typhoid? Like typhoid Mary? Oh my God. Well, I can't eat romaine lettuce because I got that E. coli. I got that in one of those first big outbreaks. I hate lettuce, and I ordered a gyro, whatever you call that, Greek sandwich. Somewhere west of Portland, some random little town, and the lady didn't speak English very well. She's like a Persian or something immigrant. I said, I don't want no lettuce. I always hated it. And I'm always suspicious of it because it's the number one thing that gets contaminated with stuff and recalled. Besides, it has like zero nutritional value, and I don't think human beings should be eating leaves. We're not rabbits. We're not giraffes. I don't think we evolved to eat leaf, but okay. You do a lot of things with leaf. You can smoke a leaf, but should you be eating it? I don't have a four-chambered stomach or anything to really process that well. I mean, I'm a hypocrite. I like spinach, but that's just because I'm a Popeye fan, man. But in reality, I mean, you can't wash a leaf. It's porous. You cannot make it safe. And I only try to eat cooked spinach because of that. There's no way to make it safe. You're just rolling the dice every time. Debbie says, get her ice cream because you're dead. I don't think he's watching my broadcast anymore. He comes over and says, oh yeah, I'm going to help you with your tough fire day broadcasting. And what's he doing? He's eating my ice cream. It's okay. I mean, technically he delivered the groceries for me, but he's eating my ice cream over there, not even listening. He's missing the best entertainment in television, man. Desi says they have facilities set up on site to harvest romaine lettuce, but they're very good about the rest of the whole process, but missing one little detail. Well, a lot of details, though. Desi says, yeah, I was swimming in the bay at Ensenada when I was 6. We didn't know there had been a sewage spill in the bay. Oh, so I got very sick and we couldn't go home until I got there. I thought we eliminated typhoid from the United States. I mean, they found out that carriers like typhoid malaria with a person, it breeds inside of their gallbladders. So they tracked down through contact tracing and made everybody who was a carrier get their gallbladders removed. And you have typhoid Mary who evaded capture, was a lunatic and refused, so they had to lock those people up. They'd stop killing children, you know. Anyway, let's go back to the explaining Antelope, Oregon, one of the weirdest, most bizarre places on Earth. Pretty much top 10 weirdest ghost towns, Antelope. I don't see how it could be knocked from the top 10 by anything. So, even after the cult leaders said, I think when people did it, people were still saying, oh, you're just racist. Whatever. Oregon Attorney General David B. Frohnmeyer established a task force along with Roscoe County Sheriff's Office, the Oregon State Police, the FBI, the Immigration National Service, the INS, and the National Guard, and set up headquarters at the commune to investigate the allegations. They obtained search warrants and subpoenas. 50 investigators entered the ranch on October 2nd, 1985. Guilds found glass vials containing salmonella bacterial discs in the lab. What the bacterial discs? Petri discs. Petri dishes, basically. Also, why didn't they trace the strain of salmonella to the provider? That would be the first thing I would do, is say, hey, everybody in the country selling it, give me a sample right now for us to compare. And then if you had a match, you'd just say, who the hell did you sell it to? They could have figured this out in 2 weeks. So Desi says the doctor thought it was typhoid. Typhus is similar, but it comes from fleas. Thyroid, Mary. Desi says, so anytime I eat something that could harbor bacteria, like what I was exposed to, I get sick. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, no worries. So, an investigation also revealed experimentation at Rajneeshpuram with poisons and chemicals. I didn't know about that. In bacteria, which had been carried out during 1984 and 1985. So, my God. Thank God they screwed up this bad. This could have been a mass death thing. Skills described the scene at the lab as a bacteriological freezer dryer for large-scale production of microbes. Investigators found a copy of the anarchist cookbook and literature on the manufacture and usage of explosives and military biowarfare. Now, the anarchist cookbook was a joke. It's a hoax. Like, you follow its recipes and they don't do anything. They'll be like, how to make a pipe bomb, add vinegar, you know, like. But that's what little kids think is the bee's knees. And edgy, edgelord, emo kids that are against the system and against the man brag about how they got a copy of the anarchist cookbook and they're going to, you know, do something edgy and defeat the man. And all of it's pretty much nonsense. The author was surprised that it never got taken seriously by anyone. So that just tells you the level of intelligence here if it would be terrorists. Thank God they were morons. Damn, they're so evil. Thank God they were morons. Yeah, lol, now the cookbook, yeah. Cheryl says, my dad always had stomach issues well before he had bowel cancer as well as fungus. You know, we're finding out that more and more pathogens cause cancer. That some of the biggest causes of liver cancer are, you know, viruses, like the hepatitis viruses. And even parasites now can cause cancer, and I'm not sure how that works. But if you are a Vietnam vet or no one, tell them right now, tomorrow, get tested for a specific fluke or some type of worm that's in Vietnamese fish. Because a lot of our Vietnam veterans are coming down with rare liver cancers, and it's because they're infected with this parasite. Any sort of undercooked fish meal that they may have had in Vietnam, or even just maybe waiting around in the swamp, could have meant that they were infected. So there's a big crisis right now where they need to quickly get to all the Vietnam vets they can before it's too late. But a lot of bowel cancers and stuff probably are. Why, thank you, G-Pro. Ice cream. Yes, she is pleased. We are very pleased. All right. So, anyway, the anarchist cookbook was on the shelf, literature on the manufacture and usage of explosives, and military biowarfare. Where the hell do you pick up a book on biowarfare? Like, do they carry that at the bookstore? That over at Powell's, you know? Like, I'd like to know that. According to court testimony, the plotters boasted that they had attacked a nursing home. Oh, I want them dead. And a salad bar at the Mid-Columbia Medical Center. What do you mean these people only did 20 months of a 29-year sentence? I'm kind of pissed now. Attacked a nursing home. This is where people are vulnerable and are most likely to die. That age group. They said they attacked a nursing home and salad bar at the Mid-Columbia Medical Center, but no such attempts were ever proven in court. So they really could have killed people if people just thought, oh, well, you know, old age, died in their sleep, didn't do an autopsy. As a result of the bioterrorism investigation, law enforcement officials discovered there had been an aborted plot by the Rajneeshs to murder Charles Turner, a former United States Attorney for Oregon. The invoice dated September 25th, 1984, from the American Type Culture Collection of microbes was discovered, showing an order received by the laboratory for Salmonella typhi. So they kept a receipt of the bioweapon they purchased after they enacted a mass bioterror attack. They left the receipt in their lab where they purchased the weapon. Woo! Thank God they were morons. Prosecution. Going back to the chat. Cheryl says, so the wine he had, which is now a known carcinogen could possibly have mold on the grapes. They didn't test the grapes for mold. Who knew? Wine grapes, I mean, the alcohol fermentation kills all bacteria. Wine is sterile. You'd have to be eating them off the vine, and nobody does that because they shower. That's why wine was so popular, and why Jesus' miracle was turning water into wine. It was not just saving his host from embarrassment at a party, but if you served straight water, you possibly could kill everybody with contaminated water. They didn't understand. Ancient people didn't understand germ theory very well. It actually existed, but it seemed just as realistic as blaming gods, and spirits. So Desiree says they obviously win the Darwin Award there. Nope, they don't. They don't. The Darwin Award is an award given to people that remove themselves from the gene pool by foolishly getting themselves killed. That's why Darwin is involved. They're improving the gene pool of humanity. You have to die. You have to get yourself killed. And in order to improve the gene pool by eliminating your stupid self, it means you have to have not reproduced. So only childless idiots have actually won the Darwin Award. It's a facetious honor. Really dry humor. Black humor. Debbie says, wow, I'm not an accountant, but I know not when to not keep a receipt. Right. It's not keeping a receipt for your illegal weapons and... God. Hang on a sec, I gotta take a bite. Trying to put on weight for my health. I'm malnourished. Went through one hell of a bad health experience. So I'm savoring this cookie dough ice cream. I've never eaten ice cream really in my entire life before. Always had cold, sensitive teeth. When I was a kid, I would listen to adults constantly whine about their weight. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this chocolate cake. It's going to put 10 pounds on me. But, oh, it's so good. It's so decadent. And I was so sick of adults whining like that. It made me mad as a kid. I was kind of a dour, angry kid in some ways. I hated hypocrisy. So here I was giving all this spiel about how you should eat healthy and stuff. And all these adults would whine. And I shouldn't. And then they'd whine about the after effects, right? So I decided for myself that I would never eat dessert stuff. I'd only eat basically regular food and just not indulge in dessert. And I made this decision when I was like 5. The only thing I'd already had experience with was Oreo cookies. So I ate those like a crazy person, especially at night right before bed. But that was the only cookie I would eat. I'd eat cookie dough as people tried to make cookies because that smelled nice. But when people baked them, I wouldn't touch them. My own birthday cake, I wouldn't touch it. I didn't know what cake tasted like, really. I had a couple bad experiences where I ate it out of politeness. They said, be polite at your friends' parties. And the crap cupcakes they brought home from the grocery store, they're not good quality. So I just... And I still don't know what most pies taste like. I've only tried a couple. But I figured, when I was a 5-year-old, if I never tasted it, I would never miss it. I was a weird kid, man. But I still have sensitive teeth, but I've got the toothpaste. Doctor's orders: eat the saltiest, fattiest, most calorie-packed foods you possibly can. Saltiest, sugariest, fattiest. Try to gain weight. No matter what I do, I still can't. Because usually when some jerk says, stop bragging about how lucky you are, and I say, you idiot, I'm not lucky. You want to trade places with me? You want to pass out in the bathroom from pain? Yeah, you go ahead. I've got a bad stomach problem of mysterious origin. I never really had it until I got food poisoned in Spain. So I've got an infection of some sort, like some bad infection that nobody can explain. Not all bugs are discovered yet. Like they used to blame people that had stomach ulcers on stress, reduce your stress. Yeah, that was the H. pylori bacteria. It causes most of that, and also causes stomach cancer. After 2 centuries of the entire medical community being wrong, you know, so yeah, you don't want to have, you know, just like this. You can lose weight too with anything you want. Just, you know, join the South Beach parasite diet. You know, that's I'm quoting a funny cartoon. But most people wouldn't want parasites. They'd rather be fat, or overweight, right? You don't want whatever I have. But I'm trying to get there. I still don't like most ice cream. I still don't like most pies and cakes and stuff. Am I eating Tillamook ice cream? Am I? Did you get? Is it this great value stuff again? P-Probe. What's this brand of ice cream? Great Value. So who knows where Great Value gets their stuff? I didn't know the store brands were basically name brands, but relabeled, you know, and sold cheaper. I found out that the Gold Star, like the Gold Can albacore tuna Bumblebee makes, they sell that at Costco for like 70% less. It's the Costco brand of albacore. Oh, my teeth. So far, the varieties of ice cream I've tried are chocolate chip mint, cookie dough, a couple weird exotic ones I can't really remember, like mocha or whatever. I love the cookie dough stuff. And I don't really like anything else. I mean, vanilla, it's cute. Can't say I like anything else. I've never tried most pies. Tried apple pie. That can be okay. I tried lemon meringue. Oh, you know what? The best pie on earth is? Just because it's the best berry on earth, it's extremely rare. If you go to places like Trout Lake certain times of the year, when are these things ripe? They're a local delicacy called the huckleberry, the blue huckleberry. Now, huckleberries resist cultivation. They resist domestication. One of the best places to get them is the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, which is southeast of Mount St. Helens, and just north of where that Tunnel 5 fire was, just north of White Salmon, next to Mount Adams, which is the little sister volcano next to Mount St. Helens. Now, what month is huckleberry season? Mid-August to mid-September. I've got to go. This is where people discard their cell phones. They don't want to be tracked or paranoid. But they know the huckleberry patches, and they go and pick them. It's kind of like mushroom hunting season. And do they glow? Now the blue. Because red huckleberries are not really related. The blue ones are the delicacy. Huckleberries. Let's see, Pacific Northwest. You would not believe how good they taste. And so when I was in Trout Lake, Washington, which is a ghost town, they're bluish to purple, like that. You know, Huckleberry Hound was a blue dog. That's good. Blue, you know, blue dog. It's so dang good. There's also a sweet odor, something they sold at the general store, which means tiny store, in Trout Lake, Washington, if it's still open. There's all kind of huckleberry themed stuff, including huckleberry scented candles. Oh my God. Hard to describe. Throw out the window everything you know about berries, and they're not related to the taste of other berries. If I can think of, they got like a dark cherry feel to them, except ultra sweet and ultra strong in their smell. Like I don't know how to explain this. There's nothing else quite like it. I don't know. Debbie says, "Yep, huckleberry pickers are like the mushroom pickers. Oregon's the best." Trout Lake, Washington's got a lot. So you see these people bring the big sacks of them into town. So the best pie I ever had, just because huckleberry pie and they taste good. Period. There's some ripe ones. An entire pie slice was, I think, $35 for a pie slice. Pie itself was like $75. Because there's so many that go into pie, and they're only wild. So I had the best home cooking from a lady at the old Country Inn, Trout Lake Country Inn, which was technically closed, but not really. For some reason, I found this. It's basically the old, like, saloon of the ghost town. It's still around. I hope it's still around. Yeah, here's the little miniature bar stool thing. In the back was like an opera house stage, where like actual gold rushers era, 1800 stuff. Had little miniature operas and cute little things. So they couldn't technically open because of some, I don't know what it was at the time, but I knew the cook stayed at her place. Oh my God. You got just ask for Aunt Mary in the town. They'll point you to her. It's a tiny town of like 10 people or something. So, oh my God, her cooking. Oh, they now have, that's Trout Lake Valley, and that's not it. I thought they might, in the upper floors, rent out make it a bed and breakfast one day, but this is quite a long time ago. I think it was 8 or 9 years ago I was there. I don't know who all those people are. There's probably somebody's just random thing, but it's quite an amazing place. Now that was the best pie ever, just because. And it's extremely rare to get. But if you guys want to finance me, I'll go acquire you some. Debbie says it was fake closed. Well, it's fake open, like it was like closed sign, but if you knew the people in the town, like, could I get a meal here? They're like, come in. And they'd actually cook you a meal in the back, like in the kitchen. But it wasn't open as a restaurant. And I think they needed to get permits to serve alcohol. I didn't drink any alcohol because I don't drink. But it was that sort of thing. They were just getting ready to open. They were still renovating in the back. But since I was staying with her, I was kind of like her personal guest. So it didn't matter if she cooked for me at her own house or in the Trout Lake Country Inn's more elaborate kitchen. And then pickers came. Fresh off the vine huckleberries. And the bidding war began. And this lady, Aunt Mary, would sell the pies, and so she haggled with them a bit. Cooked one, and they're like, "You should try this pie." And I'm going, "I don't like it. I don't like pie. I don't do desserts, And I smelled it. changed my mind right then and there. So the candle, the scented candle, is purple. It has that, you know, same essence. And I've never seen another one on the face of the planet. It's a unique smell. More like cherry, but a sugary sweet stuff, almost like the smell of vanilla. Like, have you gotten those vanilla scented candles? Not necessarily French vanilla, but the strong vanilla scented candles. That smell, but in a taste, with a bit of dark cherry juice. That's the only way I can describe it. That's what the berries taste like. And not the sickly sweet of honey, but a similar sweetness, but something you could gorge yourself on. You could put a whole thing in your mouth, and like, you know, honey, you go, with all the honey in your mouth, but you could do this. All right, going back to Antelope, the crazy ghost town. One of the top 10 weirdest ghost towns on Earth, right? This is so unbelievable that the incompetence of the investigation. When the world's largest bioattack, America's largest bioattack happens, and people are like, you're racist if you choose those newcomers that are actually really hostile to everybody and have something to gain by a bioterror attack, who are also probably crazy. That's just racist, except they were white too, so God knows. According to a 1994 study published in the Sociology of Religion, most Sannyasins indicated they believed that Rajneesh knew about Ma and Sheila's activities, legal activities. Francis Fitzgerald writes in Cities on a Hill that most of the Rajneesh followers believed him incapable of doing or willing violence against another person. Now, almost all thought the responsibility for the criminality was Sheila's. The followers believed the guru had not known a dang thing about it. Karas writes in Toxic Terror that there is no way to know what extent Rajneesh participated in the actual decision-making. His followers believed he was involved in every important decision that Sheila made, but those allegations are never proven. Of course, that's what, if they held him prisoner, that's exactly what they'd say. Oh, he approved it. Can I talk to him? No. How convenient. But obey your cult leader. Obey the holy man. And this is the thing, you know, a lot of these successful places, like when PETA, you know, people for the ethical treatment of animals, when some of their higher ups obviously were killing animals, and dumping, euthanizing them, but telling people that they were taking them to good homes, and then dumping them in, you know, plaid pantry dumpsters somewhere on the East Coast, can't remember. If your own very caring but gullible base believes that your organization is the thing that's doing good in the world, they're the people least likely to believe it. They get their wool pulled over their eyes more than an outside person looking in. There's such a dang scandal. But that's what happens if you have a bunch of people who just believe, and they're just innocent and they're peaceful and they just want to make the world a better place, like people in a cult, like a economy. You can turn that into a cult by the evil people that just go along with the story but rise to the top and then suddenly do their thing. And they hide in plain sight. So every group has of earnest believers runs the risk of getting taken over by evil people, and nobody really knowing about that until it's too late, that they're actually, what they started has been twisted. So Karas writes in Toxic Terror, no way to know what extent the cult leader participated in actual decision making. His followers believe he was involved in every important decision that Sheila made, but those allegations are never proven. He insisted that Sheila, who he said was his only source of information during his period of isolation, used her position to impose the fascist state on the commune. That is elder abuse. Isolate somebody, become their only source of information. He acknowledged the key to her actions was his own silence. See, I don't know, just like anybody else, what the hell is real here. If he was insane but crafty like the Fox con artist, a con artist would immediately say this, blame somebody else and say I'm the victim. And a con artist lies so smoothly that you'd think that they are the victim, so who knows? So he left Oregon by plane on October 27, 1985, and was arrested when he landed in Charlotte, North Carolina. Charged with 35 counts of deliberate violations of immigration laws. I guess it's a lot like Al Capone. You kind of know he orchestrated the St. Valentine's massacre, but what is he charged with and booked with? Why does he go to Alcatraz? Tax evasion. Funny how a supermax facility like Alcatraz houses a person for tax evasion. But here we are. As a plea agreement, he pled guilty to 2 counts of making false statements to immigration officials. Okay, he received a 10-year suspended sentence and a fine of $400,000 and was deported and barred from re-entering the U.S. for 5 years. He was never prosecuted for crimes related to the Skamania attacks. They should tell us where he was deported to. I figure he was from India or something, but I don't know. Sheila and Pooja were arrested in West Germany October 28, 1985. After protracted negotiations between the two governments, they were extradited back to the U.S., reached Portland on February 6, 1986. They were charged with attempting to murder Rajneesh's personal physician, first-degree assault for poisoning Judge William Holtz, second-degree assault for poisoning the Dalles Commissioner, William Matthews, and product tampering. For the poisonings in Dalles, you know, you get weird charges like this because maybe nobody had ever done anything like this before. Like maybe there's no official charge for attempted diarrhea. I mean, I would assume there's no official charge for that. Yeah, is that on the books, Larry? I don't know. I keep looking. I keep turning the pages, but attempting to give a community mass diarrhea, I don't see one here. What could we charge him with? Product tampering? Okay, so, and then they were charged with wiretapping and immigration offenses. What do you mean the cult wiretapped people? What? Okay, this needs to be explained. The U.S. Attorney's Office handled prosecution of poisoning cases related to the 10 restaurants. Okay, we're bouncing back between 8, 10, and 12 restaurants. Whatever. The Oregon Attorney General Office prosecuted the poisoning cases of the Commissioner. Blah, blah. 1986, in July, both women entered Alford pleas. The United States law, an Alford plea, also known as a Kennedy plea in West Virginia, is also known as the Alford guilty plea, and the Alford doctrine is a guilty plea in criminal court where a defendant does not admit to the criminal act and asserts their innocence, even if evidence presented by the prosecution would likely to persuade a judge or jury to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This can be caused because of circumstantial evidence and testimony favoring the prosecution and difficulty finding evidence and witnesses that would aid defense. Alford pleas are legally permissive in nearly all U.S. federal and state courts except Indiana, Michigan, New Jersey, or in the courts of the United States Armed Forces. So it's not like pleading no contest. Anyway. So they received sentences ranging from 3 to 20 years to be served concurrently, not consecutively. Sheila received 20 years for attempted murder of the physician, 20 years for first-degree assault and the poisoning of the judge, 10 years for second-degree assault and the poisoning of the commissioner, 4.5 years for her role in the attack, 4.5 years for the wiretapping conspiracy, 5 years probation for immigration fraud. Pooja received 15, 7.5, and 4.5 years respectively for her role in the first 4 of these crimes, as well as 3 years probation for the wiretapping conspiracy. Which was what again? Both Sheila and Pooja were released on parole early for good behavior after serving 29 months with sentences in a minimum security federal prison. For good behavior, huh? Sheila's green card was revoked. She moved to Switzerland. She remarried there, went on to run 2 nursing homes. Oh my God. In the aftermath, the Oregonian ran, which is the biggest local newspaper of Portland, ran a 20-part series on the Rajneesh movement beginning in June 1985, which included investigation of the Salmonella incident. As a result of the follow-up investigation, they learned that Leslie L. Zayats, one of the investigative journalists, had been placed as number 3 on a top 10 hit list by Sheila's group. Wait a second, there was a hit list? Okay, was the hit list different than the diarrhea list? Hey, Carney, how are you? You just missed the funniest stuff ever, man. I'm explaining Antelope, the ghost town, and the Rajneesh movement, because Antelope just had a fire south of the town. I hope that town has been through so much. I hope that they don't suffer any more crap. Crap! It's now 10 o'clock. I was going to adjourn this at 9, but this was too good. This was too good. And Carney, you should watch the first hour of the broadcast too, because I explain pretty much why Cave Junction and Gold Beach and Brookings and Hay Fork and all those places get abandoned by firefighters get peeled off to other fires year after year. So I talked a bit about that. Smitty says the 224 fire in Klickitat is only 38 acres and 75% contained. Hell yeah. So once again, now I've got to see it. The Wild Wild Country on Netflix. It's supposed to be all about this. So I found out that the mass poisoning of salmonella victims, at least 870 people got sick. The Dalles, and God knows how many people just passed through. I mean, it's on a major highway. How many people got sick in other states and or possibly died that nobody knows about? You know? Okay. U.S. media revisited the incident again during the 2001 anthrax attack. 2001 publication in Judith Miller's Germs, Biological War Weapons in America's Secret War, which contained an analysis, detailed description of events, also brought discussion of the incident back into the news. Residents of the Dalles commented that they have an understanding of how bioterrorism can occur in the United States. The incident had spread fear in that community and drained the local economy. All but one of the restaurants affected went out of business. In 2005, Oregon State Land Board agreed to sell 480 acres of Wasco County, including the colony, to the Colorado-based youth ministry Young Life. And the ghost town got for sale again, basically. So on February 18, 2005, Port TV aired an episode of Forensic Files about the incident called Bioattack, the Oregon Cult Poisoning. The salmonella outbreak was also discussed in the media within the context of the 2006 North American E. coli outbreak. Yeah, that wasn't fun. But you know what? My stomach problem was so bad already that when I got E. coli and even when I was vomiting blood, that was the only moment that I realized I was ill. My stomach problem was so bad. It's like having random attacks of E. coli several times a month. So only when I vomited blood did I understand it was beyond my normal stuff that I deal with. So no, you don't want to be able to eat everything but not getting late like I am. Understand me? You don't want me to explain further, trust me. The book Emerging Infectious Diseases, Trends and Issues cites the 1984 Rajneesh bioterror attack along with Shrinkrio Group's attempts to use anthrax and other agents as exceptions to the belief that only foreign state-supported groups have the resources to execute a credible bioterrorism event. Yeah, that one, wasn't that the Japanese cult? Yeah, the Doomsday Cult. They carried out a deadly attack on Tokyo subway with sarin gas. You know, the nerve agent kind that probably was used in the West or Syria here by the Assad regime. And the agent that Saddam Hussein was supposed to have had. Remember when they kept denying the existence of Gulf War syndrome? They said, maybe it was just some sort of a pathogen, or maybe it's all in your head and it's part of PTSD, even though the nerves were damaged of many of our veterans. Maybe it was depleted uranium or something. But they didn't. They got all their disability cases denied for so many years and got nothing from the veterans, VA. A lot of them committed suicide. Nobody believed them, even though they were really, really sick. Turns out it was sarin gas. The United States accidentally dropped a bomb on sarin gas facilities, and it drifted over into our troops and just spread out throughout the Iraqi landscape. A lot kills you, a little bit really harms you, and cripples you and maims you. Kind of like the Bhopal, India thing. The people that survived that are not the same. They finally invented that, but they knew the whole time. So, the incident was the single largest bioterrorist attack in U.S. history. And the funny thing was, they just ordered the pathogen from Seattle with no questions asked. Wow. Wow. And even when it was pretty obvious it was them, investigative team after investigative team said, oh yeah, these salad bar guys didn't wash their hands. Wow. So it kind of makes me wonder, what if that, was he a senator or House rep, didn't go in front of Congress and say, look, this cult is behind this attack? What if he didn't do that? What if the FBI was never called in? This would have flown under the radar. The largest bioterror attack on American soil would have been written off as people not washing their hands, as them dirty Mexicans in our kitchens, or racism crap. And it makes me wonder now, what has flown under the radar because of stupid investigators? What really was a terrorist plot that there's no conspiracy to hide it? It's just investigators are too stupid to realize it. Makes you wonder. Cheryl says, it makes you wonder what that all did to the brain, guts, and environments do matter. Yep. So, there is some funny stuff about that. And boy, did we laugh earlier, saying D for diarrhea. But it's also pretty damn serious and pretty damn sad. This is the plaque at the local post office at Antelope. It commemorates local resistance to the Rajneesh invasion. Dedicated to those in this community who throughout the invasion and occupation remained, resisted, and remembered. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Edmund Burke quote. Wow. I definitely have to talk to some of the old timers out there now. I hope there's still some around that were involved there. I mean, it's a real small community. Yeah. You know, it's really scary when criminals are dumb. It's scarier when the investigators are even more stupid. All right. Okay, do we have an update on the flat fire? That's my main fire concern. Let's look back at its Facebook. Why am I logged out? Okay. Refresh. I hope they give us a morning operational update tomorrow. I would have to run 7. I don't think I'll be awake at 7, but possible. Oh, 1 minute ago, I'm a psychic. We had an update. That's in Spanish. Quick update on the flat fire. Okay, this is English. Current situation, firefighters have finished about 50% on a smaller scale. Have I whined lately about these headphones? So in the background, I had gentle wind blowing for 4 hours, kind of YouTube playing, because even though I'm talking through these headphones, if there's nothing coming into the ear cups, like I can't, like if I'm not playing music or something, they turn themselves off to save batteries in the middle of me talking. This headset retails for $500. It's supposed to have really good sound, really good noise canceling like Bose, and a really awesome microphone. I sound like crap, and this crap constantly happens. Oh my god. Yeah, if you guys want to donate a little bit more and I get enough money to replace these, I swear to God, I will run these over with the car. And boy, will that make me happy too. It'll give me satisfaction. So come on, guys. Dig in the couch for your change. All right. What the hell was I saying? Yeah, I talk about the Rajanish and it's going, but the moment I talk about fire stuff. Okay, current situation. The flat fire. Firefighters have finished about 50% on a small-scale burning op in the northeast section of the fire. Its intention is to protect the Agnes community. And a couple of days ago, I predicted they would do that. Because there's not that many roads and stuff, and there's about nothing else to do. Jake Wynn, interim forest supervisor, said we are fortunate to have the amount of resources available that enables us to make good progress on a fire while weather conditions and wind direction are in our favor. We have sufficient resources to strengthen our efforts in fighting the fire. Fire squads and South Coast Lumber Company are working in a joint cooperative way to improve the existing firefighting trails. Like I told you, almost all loggers and lumbermen are volunteer firefighters. They drop everything because the forest is their livelihood. They drop everything to save it. Fire squads and South Coast Lumber Company are working in a joint cooperative way to improve the existing firefighting trails using 3318 Forestry Road. That's the one with the White Horse Lookout Tower on it. Or not White Horse? Yeah, something like that. Wild Horse. Firefighters are also preparing to further strengthen lines along the west flank of the fire. In the southwest area, they've managed to secure handmade lines. That means you use a rake and a hoe and a shovel. And you just scrape the forest floor to make bare dirt. And it may not even be that wide. It might even be just like 3 feet wide. But that, sometimes all you need, to stop the fire moving around and around. So firefighters are preparing to further strengthen lines on the west flank. In the southwest area, they managed to secure handmade lines from 338 to an area that had been already burned by the fire. Night work. Night shift firefighters will be securing work that was done during the day and trying to find timely times for burns. Evacs. Please check the sheriff's office for the cities of Curry and Josephine, they mean county. You can find official updates on the evacuations. Weather conditions, clear sky and gusts of wind above the inversion phenomenon. Smoke impact forecast. The presence of smoke can be found here. Closures, yeah, it's all closed. Don't go to the area. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, and 48 minutes ago, I had a different update. It looks like it's the same stuff though. Okay, maybe that's the English version, and what I read was the Spanish version with the English version still attached. So, I think this is a good place to end it. I've been live for 7 hours, and I do have to protect my voice. I used to think, you know, how do radio announcers do this? They constantly speak, but they don't actually. They play stuff like music and they have guests. But if I lose my voice, we lost everything, guys. So, and this is last call. Any specific question you have, any update on any of these fires on the West Coast that you want to know about? I don't know why this is shown as being active. 2 hours ago, the Idera fire, they said it's 20% contained. Cool. Bodfish fire. Many units released from the incident to 25-acre affair. Cool. Thunderbird Bakersfield, blah, blah, blah. And a couple of prescribed burns occurred today around the Bay Area, northwest of Sacramento. What the hell would they do a prescribed burn here for? There's nothing to burn. It's a field. What the hell? By Sacramento International Airport? What the hell? Oh, it's a levee. Okay. Well, you got two options. You can just graze on the levee and get some sheep out there. But the grass can get pretty high on the levees, and sometimes they just burn it off. And that's like a local affair. It surprises me that that's even on watch duty. Okay. The Elm Street fire in Hermiston. 9 acres. Sounds like it probably just on the edge of town. It's almost like a town fire. Wildcat says they need to burn wheat. Yeah, I've been live for 7 hours. Hey, how are you, Wildcat? Did you just show up? Because I've been live 7 hours. I tweeted this time after a couple hours. I remembered to. Okay, friends. Time for me to say goodnight. And I'll check in tomorrow, especially if they have a community meeting that got uploaded. But I've got a lot of stuff to catch up to, and I want to spend a lot of tomorrow actually moving around furniture in this room to try to set up better for stream. So I got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of really overdue stuff for my life. I'm like 6 months behind in everything because I spent that much time in bed when I was real sick. Oh, darn, Wildcat. Well, okay. The last 2 hours have been hilarious. You've got to rewind where we start talking about Antelope, Oregon. I was on the floor laughing funny. If you want to know about my grim assessment of the flat fire, then just watch the first hour. It depends. You want to laugh or cry? Both. We watched the last 2 hours, and the first hour I said pretty much everything I needed to say about the grimness of the situation with the flat fire. But yeah, I hope that everybody stays safe. I hope we get rain. Not in the forecast, but I think we need a lot of rain really fast to help the situation with the flat fire. If we don't get it, Brad P says you missed all the dysentery. You know, there wasn't this much dysentery in Oregon since the Oregon Trail, man. We can make all kinds of jokes. Oh. I don't want to make fun of the Dows, though. I mean, they're actually traumatized, but if I was like a bad comedian, I'd say, I'd crack some jokes, but it's not funny, you know? There's people there that almost died. If a pregnant woman gets salmonella, like that one lady did, you can have miscarriage, you can have labor-induced prematurely. It wasn't funny. David says, thanks for your time, wishing you good health. Thank you. Yep, laughter is the best medicine. There you go. So, all right. Thank you, friends. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe. Make sure the ring bell is on. And if you don't get updates, YouTube just does that sometimes. I mean, I had the ring bell icon for a channel that I loved, and I thought that they stopped streaming. Bless you. Yeah, C-Pro's about to go. I gotta see him off. Well, even though I've been subscribed with a ringing bell, I didn't get any notifications he was live for more than a year, or upload any videos. And I see that there's like dozens of videos. And wow. So if you feel like that's a malfunction, unsub, resub, hit the ring bell. Hopefully that'll fix it. Make sure that the YouTube app on the phone is given permission to do notifications. Nicole says, I noticed the sky over the East Bay looked very gray today. Well, they're doing prescribed burns, Nicole. So, see this? Right northwest of Vallejo. So, it's much better than the alternative, you know. But all I can say is just pray for rain and hope everybody does okay. Good seeing you all. I gotta spare my voice and try to get something done in the last hour of the day. Good night, everybody, and good luck.